Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Shuffle in their feet, people sleeping in their shoes. There's a warning sign in the road ahead. There's a lot of people saying we be better off dead. Don't feel like Satan crying out to them, so I try to forgive them and we are dead. Yeah! country song. You believe in things you don't understand, and you suffer. Superstition at the way. Hey, hey. Superstition, nothing more to say. Very superstition, the devil's on his way. Nothing but the baby broke the looking glass. 7 years of better. The
don't think sometimes it's the same time all over the world? And I think you know what time that is. We do this 4 times. I'll sing one, you sing one. We've got Tracy and Roberta here to help you. Come on, Tokyo, let's just get this motherfucker on. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hi, 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 yeah. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Oh, no, oh, no, yeah.
You feel crazy? Well, who you trying to get crazy with that said, don't you know we're loco? Jump, 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 jump around, yeah, jump around, come on, jump around, yeah, jump around, come on. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. To the one on the flamboyant tip, I just tossed that burn in the bracket head. Like spam it, don't wanna come and slam. Yeah, like the son of Sam. Don't make me wreck shit. The tag, I make up like General Electric. Lights are blinking, I'm thinking it's all over if I go out drinking. Thinking I'm right slow. That's why I don't fuck with that big ball. Bro, got to maintain. Fucking insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Undercover, that's time for the blabber. Blabber. Watch that belly
Mission, engage the target.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello, my niggas. Hello. Hello, my niggas. Hello. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. It's showtime. It's showtime, my niggas. Come on. Let's go. Showtime. Hello, everyone. Hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. Hello, everyone. I hope you are all doing well. It's good to have you here. It's good to see you here. My niggas. Excuse me. My niggas. I got to get a drink of Coke Zero. That's what I'm missing. My niggas. I just finished eating some banana bread. I had a German dinner. I had some schnitzel. It's not vegan friendly. German food has a lot of meat. It's really not vegan friendly to eat veal schnitzel. Oh man, it was good. Oh god damn, it was good. God damn, I don't want to make the vegans cry, but god damn, it was good. And then I had some non-vegan banana bread, which of course is not vegan. What else did I have? Where are the scrawny armed vegans here? Do any tune into my show and cry? Jack Twatcott is a vegan. He tries to live off of nuts and berries and seeds. Picks at things like a little bird. He's like a little old man that gets knocked down at the Capitol. And then his buddy looks like a weakling too, Landry. Liar Landry, another weakling. Do you want to follow these lying demons right into the grave and right into the recycling bin? It's remarkable to me that people can't see through these obvious, transparent demons. They show you what they are. They always show you what they are. 19 people watching. Please get those likes up, everyone. Hello to Salty Siren. Hello, R.I. Hello, Felix. Hello, Anafe. Hello to everyone who's tuned in tonight. Even the lurkers that don't want to make themselves known or seen. There will be hell to pay for these demons. Hell to pay.
Greetings and salutations, loyal viewers of this channel. My name is Sean, and today I gotta give you guys an update because recently on this channel, we covered the store closure of a Walgreens in Massachusetts, specifically the one in the Roxbury area, and how people were out in force demanding that Walgreens lose money, take it on the chin, let people in this black neighborhood steal, otherwise they were gonna declare them evil white racist. Now, this was ridiculous, this was absurd. Throughout the whole course of that video, I explained to you how theft was the driving force behind this.
While this isn't the only Walgreens or pharmacy chain set to close location in the coming weeks, Curry says it begs this question.
What is your obligation? What is your expectation as a corporate citizen to do what's right for those communities beyond what's right just for your bottom line?
And now the Walgreens is closed, and therefore the story is done. No, just kidding. Apparently it is not done. Now they've gotten Ayanna Pressley on board to demand that this Walgreens remain open. She's calling them evil white racists, and this is all due in large part to the fact that people just like Ayanna Pressley, congresswomen who are Democrats who happen to be insanely left-wing progressive, don't want to do anything about criminality. Now, we're going to get into this, but before we do, I want to thank everybody who signed up over at naturaljusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay.
And thank you to the podcast listeners, Spotify, Apple, and Google's podcasting platform.
Walgreens is planning to close yet another pharmacy in the Massachusetts 7th, this time on Warren Street in Roxbury, a community that is 85% Black and Latino. This closure is a part of a larger trend of abandoning low-income communities like the previous closures in Mattapan and Hyde Park, both in the Massachusetts 7th.
So one of the things that I find to be absolutely amazing about this is that this is a speech given by a congresswoman in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill to other members of Congress. She is reaching out to the Congress, the national federal government, the federal legislature, to talk about how Walgreens is abandoning the Black and brown communities in this particular area in Boston's or Massachusetts' 7th district, which I'm assuming is her district, and a quick look up shows us that yes, this is district. Now, is that surprising to anyone out there in the audience that the same district that would be stealing from these Walgreens over and over again would elect Ayanna Pressley, this woke left-wing progressive who is in favor of people stealing and looting from places like Walgreens, is somebody who supported the Black Lives Matter riots? Absolutely not. You are getting what you voted for, and sending your congresswoman to bitch and moan on the House floor about it is not going to do anything to keep the Walgreens open. But Ayanna Pressley will go on regardless.
When a Walgreens leaves a neighborhood, they disrupt the entire community, and they take with them baby formula, diapers, asthma inhalers, life-saving medications, and of course, jobs.
Yes, when Walgreens closes, they take away baby formula, they take away access to medicine, they take away all these different things. But where I completely disagree with you, Ayanna Pressley, is A, who's at fault, and B, your next ridiculous, insane, stupid assertion.
These closures are not arbitrary, and they are not innocent. They are life-threatening acts of racial and economic discrimination. That is why I joined with Senator Markey and Warren to demand answers from Walgreens CEO.
No, absolutely Absolutely not. This is not economic and racial discrimination. If you are in a location where theft is up, and by the way, even according to that left-wing source where they try to say shoplifting is down in comparison to 2019 numbers, the pre-Black Lives Matter numbers, the city of Boston has shoplifting specifically up. And the neighborhoods, by the way, that they cite where shoplifting is even more up disproportionately are these very specific neighborhoods, and they cite those very specific Walgreens closings as examples of the consequences of theft being up. So Walgreens is not discriminating against you because you're black, because you're Hispanic, or anything like that. And it would be absurdly stupid, which is why Ayanna Pressley said it, to say that and assert that in good faith. In reality, I got shocking news for you, Ayanna Pressley. If you're running a profitable location, you don't close just because the customer base happens to be black and or Hispanic. But if your location, despite the fact that it has heavy foot traffic, which we, by the way, have documented on this channel before, is not making money, that is likely due to another factor, and since that other factor is widely reported, which is theft, then maybe you should decide that you want to address the retail theft, the Walgreens being victimized, and all the people who are stealing from their community, who are making this Walgreens less profitable, instead of complaining about the end point, the end result.
Is locked up, closed down for good. The disabled and seniors say it is sickening. They'll suffer the most. In the middle of the day, it took us 8 minutes to drive to the Columbus Avenue alternate Walgreens.
Now look, I do feel bad for the elderly people in this particular area, and I know you can get at-home delivery of pharmaceuticals, but the fact of the matter is, Walgreens is so much more than just a pharmacy to these people. It's where they get some water, it's where they get soap, laundry detergent, all kinds of different products, because this also functions as a grocery store, and ripping that away from elderly people who have to now walk to new locations in order to get that stuff is very sad. But the thing is, I lay the blame at the criminals, the people who are actually committing the crimes, the people who are making these stores less profitable, not the business that's reacting to it.
Mayor, the representatives, Ayanna Pressley, please keep on these people for letting these things in Roxbury close. It's a shame.
And by the way, I also lay the blame on the voters, because this is the attitude from the constituents of Ayanna Pressley. And when you meet people like this on the street, you kind of understand why they voted for a congresswoman like this in order to represent them.
Mayor, the representatives, Ayanna Pressley, please keep on these people for letting these things in Roxbury close.
So yeah, this is the exact same attitude that allows somebody like Ayanna Pressley to go to the halls of Congress to complain about Walgreens closing in her district. This woman right here is saying, go get them, Ayanna, go get those evil white racists, rather than looking inward, rather than looking at her own children, their own behavior, her neighbors, their neighbors' children's behavior, and the actual people that are responsible for these particular problems. This is the exact kind of person who, no matter what, will vote for Ayanna Pressley, because Ayanna Pressley represents her. She fights back, even though Ayanna Pressley is going in the complete and utter wrong direction, and in reality, her problems are far more solvable by adjusting her own behavior, and by the way, voting for better politicians on a local level that will actually hold these thieves accountable. But she lays all the blame on Walgreens, all the blame on all the stores that are closing, never once asking herself why all these businesses are closing. I mean, seriously, really think about this if you're out there in the audience. You have a bunch of stores. One of them closes. Presumably, the other stores would be able to absorb the business from that location, but then another store closes. And instead of more and more business being concentrated in single locations, what ultimately ends up happening is all of these stores get wiped out, and that's because they're being targeted by thieves. This is not an instance where competition is the most driving force behind this. Obviously, that plays a factor. Obviously, location selection and all of that. I'm not saying it's 100% down to theft, but it appears that theft is the game-breaking decision for these different companies, and that's why they're being closed, and that's why this particular area has been cited over and over again by the very same reports that are trotted out by the left wing to say shoplifting is down nationwide, but actually show it being up in Boston, and specifically name these neighborhoods and these locations and these closures as proof of that problem.
Avenue alternate Walgreens all are now eligible for free same-day home delivery.
But that's not enough. We asked them for $10 million so that seniors would have transportation from their home to the pharmacy.
So think about this. So Walgreens actually guaranteed same-day delivery to all these other customers from their other location as a way to compensate for their customer base that they're losing in part, again, due to theft. And this guy says that this activist, who we actually talked about in the previous video, that's not enough, and he wants $10 million. Pay me $10 million after we robbed your store so much that it was out of business. But it's actually gonna get worse. It's actually gonna get more absurd because they actually want to sue Walgreens because this location is no longer profitable, because people keep stealing, because they say their closure has a disparate impact on Black communities.
No, it's not over. No, it's not over.
After a month-long protest to try to save the Warren Street Walgreens, community members now want to sue.
The basis of the suit is what they call disparate impact. We know that they've been building and establishing village medical at Walgreens in the suburbs.
Yeah, that's right. So because Walgreens is expanding to provide minimal healthcare services to other locations, they're going to sue them based on racial discrimination, not based on the fact that they're losing money in these locations because people largely in this neighborhood who happen to be Black are stealing from these locations, saying that they're denying them healthcare and they're not acknowledging the disparate impact of them not losing money, letting Black people steal from their stores. That is actually the argument that this guy wants to put forward in a lawsuit. And guess what? Who I mentioned earlier is right on board with them, backing them up, the mayor.
It is communities who have the least other options of where to get their medications filled, where the pharmacies are closing.
Absurd and ridiculous. The fact that you have the mayor right here, the wokest mayor of all time, the I'm not going to prosecute anyone for anything, I'm going to go soft and not fund the police, not send the police into this particular area, talking about the disparate impact. You're responsible for the disparate impact. You're the one who said it was evil white racism. We need to have our exclusive no whites parties because that's going to solve something, and not address the actual issue. It is on you. It's on your head. You're the problem, not Walgreens. And I'm so sick and tired of hearing about how, oh my God, the poor people in this Black neighborhood are being disproportionately impacted. How can we figure out a way to force Walgreens to let them steal, when in reality, you could have solved these problems by actually punishing the criminals. You decided to wrap the entire fate of the Black community, or of this Black community, in the fate of their criminals, in how well they are to get away with crimes, and this is the result. And you were warned about this time and time again. We've had research on this that has gone back decades in this country, and you poked that in the eye. You said you knew better, and guess what? You didn't, and now you're trying to sue over it, and I'm not having it. It's nonsense. It was nonsense when you were crying a month ago, and it's nonsense right now, and I hope your lawsuit gets dismissed with extreme prejudice, and you end up owing Walgreens lawyer fees. We really need to institute that, because this frivolous nonsense, these idiotic congressmen, these idiotic politicians and activists are too much, and they need to actually feel some
Does anyone support the niggas? Do you think we should just let them steal and trash everything? Do you support the niggas? Are you in support of the colored people? Does anyone here support the colored people?
You want me to go to jail? You want me to go to jail? You want me to go to jail? You want to give me my money? You want to give me my money? You want to give me my money? I tell the police I did it. Tell the police I did it. Give me my money. Give me my money. Nigga, now you don't give it to me one way. I got to get trying to get out the way.
Give me my money. Please give me my money. Give me my money. I know that's all right.
You want to pay for my money? You want to pay for me? I'm going to pay for you too. Fuck you back up. Fuck you on that. I'm paying for my money. I'm paying for my money. I'm paying for my money. Look at that.
Oh!
Yeah, got any show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Before we get...
So they call it hatred. They're saying that we hate them. They're saying this is why white people hate us. They always go to hatred. Oh, we hate them. Really? Well, they're smashing and destroying everything, and we still don't hate them. We actually give them money and food stamps and free housing. We shower them with gifts. Hate them? What are you talking about? Nobody hates these Negroes. They get rewarded.
You want me to go to jail? You want me to go to jail? You want me to go to jail? You want to give me my money? You want to give me my money? You want to give me my money? I tell the police I did it. Tell the police I did it. Give me my money. Give me my money. Nigga, now you don't give it to me one way. I got to get trying to get out the way.
Bitch, give me my money. Bitch, give me my money. Yeah, y'all know that's all right.
You want to pay for my money? You want to pay for me? I'm going to pay for you too. Fuck you back up. Fuck you.
That's what Oakland looks like. Oakland, California. You know, in the 40s and 50s and even into the 60s, California was very beautiful and safe and white. And now look what you have. Do you notice any difference? I mean, I'm in a realm of zombies. There's very few that notice anything in this place. I can keep showing you the truth of this realm and people deny it day after day after day.
Yeah, got a new show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Before we get to today's video, don't forget about our new giveaway. Ford 250 King Ranch and Camper and $10,000 in cash. To get in the win, just go pick up some of my Methylene Blue. I just took it. I got all kinds of energy. Anything you buy on my website, officialhorsetwins.com, get you automatically into the win. But also, guys, I just gave my money back. Even though we have a policy for certain items, you know, to say that's final purchase, you can't return this, you know.
Well, if you give her money back, if you bend the knee to her, oh, she's coming back.
No, you said, no.
This how you handle it. Don't give her money back. And then when she do this, now I got to hurt you. Well, take it back. I ain't got to hurt you. I got to stop you. And I'm going to stop you.
Yeah.
You ain't going to tie my store up. You ain't going to tear my store up.
Yeah, there you go. You sound like a Seltzer for a moment.
Instead of saying tear, I said tie.
Yeah, but Keith, man, come on, man. If he just gave it out, he could avoid all this. I think she's probably caused maybe around $500,000 in damage.
$500,000?
I said $500 to $1,000 in damage.
Only $1,000 in damage?
I'm being conservative. She caused a lot of damage. The thing that she probably want her money back was probably under $5. So you got to think smart, man. These Septuagint's, they'll ruin your whole store, man.
I don't know
what over $5.
Yeah, I don't know what makes her think she can go out in public dressed like that. Is there a beach in Oakland? She's dressed like she's going to the beach.
Yeah, it's right by San Francisco, by the water. But she ain't going to no beach.
Our community is such a joke. They're making memes about us.
And rightfully so.
Check this out.
I swiped the EBT. It said decline. Girl, I ain't paying no cash. Hell no.
You ever been in a situation like this with a bonnet-wearing LaFonda? You're not racist. You're just exhausted.
That's when my doctor prescribed me Civilize. Not to make it better, just so I could keep my mouth shut and walk away.
With Civilize, you don't hear the ignorance. You don't feel the heat. You just move forward. Thanks to Civilize, I don't even hear it anymore.
Do we need them in our country? They laugh at this. They actually know that they disturb everyone. They know that they bother you. They know. They know that they're ruining everything. They know they're ruining everything. They know that. They know they're ruining everything. Yes, it was on a Faye. I've seen footage of even concerts in Oakland, and it was beautiful. Leonard Skinner was playing there. The whole audience was white. And it wasn't destroyed. It wasn't trashed. It wasn't garbage. It wasn't garbage. Would America be better without them? Do you like my solution? Does anyone like my solution? There are solutions. Do you remember my solution? Here's my solution. Float away, float away, float away. Float them away. Just float them away. That's the best solution. Float them away. Float them away. Float them away. Float them away. In a thunderstorm. Float them away. Float them away. What show are you watching?
No.
What show are you watching, everyone? This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. It's the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Man, it's too funny.
I don't think the black community realizes how much of a joke our community is.
They don't. You gotta have a brain to understand what's going on.
We are a joke.
Yeah. Then I used to deny it for the longest. I said, no, it's just the ratchet ends, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But no, that's us. Because when you call it out, people call us the sellouts. Right?
We call it out, right?
When we call it out, they call us a sellout, black people.
Yeah.
So, okay, if I'm a sellout, that means that's our culture.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to align with that. So it is us. You can't deny that's not black culture, because it is. Because more often than not, any black person you encounter, it's going to be very similar to this. You know?
Right.
There's no denying it.
Yeah, this is nuts.
You've been denying it for decades, for generations already, your behavior. And it's getting worse and worse and worse. You're not the same as us. You don't behave like us. It's not just melanin difference. This is the way you behave. Okay? Float them away.
You have to be insane to wear that outfit and think you look okay.
Is there a beach?
Well, Oakland, San Francisco is right by the water. I don't know if they have a beach, though.
I mean, she dressed like she's going to the beach.
No, she.
Why would you dress like that? You know your body looks like that.
Well, because black men love that.
They just can't figure it out that she's not going to the beach. They can't figure it out. Dumb.
No, they don't.
Black men love obese women. Look at the white women they date. I mean, Keith, man, come on, think about it. All your black friends, when they show a girl twerking, it's disgusting how big these girls are. Black people are into that. Why else would she wear something like that? Dudes have complimented her.
So, oh, girl, you fit, you fine. Let me see what it do, baby. That's me trying to. I sound like a white guy trying to be, but I'm black.
Hey, just
that is.
That's not attractive, man.
Yeah, that's
that underwear she's wearing. She's so.
Oh my!
It looks like she's wearing a thong.
Did you see that?
But it's just regular underwear.
Watch this. Look, watch this part.
I mean, regular.
Look at that. Watch this. Like she's clothesless.
Is that underwear she wearing?
It's a bathing suit, Kevin.
That's a bathing suit?
What do you call it?
I think it's normal underwear. It makes it look like it makes it look.
They're trying to think of the word bikini. They can't think of it. They can't tell. These Negroes need help. And these are ones that are supposed to be smarter ones with millions of viewers, including white people, that view this and think these two Negroes are smart. They're smart.
Look like a thong. Yeah, that's a bathing suit. That's a bathing suit. It's abomination is what it is. That's a wig. You think?
Oh, no kidding. That's a wig. She doesn't have long, straight hair. These guys are geniuses. And this is what conservatives watch. A lot of white conservatives watch this garbage. And they say, well, at least they vote conservative, these two Negroes.
See? That's a bathing suit. See how big it is in the back? It just gets all sucked up in the black hole right there in the front.
They're still trying to figure out if it's a bathing suit or not. This is the level they're at. And a lot of you will make excuses and do mental gymnastics and say, they're not all dummies, Stephen. Not every single one. Not every single one. As everything gets worse for you and your children and grandchildren, and you defend it. That's how stupid a lot of people are. They defend what harms you, what hurts you. You go ahead. A lot of you have done that with everything in this hell realm that tune in here. You try to defend away everything. You'll even lie and say that they don't wear bonnets out in public and that they don't wear wigs. Almost every black woman in America wears a wig. Almost everyone. Not 100% though. That's how idiotic so many fucking people are. Lost causes. You belong in this realm. You belong here.
Right. So you don't see it's a black hole. Well, this lady doesn't have a conscience. She don't have a conscience. Yeah. Hey man, you could go on TikTok. Mm-hmm. Just type in another day in Oakland. Hey, watch this. We'll pull them up. See, watch this. This is another day in Oakland.
Oh, bust a move. Bust. Oh. Don't play with it. Oh. Woo. Oh, it's getting hot in here. Woo. You do. Woo. Oh, yes. Why, baby? Why? Yes. Yes, nephew. Yes. Yeah. Hey, all right, sir. Bust it open. Oh, that's a bee. Hold on.
You see that bee fly in front of her? She's like, ooh, that's a bee. That dude ain't got it all upstairs. There's another video. Just a normal day in Oakland.
And then you have to realize that there's archons and demiurge up in the astral realm. So that's...
Oh, wait a second. Look who's on the Jack Talcott show all of a sudden. Isn't this interesting? Check this out. Look who's on Jack Talcott all of a sudden.
Themselves.
There's Mr. Pie. They're all connected. They all know each other. Look at this. Fascinating, isn't it? Look at this.
Are you familiar with me, with what I do?
Yeah.
It makes sense to me.
I mean, I would, you're right. Me and Snappic kind of give a...
There's the gay stripper, Mr. Pie. Look at this. He looks like he's on something. He's drugged out or something.
Wrong. I don't.
Yeah, I'm not sure who this is actually. So, just to be safe, I'm gonna play along. Red Pill, Serena. Welcome.
Oh, hello. That's my YouTube name, by the way. My real name's Nicholas.
Okay. Well, thank you. How are you today, Nicholas?
I'm doing good. How about you?
feeling blessed. Are you familiar with me, with what I do?
Yeah, I kind of am familiar because I know with the Sanity Machine El Diablo, I heard that he had some beef.
Yeah, that's usually pretty true. Good to see you. Welcome.
I know. It's pretty crazy because I know with the Sanity Machine, he just reacted to your stuff and he just says the most random garbage.
It's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts
on the Sanity Machine?
No, on Jack.
Curiously, yeah. What if you're seeing me from the Sanity Machine, you probably don't have a great idea of who I am. I'm hoping that's the case. Is that true?
Well, I don't really have that much of a good idea, but truth is I've seen the videos that Sanity Machine has played multiple times.
So what does that mean to you?
Yeah, that's curious. What does that mean, please?
Well, with the Sanity Machine, I mean, I just think he has some entity attachments with, you and me. I saw his community post where he bullies others, including my channel too.
Oh, you too? You're in that group as well? All right. Well, welcome to the club.
Do you believe that this is a hell realm and there's no way out?
Well, I personally believe this is a matrix and there.
When did I ever say there's no way out? They always change things. They never look in, and they always misrepresent. They always lie and warp things. Look at them looking at them. They just love it. Does anyone want to see another picture of him? Here we go. He would get along great with Jack. I think Jack might dress like this as well. Here he is. Here's Nicholas. Red Pill Serena Pokemon fan. Here he is. What do you think of him? What do you think of him? What do you think of Nicholas? Do you see him? Who is this Chase Creeman's character in the chat room? I don't recognize some of these creatures. I guess I'll get rid of them. Goodbye, Chase, whoever the fuck you are. Goodbye, creepy creature. Goodbye. Does anyone want to defend this guy, Nicholas? You're free to do it. Dressed all in pink. Did you see the video I did earlier? I'm showing you where you are, and a lot of people will isolate it to. It's just one or two creeps, one or two weirdos, but you're wrong. You're not seeing. You're going to learn one way or the other.
And this is a hell realm, but I think there's ways to get out of it, basically.
There is.
And what is it?
The way of Jesus.
I think it's that you don't have any entity attachments, I think.
Yeah, this isn't creepy at all, is it? Is this creepy?
I think you just got to become spiritually advanced, and then you have to realize that there's archons and demiurge up in the astral realm. So that's the only way to get out of there. And I think you go through some dark void, I believe. That's what I heard.
My experience is similar to that. I went through a dark night of the soul, and many people go through that dark night of the soul. It's like going through the pits of hell.
Yeah.
And in that pits of hell, in that darkness that we must travel, that's where our light is found, because it's in our loneliness and despair that we can find that light, and the light leads us out of the dark.
Exactly.
It's kind of simple, actually, when you think about it, but most people don't have time to stop and think. They're always on the go.
Yeah, I know. With the sanity machine, he thinks that everyone's going to get recycled. Personally, I think he's going to get recycled because he doesn't know 10% of the astral. And I know Tony Sayers had mentioned things about reincarnation, soul trap.
Sorry, yes, the soul trap and the reincarnation. There's a lot of mysteries, but the reality is, what happens beyond the veil is irrelevant. What is truly important is how we treat each other every day. It's irrelevant. Soul trap and the reincarnation. There's a lot of mysteries, but the reality is, what happens beyond the veil is irrelevant. What is truly important is how we treat each other every day. And
yeah,
this sanity machine, insanity machine, he does not get that.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't even get that. What's crazy is that he calls everybody creatures, including people like True Tiger, Tony Sayers, me, I don't know, Demon Slayer. Like, he calls a lot of people demons.
Mm-hmm. It's fascinating how people are, especially in this online. So how long have you been doing a YouTube channel? You said yours is Red Pill?
Yeah, I've been doing the YouTube channel for a year. I just do vlog videos and I make random spiritual videos. Basically, with my own opinions, my own twists. I do take inspiration from the sanity machine, but not completely. But the sanity machine has called me Team Evil channel.
You're on the Team Evil too, huh? According to him?
Well, yeah, he thinks I'm part of Team Evil, basically. Like, he literally thinks that. Like, he thinks it's funny because he puts me in Team Evil, but the thing is, I take inspiration from him. Like, I never stole his content, and then he just laughs it up, saying, oh, I'm part of Team Evil now, apparently, according to him. So I'm like, I guess I should just ignore it. Guess I should use my real spiritual sense and realize, yep, it's entity attachments, it's evil. Demonic attachments keeps you tied to the hell realm prison. And I'm like, I don't want any entity attachments. So your best advice is just to walk away from evil.
Testing.
Many times it is.
Also, speaking of that,
Looks like it ended. They ended the stream. I tried to get on, but they ended it.
Gene's watching your live streaming right now.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I think King Steven's just deciding to watch it.
Many times it is.
Also, speaking of that, by the way, I think the same machine's watching your live streaming right now.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I think King Steven's just deciding to watch it. Look, they're making fun of me. It's crazy.
All right. It's, this is the realm that we're in. So, Red Pill, I want to thank you for joining, and you're welcome back. Tonight is not the normal, hanging out. Tonight I'm just doing a brief show up with our friend, but I do thank you for swinging through, and I hope you swing back again.
Yep, it's sure a good thing. Decided to pop by because, yeah, just wanted to see what you were up to. So, yeah, hope you have a good night.
Thank you, brother. You too. God bless,
Bye.
my friend. He does not get that.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't even get that. What's
The soul trap and the reincarnation. There's a lot of mysteries, but the reality is what happens beyond the veil is irrelevant. What is truly important is how we treat each other every day. And
yeah.
the sanity machine, insanity machine, he does not get that.
Yeah, I know. He doesn't even get that. What's crazy is that he calls everybody creatures, including people like True Tiger, Tony Sayers, me, I don't know, Demon Slayer. Like, he calls a lot of people demons.
It's fascinating how people are, especially in this online. So how long have you been doing a YouTube channel? You said yours is Red Pill?
Yeah, I've been doing the YouTube channel for a year. I just do vlog videos and I make random spiritual videos, basically with my own opinions, my own twists. I do take inspiration from the Sanity Machine, but not completely. But the Sanity Machine has called me Team Evil channel.
You're on the Team Evil too, huh? According to him?
Well, yeah, he thinks I'm part of Team Evil, basically. Like, he literally thinks that. Like, he thinks it's funny because he puts me in Team Evil, but the thing is, I take inspiration from him. Like, I never stole his content, and then he just laughs it up, saying, oh, I'm part of Team Evil now, apparently, according to him. So I'm like, I guess I should just ignore it. Guess I should use my real spiritual sense and realize, yep, it's entity attachments, it's evil. Demonic attachments keeps you tied to the hell realm prison. And I'm like, I don't want any entity attachments. So your best advice is just to walk away from evil.
Many times it is.
Also, speaking of that, by the way, I think the entity attachment. So your best advice is just to walk away from evil.
If I'm so evil, why is he smiling and laughing about it? He knows what he's doing. And I know that some of you are on the path to defending these creatures. You'll say, well, they don't know, he doesn't know any better. And out comes the excuses. Whether you vocalize them or not, some of you are probably afraid to vocalize them, knowing that I will smack you down for saying something stupid. But I bet there are people here thinking it. He doesn't know any better. He knows exactly what he's doing. The smirk on his face, pay attention to the body language. He's loving the attention. You know, some of you that are tuned in perhaps right now will be stuck here with them, with the creatures on the screen, because what you're focused on is defending them instead of seeing them for what they are. You're going to be here with them. Congratulations. And I won't feel bad about it because I spent years trying to get through to you and what they are. And you don't want to pay attention. You just want to watch my channel like it's entertainment. Your loss. Stay here. He won't be smiling when this is sealed. Tell you that much. And neither will some of you that refuse to pay attention and focus to what's right on the screen. Why do you think he went over there to begin with? He knows exactly what he's doing as much as Creep Alley, Taylor, and others. They're showing you what kind of realm you live in, and a lot of you just want to make excuses. Some of you will even say, oh, he's mentally delayed, or he's this, or he's that, or he's this, or he's that, and all the excuses. I wish you'd just pour all your excuses out onto a big table, or make a spreadsheet or something. Because I'm tired of most of you. What do I mean? Most of humanity defends evil in this realm, and I've shown that and proven it on my channel. Most of you do that. And then you'll want me to cry for you. Well, you're crying for demons. You're standing up for demons. I don't care if you can't see it either at this point. You've had years. You've got spiritual issues. I have years worth of content. If you've gone through my content, anybody tuned in to my channel that hasn't just found my channel, and you've been here a long time and you can't see it, I don't want you near me because I know there's something wrong with you. You have spiritual issues. I don't want you in my life at all. And I'm not kidding about that. And I've talked about it with some of my moderators, and some see it. I don't know if all do, but some do. I won't name them, but some see it. And they said, yeah, they've had more than enough time. If they don't see it by now, it shouldn't take this long to see it. They have issues. Absolutely. And I agree. We're in agreement. Some of my mods are in agreement with me on that there's real deep spiritual issues with some people that come to my channel, because it shouldn't take this long. That's a tell in itself. Okay. It shouldn't take you 5, 6, 7 months being here. I can't change evil into good. I can't change you. I can show you what this world is. But truth doesn't make you a better being. Some of you are just spiritually fucking corrupted. Your FUBAR, like Roshan, for example. She was here for 6 to 7 months. Nothing changed in her spiritually. And nothing changed in the creature on the screen that likes to dress up in pink. He likes to play dress up. You're free to defend him if you want to. But it shows what you are, and some of you are afraid to be seen. You're in hiding on my channel. Some of you lurkers are probably creepy like he is. I suspect there's a lot of you in this realm. A lot more than people realize.
Many times it is.
And I'm like, I don't want any entity attachment. So your best advice is just to walk away from evil.
Many times it is.
Also, speaking of that, by the way, I think the same machine's watching your live streaming right now.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, I think King Steven's just deciding to watch it. Look, they're making fun of me. It's crazy.
All right. It's, this is the realm that we're in. So, Red Pill, I want to thank you for joining, and you're welcome back. Tonight is not the normal, hanging out. Tonight I'm just doing a brief show up with our friend, but I do thank you for swinging through, and I hope you swing back again.
Yep, it's sure a good thing. Decided to pop by because just wanted to see what you were up to. So hope you have a good night.
And there's drug addict Special K in the chat. I suspect all of these creatures are fucked up and demonic. And I don't care if you disagree with me. It doesn't bother me at all. The majority in this realm are demonic. If you don't like hearing it, go away. Go to another channel.
Good night.
Thank you, brother. You too. God bless,
Bye.
my friend. Peace. Well, that was fun. That was nice. There we go.
Jack Joseph, he's got a nice hotel room here.
Don't start sending any wrong ideas, okay?
No, I'm not staying here.
No, he's not. Jeff's not staying here. I do think it is time to start wrapping up, though. Okay, Jeff, bless you. I really do appreciate you joining. What do you think on that one? Do you see it? Whoops. Are you seeing that? We got a guest in the back, and I was asking for another opinion. I'm going to say no.
Snaps.
Yeah, we don't need any snafu here tonight. So thank you for trying again, Snafu. I appreciate you. You're definitely persistent. Brothers and sisters, I am going to wrap it up here. Want to thank you. I mean, sincerely, Jeff, swinging by, driving over, coming through to say hi. We've got some records, some evidence. I'm not lying. Jeff's a witness. I'm not AI. I'm actually a real boy, and there's amazing things that are happening. Some evidence. I'm not lying. Jeff's a witness. I'm not AI. I'm actually a real boy, and there's amazing things that are happening with us all. I'm not AI. I'm actually a real boy, and there's amazing things that are happening with us all. Brothers and sisters, I love you deeply. Jeff, you want to say anything on our way out?
This shit is kind of surreal to me. So I'm here with Jack Talcott. I gave him a hug.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give him a hug before I leave. And
He sounds like he's drugged. This is so gay. I think they all are though, in the panelverse. Illumitami, Flo Gay, Jack Talcott, Paula, the slave. I think they're all gay. Snafu. I think all of them are. This Mr. Pie creature. I think they all are Nama's gay.
so I'm really happy right now.
Good. Me too. And so it's Jack friggin' Talcott signing off once again with Mr. Pie live from Dallas, Texas. Till next time, choose love, peace for everyone, and live without fear. Thank you again. God.
What substances is Mr. Pie on right now? What is he on? He seems drugged. What a fucking weirdo. Look at this.
World for others.
Look at this.
So it seems
the eyeglasses grab, the big tongue flick.
It's like a logical path for people to. That's what he said.
I said it. Everyone here is jealous, obviously.
Talcott, and here Mr. Pie and I. I'd forgotten that Mr. Pie is also here in the Dallas area, and so he was Talcott. And here we're doing something a little bit different. As you can see, the elephant in the room, Mr. Pie, is already here with me. I'd forgotten that Mr. Pie is also here in the Dallas area, and so he was kind enough to reach out to me, and we thought, what better way to celebrate and to document the final, not final, but the unification of longtime friends. Mr. Pie and I have been friends for a while, and
oh, by the way, that Nicholas creature is connected with Demon Slayer. For anyone that thinks that, well, anyway, if he has any defenders here, you won't last long here anyways. Any defenders here, you're not going to last. They're all liars. And there was someone on my channel that said they couldn't believe how many defenders there was of Jason until they saw it with their own eyes. Thousands. A lot of you haven't come to terms with this being a hell realm in a deep way. And I keep trying to show you. But I'm trying to show people that still kind of have a blindfold half on. You just do. And I hope you see it one day for your own sake. And some of you don't understand that. You think it's for my sake, or there's some paranoid idiots here that think that I make money doing this. You're really nuts. I'm doing it for free to try to help you. And I can't help most of you see. I don't know what's wrong other than to say spiritual issues or your different species of spirit if you can't see it by now. Because you should be able to see this easily. This isn't difficult to see. They lie about me every day. And some of you can't figure that out. Channel after channel. And you're like, well, they lied about me, some of you will say. They lie about me every day for thousands of days. Every day. Okay? It's some of them. It's somewhere in the panelverse or some YouTuber or some channel. Every day. For years, this has been going on. And some of you are just that slow. You can't piece it together and say, wait a second. They've been lying about Stephen for years. There's got to be something with this. What is going on? What's different about Stephen? And why are they such a pack of liars? And piece it together. This isn't difficult. It really isn't. It's not hard for me to see. Some people were following the so-called panelverse for years before I came along, and they couldn't see what it is. And then I come along, and I'm the first one to really expose it that I've ever seen. Who else is exposing not just one channel, the whole fucking thing, all of it? It's me versus all of them. I wish you could see it, but I can't help you. I'm going to have to go away and stop doing this because I'm not reaching anyone. There's something wrong in this realm with people that can't see anything. I swear I could put gold bars in front of you and you'd look at it like it's fucking spray painted gold spray paint on tinfoil. And I'd be like, no, these are solid gold bars. This is real. This is many, many, many thousands of dollars. This gold bar is 20 grand or 50 grand. You just can't see it. I don't know what's wrong with most of you, other than to say that my theories, I suspect, to be correct. If I'm wrong on those, on species of spirit, then I don't know what it is. Because it couldn't just be mind control, because it would affect me too, if that was the case. I'm in the same realm, subjected to the same frequencies that you are. So I think there's spiritual differences. I don't know what's wrong with many of you. That includes people that come to my channel and sit here for 6 months. There's something wrong with you. And you're also, most of you are not moral beings. Most that have been on my channel by the thousands have no moral compass. You'll betray someone in a heartbeat that has spent years trying to help you. And that speaks to what you are, not just to making a mistake or you did something bad or, oh, I regret turning on you, Stephen. I've heard all of the excuses before. Some even tried to come crawling back after Team Evil went after them. And they said, you were right. They are evil, Stephen. It's too late. You made your choice. Go stand with them in the flames. And you're going to understand what I mean one day. Because I'm not dealing with this for eternity. And I'm serious about that with every bit of my spirit. And some of you would deal with this. You'd say it's okay. It's better than nothing. You'd settle for this shit for eternity. I know you would. And some humans have told me that they would. They've told me that live. And they've told me in emails. I pay attention to what's said, not just to what I think of this realm. I pay attention to what human beings say and do. I pay attention and I remember. And some of you would settle for this. You'd settle for being reincarnated here forever because you're afraid to die. You're afraid to do anything other than this realm. You're afraid of the great unknown. And some of you have even told me this. Some of you humans have said you'll settle for this. It's not that bad. And I won't. So do you see the fucking difference? When someone will settle for this shithole and I'm telling you I won't. This is easy. This is easy stuff. But it's like nothing gets through to most of you. Most of humanity is incapable of learning the things that I say. Incapable. As much as I try to simplify it. Just incapable. So be it. I can't help you. I'm going to sever my ties clean, cut you loose, and say, demons, have at it. And some of you go, what? You would do that to us? Well, you're not learning. I can't help you. I've tried for free for years, pouring tens of thousands of hours. If you look at the amount of time I put into these YouTube channels, including some channels that are gone before you even got here. You weren't even around. I've been doing this and doing this. And most of you are not reached. There's something wrong with you. And I know you don't like to hear it because it stings your ego and it makes you think, oh, he's egotistical or he's this. Why don't you look in the mirror and say, yeah, there is something wrong. If I've been on his channel for 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, a year and a half, 2 years, and I don't get it, there's something fucking wrong with you deeply. And I don't think it's just mental. I don't think you're just mentally slow. I think you have real deep spiritual issues. Perhaps demonic attachments, perhaps not. Perhaps you've just been degraded by this realm to the point where you can't spiritually understand what I'm speaking. I might as well be speaking Japanese underwater or Pig Latin underwater. And that's what it sounds like to you because you don't get it. You should be able to get this stuff at the snap of a finger. Like it's really not difficult when I lay it out this way and I show you what this realm is and I show you the demons day after day after day and I expose the whole panelverse for you. I didn't have to do that. I could have just left it alone and pretended it doesn't exist and let people just by the thousands be wrapped up in it and brainwashed. I see through this stuff lightning quickly. And it pains me to slow myself down trying to teach people, and it's still not slow enough because they'll sit here for 6 months and learn nothing. You are very different from me if you've been here for 6 months and you haven't learned anything. You're very different. Very different. And by different, I mean I don't want you around me for eternity. I don't want to have to deal with you. I don't want to have to deal with you torturing me for eternity because you're so tediously fucking slow and annoying, and you refuse to just look at things as they are. It's the simplest thing to do. It's not difficult. And you'll make excuses and excuses for years and years and years and years and years. You don't want the truth. You don't want to learn. You don't want to grow your spirit. You don't want to become stronger. You don't want your spiritual vision to improve. You want to do more along the lines of what that creature on Talcott's show was doing. You want attention, and you want to be evil. And you're going to pay for it. I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you're offended. Why would I care? Some of you have just played along and pretended the whole time you've been on here. Why should I care about you when you've been fake towards me this whole time? The simple answer is I don't. I don't. I'm not dealing with you demonic pieces of shit for eternity. And that's what most are in this realm. And you prove it every day. It's not a mistake. It's not a one-time accident. No, oh, I'm so sorry, Stephen. I betrayed you by accident. It's every day that you demons show what you are. Every day. And as I've said, pay attention, observe. It's all you have to do. You don't have to be a super genius to notice this. But a lot of you are just lazy as fuck. And it's beyond aggravating. I don't want to be around you for eternity. I don't want to be around your kind.
They're always on the go.
Yeah, I know. With the sanity machine, he thinks that everyone's going to get recycled. Personally, I think he's going to get recycled because he doesn't know 10% of the astral. And I know Tony Sayers had mentioned things about reincarnation, soul trap.
Sorry.
Keep them away from children. I hope you do that. I try to warn people. I try to give them good advice, but I know I'm dealing in a realm of fucking creatures that are far more prone to following and believing evil than anything else. Just sickening. And this realm is going to get much more sickening. And you're going to see what I mean. You're going to see what I mean. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing. This place is going to show you how bad it can get. And a lot of you will say you're shocked when you were warned about it. Just tired of the pretenders, and that's what your realm is. Fakes, phonies, frauds, liars, demons, pretenders. Here's a narcissist on the screen coming up.
Psychopaths are charming. Narcissists are charming. Even some professors of psychology who shall remain unnamed are charming. Charming, isn't it? Today we're going to discuss the differences between the psychopath's charm and the narcissist's alleged charm. And apropos charming, my name is Sam Vaknin. I'm the author of Malignant Self-Love, Narcissism Revisited, and the most charmingly imaginable professor of psychology. Which is in itself a very charming subject. Okay, I don't know how many of you know, but within the diagnostic criteria of antisocial personality disorder, and within the tests that are used to diagnose psychopaths, especially the Robert Hare PCLR, superficial charm and glibness are features, clinical features, of psychopathy and antisocial personality disorder. Both the psychopath and the prosocial narcissist are superficially charming, glib, charismatic, magnetic, outgoing, and easygoing, exude self-confidence, inspire followership.
the prosocial narcissist and the psychopath, are often indistinguishable as far as behavior goes, behaviorally indistinguishable, although the psychodynamics and the etiology are dramatically different. As opposed to the psychopath, the classic overt narcissist, the antisocial narcissist, not the prosocial narcissist. This kind of narcissist, the in-your-face, the defiant, the haughty, arrogant, entitled, self-centered, egotistical narcissist, this kind of narcissist is actually not charming. Multiple studies support this assertion that I've just made. These narcissists may end up being the center of attention, the life of the party, the pillars of the community, but they're not actually charming. Studies in Harvard and elsewhere have discovered that narcissists trigger instant repulsion, discomfort, a sense of discomfort. You feel ill at ease around the narcissist. Something is wrong. Something has gone awry. Something is not well put together. Something off-key, out of tune. The narcissist triggers what is known as the uncanny valley reaction. And this happens within 3 to 30 seconds of exposure to a narcissist. Yes, you heard me correctly. Studies have demonstrated pretty conclusively and repeatedly that when you're exposed to a classic overt narcissist, within 3 seconds to 30 seconds, you develop an uncanny valley reaction. You begin to feel uncomfortable. You feel ill at ease. You feel discombobulated and discomfited. You feel that something's wrong. You're unable to put your finger on it. Everything looks okay. But there's a general feeling of creepiness, of something awry, something that doesn't sit well together. As if the person you're faced with, the narcissist, is half-baked, a work in progress, if you wish, not fully human. The narcissist, therefore, is not charming. On the very contrary, it triggers the uncanny valley reaction. Now, some narcissists, as I said, the prosocial or communal narcissists, are ostentatious do-gooders. They are performatively moral, ostentatiously ethical, helpful and altruistic, especially on camera. This is their way of obtaining narcissistic supply.
Do you believe him? He's a narcissist, by the way. He's a diagnosed narcissist. He has narcissistic personality disorder. And people love him, of course. That's the way this realm works. One way or another, you're going to learn. I know people disagree with me on that all the time. I'm fine with that. Disagree all you want. Some of you say they'll never learn. They'll never learn. I think they will. The hard way. Once this is being sealed in, they'll learn, oh, I fucked up. I really fucked up. I sided with evil. I joined with evil. That's what I'm talking about when I speak about learning the hard way. You don't have to learn through pain and suffering. There's better ways of learning, but most humans don't. They don't listen to that. They'll insist that they have to learn that other way. It's just stupidity. I can't save humans from themselves. I can't help you. I can't make you free. I can't make you choose freedom. I think most of you are foobar in this realm. I really do. You don't want to learn. You don't want the truth. You don't want your spirit to become stronger, and a lot of you just don't mind evil. That's a big part of it. You don't mind evil. It doesn't really bother you. And liars don't really bother you. You don't mind. You don't mind being surrounded by them. I know I'm tired of this realm. I'm tired of the liars and the sick demons and evil. but I just don't buy it that most people are, because most people seem to go along with it. Words from this little man, this tiny cot, who believes himself to be Jesus. He believes he's going to meet with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. He believes he's going to end all wars and create world peace. He's delusional.
No, it's true, though. I've been studying the people I've been experiencing. Online is an excellent place to study human behavior and to interact with people at a safe distance. So that's kind of why I've stepped in and played with the crazy ones, like Steven. Steven's clearly not right in the head. Snafu, Tommy. Hell, even Paul, I don't think is right in the head. It's a lot of characters, and Flo and OTW, they know how to make money, but seriously, it's not about Jack. It's about the
words from this little man.
Many people avoid me because they think I'm on the dark side. Oh yeah, I got people saying I got people saying that I'm ex-CIA. I got some people saying I'm ex-CIA. I'm FBI. I'm a government agent. I'm a shill of the tiny hats. That I'm really law enforcement in disguise. All kinds of shit. And then at the same time, the same guys are like, I really raped that girl, which everybody who's read my court paperwork knows that didn't really happen. She's never claimed I did. I was just a participant in the crime. I didn't actually do that. John Ernesto did, but it doesn't matter. The same people that say I'm FBI and CIA also say that I did that shit. So it doesn't even matter. The truth doesn't even matter. They're just throwing everything at me, throwing everything on the book at me. But none of it sticks. Many people.
In here.
Slow motion twat caught. Look at that tongue. Look at that. God damn.
In here. We do have our first guest. Thank you for your patience. So I was encouraged. I've been looking at myself, honestly, right? I've allowed myself to get soft. I've got this amazing, incredible body it's built to move. Our bodies are built to move and to swing and to climb and just run and jump and do everything. Our bodies are amazing. And I haven't found the motivation and inspiration to go for a run or really do a good workout. You know, I'm like, in here.
Hey guys, it's Matt. This is not an AI person. This is not an AI generated image from Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, or other, nor is this an AI voiceover. I'm going to start my presentations about twice a month with that. And although many of you are saying, well, how can we possibly tell the difference? It's 2025. I'll tell you how you can tell the difference, because it might only be one time during this entire presentation. It might be 2 or 3 times, but at some point I'm going to pull off a joke that works. The AI can't do that. Nor does it make human-type mistakes. At some point, I'll stutter, I'll make a mistake. Nor does it make human-type mistakes. At some point, I'll stutter, I'll make a mistake in my verbiage or in my diction, whatever that means. The AI can't do that. It doesn't know how to. Maybe in a few months or a few weeks, but not right now. So for now, if I point these key differences out between the real Matt and the AI Matt that the trolls will someday use to discredit me, if I ever come forth to you and just say a bunch of ridiculous things that goes against everything I've ever mentioned in this Amish classroom, then you know it's not me. and you know it's not Joe Rogan. Anyway, have you seen The Internship with Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn? There's a very funny scene during the orientation where they are asked questions about their conduct of what they're going to go through in the internship, and they have paddles, and they answer green with yes and red with no, and then what do you think, class? Taking food home from the office, or at Google, they all get this free food all day long. It's all free. Lunch, whatever, it's all free. Taking food home from the office. And Vince, they want to take food home, of course. So Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson, they say, yes, I have a white paddle. I have for today's exercise, which will be a graduation exercise for truthers to potentially get from your middle school classroom to high school. That's what today's video is going to be about. An examination for your graduation from middle school to high school using these paddles. Anyway, taking food home from the office. And Vince Vaughn, of course, and Owen Wilson, oh yeah, definitely. Of course, the rest of the class knows not to do it, and they raise the red paddle. Another one was dating another worker here. And, of course, they want to date. And what if it's an older worker, more mature, that's the head of a different department? That's not okay. Anyway, it's a funny scene. There's, the internship is scene by scene. There's 10 scenes that are pretty funny. The rest is this pretty bad movie. But anyway, we're going to do this today. I'm going to ask to get the truthers that think they're ready to graduate from middle school to the high school. I'm going to ask a series of questions. Now, I've only thought of a few of those questions. I'm going to need to do a break at the end of each segment to prepare the next question. So there's going to be a lot of cuts and breaks in this presentation. But again, I appreciate if the old guard want to be here to proctor the exam, or to monitor the exam, or to monitor the comments. I appreciate the old guard being here. I told the old guard if you had fields to clear, you didn't have to be here. You just sit in the front rows anyway and sleep. You know more than I do about most of this stuff. But we have a lot of middle schoolers here, and in the back, the spitballers in the elementary school. If the elementary school spitballers want to try to answer some of these questions, it might get you a little bit quicker into the middle school, like a fast track for smart people. So let me prepare my first question, and then I'll be right back, and we'll do each question in similar fashion. So in summary, guys, most of these test questions are aimed at the 6th grade truther through the 8th grade truther. When I went to high school, which was called Upper Merion Area High School in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania. How strange is that name to anybody that didn't grow up there? King of Prussia. It is normal to us. You're kind of born there. You say to somebody from Indiana, I'm from King of Prussia. What? It's the weirdest thing they ever heard. It's just normal to us. Okay. If you're a 6th grade truther, 7th or 8th grade, and you want to try to get to high school, in my Upper Merion, the high school was separated from the middle school between 8th and 9th grade. So if you want to graduate and get to the high school, which will start you off at 9th grade, and Czar will help too, then anybody at, say, 6th through 8th grade can participate in this exam. If certain exam questions come up that could potentially get the 12th grade truther into the graduate level, or even some of the spitballers, the 4th, 3rd, or 2nd graders, we don't have many here. They don't like this sort of channel. They don't like this. We don't have many spitballers in the back anymore because they don't like personal responsibility. They like blaming someone else for their ills and their failures and how difficult this world is. And they don't like personal responsibility, as Frank points out to me many times. And most importantly, they're addicted to fear. They want end of the world videos. Oh, excuse me, Czar, and don't step on the keyboard, okay? They want end of the world videos. Can you see me? Czar, no thanks. Question number 1, inspired by a comment on the last video, and I get a comment like this about once a week. It was every single video 4 or 5, 6 years ago, but most people have basically moved away. Whatever they keep pushing in terms of this subject matter, they know is not going to rub off on me, but nevertheless, it still comes about.
It's funny to me how he'll get one comment of criticism. I'm bombarded with shit, and he takes it like he just can't take even one little comment of criticism. He could never deal with what I deal with, but it's not worth it because most people want this shit, and people can say whatever, they can call them whatever. Most people on YouTube, most people in this realm that call themselves truthers want shit like this channel that I'm showing, Humpty Dumpty, or the others, or Jason Braziers with his almost 200,000. I've said it and people didn't get it, and they said I couldn't believe you, Stephen, that people want that. Yes, you do. The majority of you don't want real truth. You don't want quality. You don't want channels that are free. You want to pay to be programmed by shitheads and liars and agents and felons and grapists. That's what you want because that's what you support. And you didn't just get a chance of 2 weeks and, oh, he's just running away. No, I did this for years. Years. And there's less support now today than there was 2 years ago. Less. So I'm reaching less people and getting less support by the day, less views, less people coming around. And the shithead Team Evil channels are growing. Congratulations. That's where you belong. You've chosen. I told people, what do you think I was talking about? Choose wisely. It was multiple things by that slogan, hashtag choose wisely. You have chosen. You have chosen. There's going to be no free channels left on YouTube. It'll all be pay for shit. And that's what people deserve because that's what the majority support. You can argue all you want. You can cry about it. You can throw a tantrum. You can say that's sad. You can do all the stupid excuses that people do rather than saying that's true. We did support shit far more. Humanity supports shit. That's what most people support. Demonic shit you pay to be programmed and you love it. And you've shown me that. I could, if I ran this for another 30 years, it'd just be wasting my life doing it and taking away time and energy from others that I could spend my time with. You'd show me the same thing. You're doing the same thing. Most of you support demonic shit. You love low-level shit. You're addicted to it.
About once a week. So the J people that live in a certain part of the Middle East, which some say encompasses the Levant, I can't be too specific. We say the term Israel. Those people are the cause and root of all ill. Those people are the cause of all evil in the world. And if they could just be dealt with, or say rounded up, or put in jail, or whatever might have happened in the past, if those people could be dealt with, then all the world would be all better again. So we need to blame those people and keep calling them out. No. See, they may be part of this machine called Not Milk, but one of several thousand parts. If you want to blame them as the final source of evil, you're lost. In fact, if you thought you were a 7th grader, I'm demoting you down to about 3rd grade. There's a lot of things we could call Not Milk. The Christian calls Satan, the evil of this world. Many different moving parts, many different types of components, potentially many different types of spiritual entities. So to blame, keep blaming.
Well, here he is. Here's Quack. Sundiata El Baccara. El Baccara. Where's he from? Is he from Somalia? Ethiopia? I don't know. But he even has pronouns, he/him, at Quack, he/him. He filled out the woke pronoun stuff. Fascinating. He/him are his pronouns. Look at that. Joined 2014. There you go.
That group, they blame them as the final source of evil. You're lost. In fact, if you thought you were a 7th grader, I'm demoting you down to about 3rd grade. There's a lot of things we could call Not Milk. the Christian calls Satan, the evil of this world. Many different moving parts, many different types of components, potentially many different types of spiritual entities. So to keep blaming that group, they certainly may be part of it, but to put that as the boss level, the final bad guy, is ignorance and in the extreme. So if that was you, demote yourself down to the elementary school, please. Next question. If there's a major conflict in the world, or a war, or a situation where tens of thousands of people are harmed or worse, a war in the Middle East, whatever it may be, Syria, what happened in Afghanistan, Iraq, that's so corporate interests can get in there and make money. For example, with Iraq, it was about getting the oil. In Syria, it was about a pipeline. These same type of truthers will say many things the Not Milk does is actually because of a money laundering scheme. So the root of it, in many cases, is corporate greed and money. No. So the Not Milk don't need no money. The Not Milk is in a spiritual battle.
Movies Matty made these props. He likes to use props. He used to use Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy dolls. Look at this.
The Not
Milk.
So the Not Milk don't need no money. The Not Milk is in a spiritual battle against you. It can take and get whatever it wants through the Federal Reserve systems around the world, which are all tied together in the same Whopper supercomputer. Nothing is about money. They might feed their corporate interest money because those middle-level managers, those lower-level minions and creeps, need to be rewarded with some sort of remuneration, whatever that means. Those lower-level minions don't just vampirically suck loosh, probably. They think what they're after is magenta speedboats and second home, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh homes, mansions, having women on the side and men on the side, whatever it may be, and gigantic Bentley cars, and they need to be rewarded with that bullshit. So yes, the corporate interest and the money is involved in many of these schemes, but as you don't think as a 7th or 8th grader trying to get to high school that that's one of the primary motivations of Not Milk, do you? No. If you got this wrong, demote yourself down to kindergarten, please. Next question for the middle school truther trying to graduate. An endless focus by you on all the evil deeds being done, on all the evil doers, an endless examination of all the bad things they're doing, even calling it out without seeing the big picture, actually is you empowering the bad guy, even in calling it out. I'll give you a moment to think about this one. Are you in any way, by calling out the evil, empowering the evil? Yes, you are. Now, we can't ignore what's happening, but without seeing the big picture as to who you are, to think about this one. Are you in any way, by calling out the evil, empowering the evil? Yes, you are. Now, we can't ignore what's happening, but without seeing the big picture as to who you really are, how necessary you are to what we call Not Milk. Many believe it wouldn't even exist on its own. First rule of the Kabbalion, all is mind. It needs you. It needs your energy. It needs many things we might not even be aware of to survive. It's a role player here. So if you only go halfway and just point out the evil and try to wake up Aunt Ginny and Uncle Harry, look what they're doing to us, look what they're doing to us, pointing out the evil, look what the controllers and the elite, and then giving them words of praise, just pointing out the trick and the evil being done and the ruse and how they're screwing everybody. If you stop there, it's not enough. You have to see the big picture. That is the first step, pointing it out. But you have to see how powerful you are and what role you play actually in sustaining the Not Milk and providing it sustenance. So the answer to this question is yes. Next question. Now, to start all of this, I should have had you state your name, like an Animal House. I state your name, and they repeat. I state your name. Do hereby pledge. Oh, sorry. I'll ask you now to state your name. Go ahead. Now, you have a variety of different types of documentation to prove who you are. Say if you change your address and need to put the electric bill in your name, you have a driver's license, social security card.
Like these people right here, women like her, are a bigger threat to America than Hamas is. Get ready.
I've had it with white people that triple trumped, that have the nerve and the audacity to walk into a...
Like these people right here, women like her, are a bigger threat to America than Hamas is. Get ready.
I've had it with white people that triple trumped, that have the nerve and the audacity to walk into a Mexican restaurant, a Chinese restaurant, an Indian restaurant, go to perhaps their gay hairdresser. I don't think you should be able...
What about the Mexicans and the Chinese that voted for Trump? Should they be ashamed to go? Should they also be ashamed?
And if you want to triple Trump and you want to browbeat DEI, and you want to browbeat gay people, and you want to browbeat black people as you've been doing for 400 years, and you want to browbeat this generation of immigrants, you want to demonize them and call them rapists, all this shit.
This is a big issue that I think a lot of these liberal people run into, and this is what these Karens do. The muddying of the waters between immigrants and illegal aliens in the country. I think they're doing so much damage to legal immigrants. Races of people are not a collective identity group. They're not monoliths. It's actually the most patronizing form of racism that you can have. Because you're this skin color or because you have this ethnicity or sexuality, then you have to also have all these other viewpoints as well.
I have fucking had it from top to bottom. White people that triple Trump should be banned, boycotted from enjoying the best thing that America has to offer. Get your fat asses out of the Mexican restaurant. Get your fat asses over to Cracker Barrel, because nobody wants to see your fucking smug ass, teeny weeny, pink arm, big gut.
Are you really making fun of the way that people look? I bet she probably...
Teeny weeny, pink arm, big buddy wants to see your fucking smug. Get your fat asses over to Cracker Barrel, because nobody wants to see your fucking smug ass, teeny weeny, pink arm, big gut.
Are you really making fun of the way that people look? I bet she probably had surgery.
Nobody wants to see that shit. No one.
Nah, this is just another episode of Hose Mad. Women like her are a bigger threat to America than Hamas is, because these people will import millions of people that are murderers.
I just got to jump in here. I don't know if this will reach anyone's mind, but if you can't see that humanity's degraded, getting angrier, nastier, more demonic, more fucked up, in general, in society, not just this woman on the screen, it's a little bit broader than that, a little bit bigger picture than that, then you're lost cause. You don't understand what's going on, or you're a demon, and then you deny what's going on. But that is what's going on, and I'm going to be leaving this realm, okay? Not imminently, not in the next day or two or week or whatever, but I will be, and I will get out of here. And I've tried to help you to get out of here if you want to. But what most people show me is they're in love with this hell realm. They love it. And that's undeniable, except to the biggest fucking liars around, which some on YouTube are. They call themselves truthers, and they're the biggest liars around.
And rapists, because they think that they're doing a good thing and that they're a good person. Yeah, it's always interesting watching white women talking about who should and shouldn't go to places that belong to other racial groups without asking people of those racial groups. Sorry, Mexicans. Sorry, Chinese. Karen decided that white people can't go to your store anymore. Jesus Christ, what an obnoxious fucking bitch.
Guys, this might come as a shock, but this woman is actually an avid watcher of the second biggest political streamer on Twitch.
These fellows engage in major...
Is she a white woman or is she Jewish? She really seems to hate white people, and a lot of the Jays do. They don't consider themselves to be white. You can argue if you want to. I have plenty of evidence for that claim and for all of my other claims here. I'm not like most of you that just bullshit constantly. That's what humans do. They just make up shit. And they say, I believe and I feel like, and I believe and I feel like. Tons of evidence that including some I can't even share on YouTube because it's so true, that a certain group is anti-white.
Indoctrination of young minds.
And I appreciate it so much.
This isn't a music video, Hassan. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. I believe what the Houthis are doing is a good thing. 10 toes fucking down.
And I think it's incredibly, incredibly helpful what you all do.
We can't help it, King Stephen. We were programmed. I think most people love the programming. And I'll keep saying what people shake their heads at and they don't like hearing because it's true. Most of you love to be programmed. You love the shit. You love evil. You love what's false. You love to follow narcissistic, demonic liars that slander me and make up shit about me day after day. That's what most people do. Most are not moral beings in this realm. They don't care about the truth. They'll lie in a heartbeat. It's like breathing to them. And you show that all the time. Humanity is what I'm speaking about. You show it constantly. You show me what you are.
What up, guys? Welcome to my reaction series. Today, we are reacting to breast implants making women sick. So, modern women are desperate for attention. They want attention more than they want air and food. This has led to more and more of them getting breast implants. While this may look good, there are many risks in getting fake boobs that people don't talk about. More and more of these women are getting sick from their implants, and let's look at what happens when the women get sick.
Ladies, you may have them or know someone who does. Ladies, you may have them or know someone who does. Breast implants. Approximately 300,000 women and teenagers undergo breast augmentation surgery each year in the United States. The FDA says they're safe. But then why are thousands of women claiming their implants are making them very, very sick? Today, a look at why many women are choosing to remove their implants.
This is the usual standard implant that I use in my practice.
Dr. David Rankin of Jupiter performs roughly 200 breast augmentations a year.
So these are what you would call the gummy bear implants. So
they look like this on surgery day, but over time can look like this. So how long had those been in a woman?
Oh.
These were about 15 years. In this particular case.
And do you remember why they were taken out?
She was having symptoms.
We brought these women together. They all had implants and all.
Well, listen, and the consequences of my own actions. I already know how this is going to go. This is what women do. They get a surgery that has risks. They don't think about the risks. They just want the reward. Then when the bad thing happens, they're going to blame the doctors for not giving them informed consent. And then they'll get a media tour. Then I'm taking a part of it because I do this for work, so keep doing it, ladies. I'll be employed forever, so thank you.
All experienced problems.
Leg swelling, pain in the joints, the brain fog, migraines.
I couldn't even walk up a flight of stairs.
Chronic yeast infections, sinus infections.
I was diagnosed with Lyme disease and lupus.
I probably have a list of 35 to 40 autoimmune things that I struggle with daily.
Something is poisoning me from the inside out.
Dr. Marguerite Barnett has heard horror stories like these for years. Her Sarasota practice specializes in removing breast implants, called explant surgery. Why is all of this happening?
Kelly, I don't know.
Part of it's too, they're done dating, so they might as well just take them out. Let's face it, our generation is in a testosterone crisis thanks to modern lifestyle, poor diet, and environmental toxins. Look.
Hell realm. This couldn't possibly be a hell realm. There's never enough evidence for most on Earth. Never enough evidence.
White people didn't invent slavery. White people didn't invent slavery. White people didn't invent slavery. In fact, they were the first to end it. Yet somehow saying this is controversial. Watch what happens when someone says it out loud.
The reason there is no slavery in the world today, I mean, there's a lot of slavery in the world today, but in the parts of the world where there's no slavery, is because the British Empire ended it. That's why there is no slavery. That is... Well, look, the fact that you are uneducated about history doesn't mean it's funny. So let me educate you now. Let me educate you now. Let me educate you now. I know that the woke narrative and the anti-Western narrative on slavery... Well, you're not practicing free speech very well, are you? You're not practicing free speech very well, are you? The moment I say something you don't like, you're not practicing free speech very well, are you, sir?
Let's be clear. Slavery is evil, but it's an ancient human evil practiced by everyone to everyone. 4 years ago, I went to Ghana. I stood in a slave dungeon where people who looked like me sold people who looked like me to white people. But long before Europeans began the transatlantic slave trade,
he had to go all the way to Ghana to realize that. This is what a lot of black people, they have to see it firsthand to realize they've been brainwashed and duped and that they're ignorant and uneducated. But at least he's one step ahead of them. At least he knows something that's true. Most don't. Most that you'll ever meet for the rest of your life that are colored people think that white people were the only ones that had slaves, that white people invented slavery. They don't know that the British and William Wilberforce was the Brit that started the abolish slavery movement at great cost to British lives, British Navy men, sailors, and fortune that cost a fortune to fight against slavery. But most people don't know anything. But it's a realm of dummies. It's a realm of mindless idiots that never look into anything. And they'll say, we were lied to, Stephen, and they're adults and they've been out of high school for 30 years. And you didn't look into anything, though, did you? On your own. That's most in this realm. They're just lazy, including on YouTube that run channels that believe in the hollow space hoax and the World War II lies and the slavery lies. Most of you drank all the Kool-Aid that you could ever get, that they could ever give to you. You drank it all. The propaganda, the programming, that's what the Kool-Aid is. You drank all the Kool-Aid, most humans. And there's no way to help you because you're not curious. You don't want to learn. You're not open-minded. You're not willing to dump the programming and deprogram. You're not willing to do any work. And it shows when I have a channel like mine for years, a high-level channel, and most people don't learn anything. It's impossible for most of you to learn, and it's impossible to teach you. That's what humans have shown me for 3 years.
there was a trans-Saharan slave trade where people who looked like me sold people who looked like me to white people. But long before Europeans began the transatlantic slave trade, there was a trans-Saharan slave trade. For over 1,000 years, brown Arab slavers sold millions of black Africans across the Sahara. Then came the Barbary slave trade. In North Africa, Arab and African raiders captured and sold over 1 million white Christian Europeans. China, Korea, Japan, India, every one of them practiced slavery. Europeans did take slavery to another scale when they came to Africa. But it's not because they were more evil, it's because they had the technology to commit evil on an industrial scale. So, which major power stopped slavery first? The British, in large part because of pro-human Christian values. The same values America was founded on. The same values that drove white Americans to fight other white Americans to free black Americans in the Civil War. Values missing in places like Libya, where today you can buy a human being for $400. White people aren't better than anyone else, but they're also not worse. Yet, some black people are taught to hate white people, and many white...
Oh, we're not better than anyone else? Well, what have white people invented, and what have Africans invented? Can you tell me the differences? Who created and built civilization?
For $400. White people aren't better than anyone else, but they're also not worse. Yet, Some black people are taught to hate white people, and many white people are taught to hate themselves. We keep pretending evil has a color, as if less melanin means less morality. That lie makes us ignore history and fuels racial hatred. Right now, much of that hatred is aimed at white people. But why should black or brown people care? Because hatred is a hot coal that we hold in our hand, waiting to throw at another. It burns them, but it burns us too. It turns every problem into white supremacy while defending black degeneracy. And when the pendulum swings back, white people react with hostility, and then they defend white degeneracy. The only way out of this is to stop making morality about the color of people.
So he does what they always do. He reduces race down to skin color. It's just color. We're just different colors. He reduces it just down to the surface, skin color. And he calls her a degenerate.
White degeneracy. The only way out of this, hostility. And then they defend white degeneracy. The only way out of this is to stop making morality about the color of people. Because in our capacity for good and evil, we are all equals.
I came across this video by this wonderful black guy, and it generated in me the urge to talk about slavery and all the lies and misconceptions that follows it. I'm a bona fide African, born and raised in Africa, so I think my account on slavery, especially from an African perspective, matters a lot. Now, you've probably heard before that white people invented slavery. Of course you've heard, okay? Because this narrative is being repeated on social media, in college classrooms, and even in pop culture, okay? It's being repeated everywhere. But what if I told you that that is not only historically false, but it is also dangerously misleading? Now, this video is not an attempt at making excuses for anyone, but it is a way of discussing this issue on a fuller, more honest historical view. Because here is the deal. White people did not invent slavery, but they ended it on a global scale. And I'm saying this as a bona fide African, okay? A bona fide African person who gives priority to facts over emotional grievances. Yes, slavery was horrific, okay? And no one should ever justify it. But if we are going to talk about slavery, then let us talk about all of it. The full, uncomfortable global truth. Slavery has existed for thousands of years in every corner of the world, okay? In ancient Egypt, slaves helped build the pyramids. In Greece and Rome, entire economies ran on slave labor. The Chinese Empire used forced labor.
Where's the evidence that slaves built the pyramids? It's ridiculous. You're just doing what dummies do again. They just repeat shit.
For massive infrastructure projects. The Ottoman Empire enslaved Europeans, Africans, and individuals from within its own territory. The Aztecs and the Mayans enslaved neighboring tribes. The Berbers, which refers to the pirates and slave traders from the coastal region of North Africa, specifically the Maghreb, that is the Moroccans, Algerians, Tunisians, and Tripolians, okay? They enslaved white people, Europeans. The Native Americans enslaved each other, as well as other neighboring tribes, okay? Everybody did it. Every race, every tribe. The brutal truth is that slavery was humanity's original sin, not Europe's. Now let's talk about Africa, because this is where the narrative often gets uncomfortable for some of us. Long before Europeans arrived Africa, okay, African societies were already enslaving each other. The kingdom of Dahomey in Benin, they built wealth by raiding villages and selling captives into slavery. The Ashanti region in Ghana, same thing. Slavery was a status symbol, a business, and a cultural norm. We're not just talking about domestic servitude, guys. We're talking about full-on human trafficking, okay? Long before the first Europeans set foot on African soil, Africans sold Africans into slavery. The transatlantic slave trade would not have been possible without African complicity. European traders didn't just march into the jungle and snatch people away. African leaders, kings, chiefs, and merchants captured and sold their own people, sometimes prisoners of war, other times innocent civilians that were captured by these kings and other leaders. Historian Henry Louis Gates Jr., a black scholar by the way, put it this way, okay? He put it very concisely. He said, without complex business partnerships between African elites and European traders.
She's black and she's a woman, 14,000 views. And this is what people want. You want to listen to a dark person teach you about slavery, of course. And you don't listen to white men, of course, in your realm. And every white man who isn't a brainwashed moron knows what I'm talking about. All the evidence for this being a hell realm is on my side. In fact, none of you have been able to come up with counter evidence or debunk me and show that my evidence is not correct. You haven't been able to do it. For years, you've had years to do that. You can't do it. Which proves you're full of shit. Most of you.
Are all the microaggressions that I would no longer have to deal with if the rest of the world wasn't.
Is that a dude or is that a woman? What is that? God damn. What the hell? What are we looking at?
Completely obsessed with anti-blackness. It really reminds me of a line in Higher Learning when Busta Rhymes' character said, "They hate me 'cause they ain't me."
What's up, folks? Yes, sir, we are back again discussing microaggressions against the black community, and apparently it's because we wish we were them. That's right, folks, you heard it here first. We actually wish we were black, and that's why we don't like black people. Sound logic right there. This is an AI video that some black person, black power creator, designed on TikTok through AI. And of course, it matters not because it's an AI video, but because a black person put this video together and thought it was actually true. They ChatGPT'd this probably because they're a little bit too intellectually deficient to figure this out on themselves. But let's take a look at this video and let this person explain how we just really wish we were black, I guess. That's the thesis of this video.
All the microaggressions that I would no longer have to deal with if the rest of the world wasn't completely obsessed with anti-blackness. It really reminds me of a line in Higher Learning when Busta Rhymes' character said, "They hate me 'cause they ain't me." And that is what this is all about. Number one, assumptions about my intelligence or capability, expressing surprise at my intellect or articulation.
Okay, well, you had to AI create a person to be articulate. You had to ChatGPT a script to feed to the AI model. So, there's that. And yes, we are actually surprised when there is a black person that's articulate and can speak well and is not beating people up. That is surprising because that's not the pattern. That's the exception, not the rule. So there's that.
They'll say things like, "Oh, wow, you're smart for a black person." Yes, that has been said to me. They try to portray it as a compliment, but what it is racist and condescending. Assuming a black person could...
First of all, I don't believe you. I don't believe to this program. I know this is AI, but I'm speaking to the person that programmed the AI video. I don't actually believe anybody has ever said, "Wow, you're smart for a black person." If that was the case, show the video. Let's see the proof. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. No, that's never been said in the history of the world.
Couldn't possibly be more knowledgeable or competent in any way than them to make you feel as if you don't belong. Number two, stereotyping behavior or culture, asking questions like, "So, do you rap or play basketball?"
Okay, this is the same argument as like asking Asians if they're good at math. That's like kind of a compliment. "Oh, are you good at basketball?" Where's the problem here? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry the NBA or whatever it's called, I don't watch sports. I'm sorry it's dominated with black people. If we replaced them with all white people, would you be happy? Actually, you'd probably be up in arms in the streets. If rap was taken over by white people, you'd be up in arms about that. You'd call that racist. So I guess we can't win either way because these people hate us.
Assuming we all do. Or you must be good at dancing. Or you're not like other black people. Ooh, that's a good one, ain't it? Number 3, assumption of criminality or danger. The Karen who clutches her person at elevator.
Okay, this is based on facts. This is based on the statistics that really do show that 13% of the population commits 15% of the crime. 50% of the crime, rather. Okay? Pretty bad stats, actually. That's not looking great. So if somebody does clutch their pearls when you walk by, it's because they're basing it on statistical fact. Okay? Take that up with the FBI. I know now they're trying to count everybody else as white so that they can help skew those numbers, and now we're not even getting the true numbers. They're not even reporting on it anymore because that was racist, apparently. But again, you can take that up with the crime stats. Take that up with the brothers. It's not our fault.
Or quickly locks the car door when a black person walks by, or being followed around in a store, which literally just happened to me and my cousins at the mall last week.
Okay, that actually happens to everybody at the store. It's not just you. Because since the crime is through the roof and everybody's stealing everything, retailers have to now lock down. I get looked at. I get followed around the store as well, okay? That's thanks to you. If you guys wouldn't be stealing everything, and anytime you get into a retail shop, you just can't resist the urge. It's like innate, second instinct. Take that up with your own people. If they would stop stealing, nobody would be following you around in the store.
Or being asked, are you lost? When seen in a nice neighborhood or workplace, or calling security or police for made up, non-friendly behavior just because you don't want us around what you believe is a whites-only area.
Again, not true. And again, I would get called on. My brothers work in like landscaping and construction and stuff, and they work in like fancy neighborhoods sometimes, and sometimes in between jobs, they'll sit in their cars in the neighborhoods and they'll get harassed by the people. Like, what are you doing here? You don't live here. That's called living in a gated community. That's one of the perks. If you pay all the money to an HOA to live in a gated community, you have the right to be suspicious of anyone who doesn't live there. You get used to seeing the cars, you know who's the neighbors, you know who the regulars are. So when you see somebody else just hanging around, loitering, you're going to go up to them, you're going to call the HOA manager and be like, who's this person? Are they staking out the place? Do we know who this person is? So again, made up offense for no reason.
Or telling a black person that they are too loud or too aggressive.
They literally are, though, okay? You were banned from, essentially banned from Carnival Cruises because you were so loud, you were ruining the experience for everyone else. A big portion of my channel is covering things like this, so you can just go through my videos and look at example after example. You will have example exhaustion if you look at all the times that they are loud, that they are overly aggressive, over no reason, without provocation. Need I mention Carmelo Anthony?
Whenever we express ourselves, or asking a black person to calm down in a situation where their reaction is completely understandable and warranted. Number 4, denial of individual racism or bias. Saying things like, I don't see color, even though y'all made it up. Or,
you can't make up something that's just objectively true. I mean, can you see us on the screen? Is that made up? Are your eyes lying to you? Or does that look like two different kinds of people? Okay, this video goes on and on. This is a 9-minute 9 minutes. We're not even halfway through. We're 2 minutes into this video, and it's already been lie after lie after lie. This is what these people do. They have to find offense where there is none, okay? Because they're the most entitled group of people in the world, all right? And they will continue. They're allowed to get away with murder, basically, because they're black because of slavery. It's like, can we ever get over this? Are you ever gonna stop? Don't even go onto Black Power TikTok. It's a trip. It's a trip. It's delusion. It's We Was Kangs 101. That's all it is. It's shocking, but that is the world we live in. And don't stop stereotyping people because it could save your life. Don't stop crossing over to the other side of the street if you see some hoodlums coming your way because it could save your life.
More Truther Theater. Another one, another creepy creature. This is an episode or a version of Home Alone you don't want to see. You don't want to be home alone like this or with this creature. I feel sorry for his family. This is really fucking creepy.
Hey guys, what's up y'all? It's your boy Nicholas, aka, Red Pill, Serena Pokemon fan here. We are back again with another exclusive Red Pill, Black Pill video. Today I'm kind of going to be in a different location today, because guess what, guys? I am home alone today, guys. I am literally home alone today. You want to know why, guys? I'm home alone today because, my parents are gone. My parents are at a family friend's house. And so far, I have no shirt on, if you notice, because it's kind of hot out today. So I have no shirt on. So it's just me wearing some pink sweatpants. And, I'm just home alone, just by myself. And today's actually going to be a pretty good day, guys. Because at least I have no brain rot, no iPad kid, no brain rot, no iPad kid, no Antonio, no annoying people, no sets.
He's home alone, guys. Guys, he's home alone. He's home alone, guys. Guys, he's home alone. And he's repeating himself. What do you think? Guys? What do you think, guys?
Schedules, because guess what, guys? I don't have any set schedules, guys. I don't have any set schedules. You want to know why? Because since, my family all went to a family friend. Because since, my family don't have any set schedules, guys. I don't have any set schedules, guys. I don't have any set schedules. You want to know why? Because since, my family all went to a family friend's house today, I get to be home alone for most of the day. So I get to be home from 12 to 7. So that means we'll be grinding out a lot of shit today. I really don't think I'm going to do much today. I think I'm probably just going to stay home. Maybe go to my older brother's work today because I know he's working today. So we'll drive away from Sterling, or we'll drive away from Sterling, Mass area. Just go to my brother's work. So we'll definitely, because I know there's shit on my pink. I gotta wash these pink sweatpants today. Care about what we believe. They really don't give a shit. And that's kind of sad. Family doesn't really care what we like. They don't care about what we believe. They really don't.
I wonder if he'll end his family one day. He's messed up. Very messed up, creepy creature. Messed up, creepy creature.
Give a shit. Like us. Family doesn't really care what we like. They don't care about what we believe. They really don't give a shit. And that's kind of sad. Kind of crazy, right? It sure is. But since, I get to stay at home with no family, I can kind of feel like a pretty princess for most of the day if I wanted to. Because I'm just laying back here. And guess what, guys? I could actually be in the couch or actually could be in the back room of the gathering. But I know today, since my parents aren't home, I know I gotta wash these sweatpants. So I just wanted to wear them for the video. So you can kind of see how cute I look in them. Because I look pretty cute, I could say. But yeah, this is what they look like when I'm wearing them, you know. They look adorable.
This is really creepy. He's really fucking creepy. Filming this way, this is very strange.
People's times. Because if other family schedule. And at least the thing is, I won't have to do things on other people's times. Because if other people are like, you're going to go do this at 1 o'clock, or you're going to go do this at 2 o'clock, or you're going to do this in the afternoon, you're going to do this at 2. Kind of annoying, right? But me, I'm kind of actually happy to stay at home because I feel like a pretty princess just laying down. I wish I had like a tiara I could wear. But I guess I could do something cute. Maybe I could draw a heart on my hand or something. And prove I'm a little cute prince.
Of his feet.
I shouldn't. Could give myself a pedicure if I really wanted to, but I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't.
Does he have hairy feet? Is he a hobbit? Does he have hair on the top of his feet? Look at that, damn. Hair on the top of his feet. Oh my goodness, this is just, I don't know how much more I can show of this.
If I really wanted to, but you gotta do this. At 12 o'clock, you gotta do that. At 10 a.m., you gotta do this. And while they're at a family friend's house, any TVs blasting. Another pro is you can actually be yourself, so I drew this little girly heart on my hand to prove how cute I am. As I like being cute.
Common with demons, long, dirty fingernails. There's a lot of dirt, sharpened, haven't been trimmed, doesn't cut his nails, draws a freaking weird heart. It's the strangeness of demons. It's very common. Very common. Dirty room, food containers, stuff all over the floor, just a complete pigsty. This is the way they live. This is common with demons. Very, very creepy. I don't even know what to say about this. Look at this. Just look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Just look at him. Weird as fuck.
Dang it. Hopefully my underwear ain't leaking. Shit. Ta-da!
They show you what they are. They always show you.
Well.
It's a daemon. That's what it is. It's a daemon. There you go. Another one.
Hey, yo, 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 welcome back to the show. All right, we got Jack Talcott versus his co-host, King Steven. I forget what his channel is called, The Sandy Machine, I believe. So you got the Jack Talcott Show versus the Sanity Machine, or just Jack Talcott versus King Steven, if you will. They have been working together recently and making fairly decent content, but something happened backstage or on the last episode and I must have missed it. But here's a little friendly fight between the two.
You know what? We've got some wonderful folks here in the chat. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link, make it available for those who wish to join the adventures today. Discovering perfection, overcoming flaws. If in fact you can accept perfection is in the eyes of the beholder. Exception can be found without a focus on the flaws. And with that, here we go. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Yes, people are nuts, Jack, and you said it yourself. You were nuts with your mockery and things like that. I just want to say that questions are not accusations. So if someone asks you a question, you have a habit of turning that into saying you're accusing me, but somebody's trying to figure out the truth, especially to clear up rumors and things like that, or
Fair
things
enough.
that are said.
Stephen, fair enough. You presented a reasonable perspective, and I can accept that.
Absolutely, you should.
Perhaps I took it a little bit wrong, but and the word interrogated, that was a little strong.
Yeah, and so was kicking me off as well.
Yeah, well, you were not harmed, right? Now the public defamation, the public doubt, those things are a little bit more seriously than you being placed off the panel.
There was no public defamation. It was a question.
Maybe not in that moment, but here's what you're not trying to understand. I know you've got a pattern. You love to be right. You're an excellent manipulator and a gaslighter. You've been deceived.
That's you, Jack. That's you.
I know that's what you want to believe, but
No.
I'm sorry for taking us off track. Stephen, I have been facing accusations, false accusations, right? Since 2018. I've been questioned about accusations. My time is, I have far more value to share rather than entertaining nonsense accusations. And the fact that you don't see that reveals much about you, Stephen.
No.
Yes.
I was just asking a question because
Stephen,
yeah,
we don't need a repeat of your narrative. Did you understand what I said?
I'm attempting to understand, but I was not around for all those years for those accusations levied against you. I was not making any accusations about you yesterday.
You were questioning me about rumors and accusations you heard. It was a deflection from my purpose for our time, my stream. Remember, Stephen? You're a guest here, and you're wanting to what? Tell you what. To answer your question, no. The question you asked was a misrepresentation of facts. Okay, the fact that you even pursued that is what I found offensive, right? Because your lack of awareness, your lack of being present and actually honest, your lacking has been shining through, Stephen. And I'm telling you, you can
seem like a fair question.
Far better. Yeah, seems fair to you, but again, you're not. I'm a test for you, Stephen, as you have been for me. I've seen things through your perspective. I understand you, what you're doing with me, but you, just like many others.
What am I doing, Jack? Enlighten me.
What you have been doing, Stephen, you've been treating us both like a joke.
I don't think I'm a joke.
You should see what you show.
I'm showing authenticity and honesty, curiosity.
In this moment, certainly. But you're in denial. You selectively choose what you accept. And it's a pattern of the ego.
That's you, Jack. That's you.
Explain.
You selectively choose what you accept. You get very angry when people ask certain questions. You don't like to be questioned by anyone at all. You feel superior.
Stephen,
Yeah.
whoa. See, your ego is running
My
off on
ego,
this
really.
looping narrative. Chill out. And
I'm very chill.
You know what? Stephen, do you have anything to offer?
I have plenty to offer, but as soon as anybody asks you a question, you kick them off. You have a habit of doing.
That wasn't a question statement, Stephen. You got thrown in the back because you're a liar. And you're a gaslighter. And you're not worthy of my time. So, Stephen, thank you for bringing your disagreements, your negativity. I did take the time to answer your questions. Now, your opinions of me are your problems. Blessings to you. I am not a rapist. Demon, he's demonic, dude. I am not a rapist. Misunderstandings, they fucking happen. I am not a rapist. Misunderstandings, they fucking happen. Misunderstandings, they fucking happen. Blessings to you. I am not a rapist. Demon, he's demonic, dude. I am not a rapist. Misunderstandings, they fucking happen. I am not a rapist. Misunderstandings, they fucking happen. Misunderstandings, they fucking happen. They fucking happen. They fucking misunderstandings, they fucking happen.
Hold on a second, everyone. Hold on. Hell realm? We had motorcycles and chewing tobacco. How could this be a hell realm?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm here to save the day.
Oh,
is that what you think?
Sorry?
Is that what you think you're here to save the day? So help me better understand you. Elaborate. What are you saving? What do you think you're here to do?
I'm here to save the show. It's showtime. I'm King Stephen, and King Stephen is here to save the day. Am I looking at the right calendar, or is it Titty Cot Tuesday today? Is it Tuesday?
Stephen, this isn't a show. I mean, it is a show, but it's not for your juvenile entertainment behavior. I know that's what your stream is. You love the juvenile behavior and the clown show.
No, I don't.
I know that's what your stream is. You love a show, but it's not for show. I mean, it is. This isn't a show. I mean, it is a show, but it's not. This isn't a show. I mean, it is a show, but it's not for your. This isn't a show. I mean, it is a show, but it's not for your juvenile entertainment behavior. I know that's what your stream is. You love the juvenile behavior and the clown show.
No, I don't.
Here, Stephen?
Jack, is this the other one? Because you said about snafu and I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I'm here to save the day.
Oh,
is that what you think?
Sorry?
Is that what you think you're here to save the day? So help me better understand you. Elaborate. What are you saving? What do
That's the guy that was on Jack Talcott's show. This is Nicholas, Red Pill, Serena. He uses a female name. This is Nicholas. Look at him. Take a look at this. There's the video. Hold on a second. Got to remove this. Here we go. Reload it.
Put your ass up in the
Make sure you get a good look and see who this is. Jack Talcott seems to like him. No wonder. No wonder they get along. They're creepy. Here he is. Here he is. Now he's going around talking about me being a demon, he claims. You're going to be sealed in here, creepy creature. Go with Jack Talcott. He's a creep. Here's Talcott, cockroach with delusions of grandeur. Here's his co-host or his producer, Landry, this creep, demon. You're starting to see a pattern that it isn't just one or two fucking creepy cockroaches. You're in a realm fucking full of creepy creatures. You're in a realm full of creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. Creepy creatures. And I'm going to keep saying it. Maybe I'll record that so people can put it on headphones and play it in their final moments. Creepy creatures. So you understand what fills up this realm. The realm is completely fucking creepy. Look at this thing. Look at this. God damn. In a pigsty. Look at this. How would you like to be his parents or his brother or sister? Can you imagine the shame that you would feel? I mean, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. It's an evil fucking realm. You're in a wicked realm. And I've been trying to hammer that home to people. They're coming out of the woodwork, these cockroaches. Coming out of the fucking woodwork. They're everywhere. And I'm not kidding about that. I'm not joking. I try to make my show entertaining, obviously, but I'm not kidding. It is a demonic realm filled with cockroaches. And I don't think most people knew where they were. They don't know what this realm is. They're still learning what this place is, if you're learning, which, of course, is the tiniest number in this place, are learning anything at all.
So we got some quesadillas, grated chicken and cheese. I seen that these was new to saying, so yeah, we're gonna try these out. We got some Hillshire Farm beef smoked sausages. Got a 4-pack of those. We got some real bacon bits. Okay, yeah, we got a 2-pack of sour cream.
So I just learned that there's something called an EBT influencer. I don't know if that's ridiculous, sad. It sounds like it would be a skit on Saturday Night Live back in the day, but it's not. It's not. This is real life. Have a look at this.
Today is food stamp day, as y'all can see. I've been waiting for the 17th to come for so long, y'all. First, I didn't even think I was gonna get them because I had been waiting for the approval. They had not sent me no papers saying like I was approved or denied. When I checked my card at 12 o'clock in the morning, I was happy as fuck. I instantly made me a damn Walmart order. As most of y'all know, I do not have a car, so I have to get everything delivered to my house. I got 60 items for $440. Now, this is not everything that I'm getting, but they, I guess, say that you can't go over 100 items. I gotta do 2 separate orders. This is the first order. Last night was the very last meal that I had to eat. When I tell y'all I'm about to eat so motherfucking good tonight, y'all don't even understand. I'm about to make a whole motherfucking Chipotle bowl. For the people that got something to say about food stamps, baby, y'all mad because y'all can't get none. That's just that. As most of y'all know, I have 4 kids and they're under 5, so y'all know I'm getting a couple dollars from their ass. For the people that think that they too good to get food stamps, is y'all cool? Free food? Is y'all cool? This is all the things that I did get, y'all. This is just for the first order. Now, this shit do not look like it's $440. Shit nowadays is high as fuck. Missing so many freaking items, y'all. I could have sworn that I had got way more shit than this, but then I had to remind myself, like, they made me put most of my shit back because they said I couldn't do over 100 items. Just know I'm about to be snacking my motherfucking ass off all motherfucking day. If y'all want to see part 2, go ahead and let me know in the comments.
All a bunch of crap. And it looks by her windows that it's like midday. She had this stuff delivered. Girl didn't even leave the house to go get it. Looks like she just strolled out of bed midday. And then has the audacity to say, don't be hating on me. You guys wish you had EBT coupons. You wish it was free. It ain't free. It's not free. Americans pay for it. I pay for it. You pay for it. This lady doesn't pay for it. You're allowed to hate these people. You're allowed to hate these people.
Welch juices, got 2 cases of these. A box of Sam's grain chips. Take that bit over. They got these chips. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Ballpark hot dogs. Some teriyaki noodles. Some kind of different. A pack of ground beef. Packets on the sticks. Seasoning salt. Pickles. Powder donuts. Fruity Pebbles. The teriyaki noodles, I eat those. These are the best.
$1,500 EBT haul and $12,000 in food stamps. Please tell me, somebody in the comments, please tell me that that number is wrong, that that's not a thing. And look at all the food that was there. You are not supposed to, as an American taxpayer, be subsidizing somebody's donut addiction. It's wild to me that, you know, while Biden was in office, CPS could go to your house for you not wanting to use the right pronouns for your kid. If, you know, if he was brainwashed or she was brainwashed by a teacher at school and wanted to use different pronouns, you could be arrested for that. But this is not child abuse. Feeding your kid all this stuff, making them pre-diabetic by the time they're 6 years old, that's fine. Everything about this is wrong.
If you have EBT and you get your car impounded, you're going to just get ready for this one. Stop being nasty. You can get your car out for $104 if your EBT card matches your ID. They don't tell us this. Only the white people know this type of shit. Stop it. That's nasty. Okay, I'm going to repeat it again. If you have an EBT card and you get your car impounded, if your EBT card and your ID match have the same the same name on it, you can get your car out for $104. EBT card does not just mean you get free groceries. There's so many more advances, so many more opportunities, so many more discounts. You can get internet for $10. You can get discounts on Amazon. Just look up all the benefits that you get when you have EBT. Don't be ashamed. Use that shit. That's a card. That's a gold card. That's nasty, Junior. Stop. So the next time you get your car impounded, if you got EBT, you better flash that bitch like it's an American Express, because, baby, you can get your car out for little bits of nothings. You're welcome.
The fact that you could even use EBT coupons for that, the fact that you could use them in some fast food places also irks me. Because I see Americans out there working at hard jobs, grinding to make ends meet, and sometimes not making ends meet, at hard jobs, outdoor jobs. But they go to work and they grind. And then you have people like this, excuse me, but these pieces of shit that are out there taking advantage of the system. And, you know, I don't inherently have any problems with an EBT system, but it gets abused. If you need it, you lost your job, you're having hard times and you need it for a little bit, you just had a kid, you're a single mom, whatever the reason, it's not meant to be a lifetime thing, and it's not meant to be abused, and it certainly should not be meant to be used to buy junk like this. I think there's only 12 states right now that require you to use it on somewhat healthy foods. You can't buy junk food or pop anymore. It should be across the board. Let's get back to it.
Okay, I least to find a grocery haul. 2 bags of pot roast, 2 cans of beef, 2 cans of croissant roast, hamburger buns, 2 things of dirty rice, a bag of corn, a case of apple juice, strawberry waffle, buttermilk waffle, 2 boxes of this, hamburger helper, and 1 box of this one, a box of toast, strawberry toasted fruit, 2 boxes of strawberry cake pies. They're mine. Yeah, I know. Talk your shit. A thing of all-purpose flour. A bag of self-rising flour. That flour just got everywhere. Thing of sour cream. Thing of fish fries. A bag of 3 onion blend meat. Thing of chicken noodles. 2. A gallon of sweet tea. Velveeta cheese. 3 gallons of milk for the twins. Coconut oil for the kids' hair. Ham and cheese hot pie. Pepperoni hot pie. Chicken pot pie, or brownies, peanut butter crackers, oops, all berries, French toast sticks, 2 Napoleon ice cream, some white for the twins, a box of little egg rolls, a thing of cupcakes just because, and they complete. Today we spent $1,592. Thank you, EBT.
Cans of cinnamon buns. I mean, look at this person. Like, it's gravy coming out of her veins at this point. You shouldn't be buying this anyway, EBT or not. Like, the most exercise this person probably gets is waddling her ass to the fridge. You shouldn't be on these things. Even if you have the money, you shouldn't be buying this shit. You definitely should not be allowed to buy it with taxpayers' money. Meat, eggs, milk, veggies, fruit. I'm not against a few treats, but good Lord, if we want people to go back to work, you can't be feeding them this shit. Anyways, maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm old and cantankerous, but there's stuff like this when they take advantage of the system. And I think most American people out there are nice people, and most people are willing to help. You know, if you actually need help, if it's a real reason, most people have empathy, and most people have, a willingness to give and to help. We have a homeless crisis, a fentanyl crisis in the country. We have lots of crises in the country. People can't afford their medical bills. The number one cause of bankruptcy in America is cancer, like med bills. And yet our taxpayers' dollars are going to this shit and to foreign countries. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. Hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, smash that thumbs up button for your boy. Consider subscribing to the channel. Help it grow. Catch you in the next one. Peace out.
This is News 5 at 6.
What Maple Heights police believe was a random act of violence took the life of a beloved son and brother.
He was loading groceries into his car, and he didn't make it home.
The 28-year-old man was shot and killed Saturday afternoon during a carjacking that happened outside of a Giant Eagle store on Warrensville Center Road. Days later, still no arrests.
News 5 investigator Tara Morgan returned to the scene today, spoke with that man's sister about her family's loss.
You wouldn't know a life was taken during a violent struggle in this parking lot. A lone police car sits for a show of presence.
It's still all in shock.
Heather Anderson is living through the heartache.
I hope this helps other people because it's so stupid.
It was a midday grocery trip for her brother, Timothy Kappenhagen, shot in the chest by a gunman who witnesses told police was wearing a mask. Maple Heights police say preliminary information shows it doesn't appear Kappenhagen knew the shooter.
By the looks of it, the guy was robbed in the process of this whole thing. Looks like his pockets were emptied out.
Police say the shooter took off in Kappenhagen's car, a Hyundai Elantra. It was found a couple hours later in Euclid. Police also recovered a suspect vehicle.
There was somebody there that tried to save his life, and I appreciate that. And I don't know who you are, but thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Heather says they're still trying to wrap their mind around what happened. His car was his life. He wasn't known to carry any cash. All he was doing was loading groceries to bring home to his mother and brother.
He was the rock that held our family together. We didn't have, my mom is a single mother. We didn't have a dad. My mom, who was all we had, and Timmy stepped up to that role. And now he's not here.
Kappenhagen was a middle child, a mentor to his 24-year-old brother. Heather says he was a simple guy who worked, went to the gym, and made music.
He didn't talk to no one. To be honest, my brother didn't like people. That's why it's so crazy. He's stuck to himself.
Heather recently became a mom. She says her brother adored her son.
Every photo that Timmy has ever sent me is with my baby.
Moments now, memories, overshadowed by the shock that her brother is gone.
It's gonna take a long time to get over TJ, and I probably won't. But I don't know. I'm just here.
I'm News 5 investigator Tara Morgan.
Well, he actually did it. President Trump deployed 800 members of the National Guard to patrol the streets of Washington, D.C. to help reduce the crime problem there, a city which, what a surprise, is over 40% black. This in the wake of the infamous Doge employee who went by the nickname Big Balls being viciously assaulted on the streets by, well, of course, a gang of black teens. And so, of course, Democrats, especially a certain demographic of them, are very upset about this. But first, subscribe to my channel if you're new here, because obviously you're not going to get politically incorrect and honest commentary like this anywhere else.
I think it's really important to be clear about what is going on here, and a relatively small crime problem.
Relatively small. There have only been 100 murders in Washington, D.C. Our nation's capital so far this year, just one every other day,
is being used for specific authoritarian purposes that we know and understand. So
authoritarianism now.
When I go to D.C., I'm not afraid of losing my wallet so much as I'm afraid of losing my vote. I'm not afraid of losing my wallet so much as I'm afraid that my children's freedom to breathe will be stolen in a world where climate change policy is non-existent. I'm afraid that the future of middle-class people will be stolen.
Actually, it's being stolen in large part due to the tens of millions of illegal aliens that have invaded our country and are sucking off of our tax dollars for room, board, to pay for their anchor babies to be born in hospitals, to pay to feed and house and educate them.
Right.
So there is carjacking.
And of course,
let me just finish. There is a carjacking
but you
going
got
on.
to worry about two things. You got to worry about two things at the same time.
Let me just finish my point.
Joe Scarborough knows what a hellhole Washington, D.C. is. He used to live there and undoubtedly knows friends of his who have been mugged on the street there.
You don't think more police make streets safer?
No, Joe, I'm a black woman in America. I do not always think that more police make streets safer. When you walk down the streets of Georgetown, you don't see a police officer on every corner, but you don't feel unsafe. So what is it about talking about places like Southeast D.C., right? Ward 8, if you will, that people say, well, we need more officers to make us safe. I think we have to rethink what safety means in America.
Safety means living in a predominantly white community, but you're not supposed to say that. Otherwise, people like Ben Shapiro will call you a racist, like you did to Scott Adams when he pointed out that simple solution.
Trump is trying desperately to paint blue cities as out of control or crime-ridden, but 9 out of 10 of the most dangerous cities in America are in red states.
Actually, that's not the own that you think it is. And by the way, is this Dr. Mike, that famous YouTube doctor who bragged about being the most followed doctor on social media, who of course, encouraged everybody to stay home during the lockdowns, but then was captured on camera out partying himself? Let's take a moment to input these cities into ChatGPT, shall we, to confirm what we already know is the case. ChatGPT, what is the percentage of black people living in these cities? Memphis, Tennessee, almost 63%. St. Louis, Missouri, 43%. Little Rock, Arkansas, 43%. Minneapolis, Minnesota, only 18%. Detroit, Michigan, almost 77%. Kansas City, Missouri, 25%. New Orleans, 55 to 59%. Cleveland, Ohio, 47%. Birmingham, Alabama, no information you can find. Houston, no information. But I'm pretty sure that we're all seeing the clear pattern.
One of the things that we have seen over and over from the president, from his team, Stephen Miller saying it's like Baghdad in Ethiopia. They seem to hold their harshest criticism sometimes for cities that are majority black and brown. Do you see that, and what do you think that means?
Well, I think that means 30% of the population are black, and they statistically commit 50% of the total violent crime per capita, meaning they are 10 times more likely to commit crimes than white people. And what is going on with all of these lesbian police chiefs in major cities? Here is the chief of police in the District of Criminals, clearly a DEI hire who knows nothing.
Tell us what the chain of command is now?
Can you tell us what the chain of command is now, is the question.
What does that mean? Well, is it Pam Bondi speaking to the mayor? You or
what is the chain of command? Asks the chief of police. But speaking of crime, Beto O'Rourke, who was hailed as the next John F. Kennedy by the liberal media before the American people realized that he's just a buffoon and had to drop out quite early of the 2020 presidential race, is encouraging it as usual.
We're not going to let him stop us. Are you with me on that?
You're not going to let President Trump stop you from committing crimes? Well, we'll see.
Ándale. It also means, as Mark was saying earlier, we don't await the punch thrown by these would-be fascists to land. We punch first, and we punch harder. We want California and New Jersey and Illinois and Maryland and every other state where the Democrats hold the governor's mansion, the assembly, and the state senate to redraw their congressional districts now, not wait for Texas to move first, to maximize Democratic Party advantage. Listen, You may say to yourself, well, those aren't the rules. There are no refs in this game. F the rules. We are going to win whatever it takes. We're going to take this to them in every way that we can.
And that wasn't just something he came up with off the top of his head in the heat of the moment. These are his new talking points.
We are in a basketball game right now, if you'll excuse the metaphor, where the refs have left the arena.
Because the Supreme Court ruled that those district judges can no longer stop President Trump from issuing his executive orders.
And the other side is just clobbering the out of us, just punching us in the face, kicking us in the nuts. And we're kind of throwing our hands up and we're asking the crowd, the people of America, hey, do you see what's going on here? This is unfair.
It's unfair. President Trump is closing the borders and putting an end to DEI and putting troops on the street in order to reduce crime.
This isn't the rules that we agreed to play by. Well, who cares about the rules right now? Punch back, kick back, dunk over their heads, and win some power.
And I didn't think it was possible, but many celebrities have come down with stage 5 Trump derangement syndrome, including Jimmy Kimmel, who recently made this announcement.
A lot of people I know are thinking about where they can get citizenship and
I do have Italian. I did get Italian citizenship.
You do?
To escape President Trump's fascism.
Oh, that's amazing.
I do have that.
He has that, I think, because like his grandparents are Italian, from Italy, and so then you can pretty easily get your citizenship that way.
And what's going on is as bad as you thought it was going to be.
Way worse.
It's so much worse. It's just unbelievable.
But no one is taking President Trump's second term harder than Rosie O'Donnell, who, to her credit, actually did flee the country and move to Ireland, only to continue to watch cable news 24/7 and then issue warnings on social media like this.
Black out the system. Black out the system.
Imagine fleeing the country and moving halfway around the world to get away from something, only to pay attention to it 24/7 and then go on local television shows to talk about it.
It's worse every day. I feel like we're in a dystopian nightmare and no one is doing anything about it.
Obviously, that infamous moment during the first Republican presidential debate 10 years ago now, back in August of 2015, has scarred her for life. I'm Mark Dice. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to my channel if you're new here. And if you enjoy watching my videos and you want to get a great shirt, head on over to markdice.com and order the new Alligator Alcatraz shirt, the Sorry No Vacancy, Deport Them All shirt, the War is a Racket shirt, or any of my awesome designs, all available in a t-shirt, long sleeve, and a hoodie, and now tank tops and women's cuts as well. So head on over to markdice.com or click the link in the description below and check them out.
The UK may increasingly be a crime-ridden cesspit, but police are hot on the case of the real hardcore criminals, men who catcall female joggers.
These women aren't friends out for a run, they're actually undercover police officers taking to the streets in Surrey as part of a new operation trying to stop people catcalling and harassing female runners.
How is this fucking real? Yes, rape and sexual assault may be soaring, much of it thanks to all the doctors and engineers we've imported. There may be a new case of an illegal immigrant molesting a girl or a woman every single day. But thank God cops are cracking down on the real threat. White van drivers in Surrey ogling lycra-clad runners.
We get honked at, the staring, the hanging out of the window just to look at us, and it's so prevalent.
Pakistani grooming gangs sex trafficking white English girls. Dave the Randy plumber tooting his horn at the ladies.
And police teams are ready to intervene the moment the officers are beeped at, followed or shouted at, pulling people over.
Have you got a licence to be honking that horn?
Those kind of behaviours may not be criminal offences in themselves, but they still need to be addressed.
Wait, what?
Those kind of behaviours may not be criminal offences in themselves.
Fabulous use of police resources to go out on the hunt for people who on committing crimes. Fancy a jog around the local migrant hotel, ladies?
Just go away.
Business.
Please leave me alone.
Sorry.
No.
Sorry, okay, sorry.
No,
Sorry,
no,
sorry,
no.
sorry.
You're sorry, then don't touch me. Don't touch me. I don't like being touched.
My sister, yeah?
I don't like being touched, sorry.
Hey.
No, no, no.
How about a visit to the gym? Well, at least he's not catcalling.
So I think it's important, sorry, police are taking it so serious. It's one of our force priorities.
Not like there's many real criminals to find in Surrey, is it? Like those responsible for a fourfold increase in shoplifting. Feral urban youths are so emboldened by the UK's descent into anarchic lawlessness. Not only will they brazenly loot shops in broad daylight, they'll record themselves doing it and proudly post it on TikTok.
Use A-bags and never hold it. Never hold it. I'm greedy.
Descent into anarchic lawlessness. Not only will they brazenly loot shops in broad daylight, they'll record themselves doing it and proudly post it on TikTok.
Use A-bags and never hold it. Never hold it. I'm greedy.
Mentally ill nutcases are everywhere, randomly attacking people on the street.
This guy to the keep the toilet. I've done it. Walk away from it, though.
Exposing themselves in front of kids.
You need to get off the fucking train, bro. Fuck off! You need to get off. Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! What do you mean fuck off? Fuck off! You need to get off the fucking train, mate. There's fucking kids about, man. Right, you go, bro. Let's go. What the fuck, mate? Get off the fucking train, bro. Put up your trousers. Put up your trousers. Put up your fucking trousers, mate. No.
And when real men step in to deal with it, the police then hunt them down for tackling the aggressive pervert. And then the media smears them for attacking a poor defenceless victim who was just having a mental health crisis. Still, at least they're cracking down on catcallers.
It's one of our force priorities.
Many high-profile men have been reduced to passive, emasculated slobs who embody unhealthy lifestyles, in the process tacitly encouraging everyone else to let themselves go. Instead of keeping mentally and physically fit, and helping out towards that end is NMN. That's nicotinamide mononucleotide, a natural supplement which is vital for the functioning. 48 hours viewers of this
online and in the online right. London increasingly being set up as this kind of
imagining it, and it's not really happening.
Particularly online and in the online right. London increasingly being set up as this kind of hellhole, this kind of dystopian nightmare where crime is completely out of control.
I guess the women must be imagining it, Lewis.
You can barely walk out of your house without getting beaten up or your possessions stolen from you or taken from you.
I guess the 80,000 Londoners who had their phones stolen in a single year must have just imagined it too.
Where fare evasion is completely rampant on the tube.
Fare evasion is rampant.
Where the tube is looking like kind of Gotham City or something like that from a sort of 1990s Batman film.
The tube does look like something from Gotham City.
The fabric of London's transport system is in decline under Sadiq Khan. From endless graffiti plastering the tubes, to unchallenged fare evasion where staff stand and watch, to even taking drugs on the network. It's simply not good enough. and we're going to hold him to account on it.
You know, on and on it goes.
So many sad little bots on here triggered by actual facts about a city they certainly don't live in and probably haven't visited for years, if ever, proceeds to get totally owned in the comments by people who literally live in London. Oh, all these fabricated right-wing myths about crime being proven by facts, lived experience and manifestly observable reality.
You don't need a weatherman to know which way the wind blows.
Almost every single reform and far-right mouthpiece are telling us that Britain is lawless. Same guy literally got mugged twice. Oh, Britain's not lawless. Supermarkets are putting security tags on £2 blocks of cheese just for fun. Shoplifting's increased 55% since 2022. 60% of people don't even bother reporting crime because they know the police will probably do nothing. In half the country, literally 0 burglaries were solved by police. And even if charges are brought, our corrupt judicial system lets criminals off with a slap on the wrist. This 23-year-old Nigerian sexually assaulted a woman, putting his hand down her jogging bottoms. At least he didn't catcall her though. And didn't even get prison time because the judge said it had been a momentary aberration, and he had suffered a troubled background and difficult life. Yeah, maybe he's the real victim. Uber have received reports of sexual misconduct every 8 minutes for 5 years. A perplexing mystery. Sadiq Khan boasts about 4 types of crime. Going down in London. One of which, personal robbery, only went down because everyone in London is now terrified to wear a watch or use their phone in public. He conveniently failed to mention that 6 other types of serious crime are significantly up. Despite the right-wing doomsayers claiming otherwise, the reality is crime is falling and has been for some time. Crime literally rose by 10% in a single year. This is the real England, people enjoying themselves with a band on a sunny Sunday afternoon. Not the doom and gloom that Gammon falsely paint, she says, posting from a nearly 90% majority white area. No one's falling for your insipid gaslighting. People have eyes. They can see that the places they've lived in for decades are getting interminably worse, and no amount of statistical cherry picking can conceal the noticeable decay manifesting itself at every turn. If you value what I do and you want to help support me, please visit pauljosephwatson.locals.com and either pledge a one-time donation or subscribe to join my community, get early access videos, and message me directly. And exclusive live streams coming soon too. Promise. Check out the Locals link down in the description. And don't forget to take a look at the brand new website, modernity.news. That's where you'll find all my content, including
On March 23, 2025, officers were dispatched to a residence following a report of a domestic disturbance made by a child concerning her father.
Hey, how you doing? What's going on tonight?
Our girl's husband?
Okay. All right, what's he doing?
I don't. Do you know Brandon Shapinsky?
Mhm.
You might want backup because he's acting like a moron with that.
Okay. How you doing, man?
What you want?
Hey, come on, talk to me.
No, I don't need to.
All right. Well, what's going on tonight, man?
You called me?
I've been standing there with you the whole time.
Why the are you out here?
Well, come on here and talk to me, man.
No, why the are you here?
Because somebody called.
Paisley, come
Here we go. Bye.
No. County 95 saying, get me another unit out here.
What you gonna do? You can't do shit. Get a warrant.
Come out here, man.
You wanna play?
Brandon, we're not
Let's play.
We're not doing
No,
that.
we're not doing
play?
that. Come out here and talk to me.
Move.
We're not doing
You wanna
that.
play?
I don't want to play anything.
Get a
We're
warrant.
not slamming the door. We're not doing this.
Who called you?
Don't ball your fist up at me, man.
Oh, I'm holding my thumb.
Okay.
You. If
Come
I
on.
were to ball my fist up at
Come out
you,
here and talk to me, man.
I'll push you on the ground.
You're not. That's not gonna happen,
You want to bet?
man.
I'm just trying to see someone was concerned. Somebody called.
Who?
It doesn't matter who.
Yep. Now who?
It doesn't matter.
Who called?
It doesn't matter, man. I just want to make sure everyone's safe.
Yep. Everybody's safe. Thanks for stopping
No,
up.
that's not how this is going to work. How many people are in the house?
Step up here and threaten me one more time. Take one more step, and now you're threatening me, and I'm going to put you in the ground.
All right. Here's what's going to happen. Somebody called 911. I'm here to make sure everything's all right.
Okay,
I'm going to talk to everybody in this house.
Yeah, everything's fine.
All right. I'm not.
If you hit my door one more time, I'm going to put you in the goddamn dirt.
All right. You can step out of the way, and I can talk to the rest of the people in this house. That's what's going to happen.
No, no, you can't.
You're not in charge of this. You
want to bet?
Yes, I do. Get your hands out of your pockets.
Or what?
Get your hands out of your pockets.
Why? Oh, I'm going to hit you with a napkin?
I don't know what's in your pocket.
Oh, I don't own a gun. I don't have guns. I hate guns.
How many people are in this house? I need to talk to them, make sure everything's all right.
No, you don't need to talk to anybody.
That's not...
You don't need to talk to anybody in this house.
All right, how much have you had to drink tonight?
And the reason being, because No, everything's fine. Everything's copacetic.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking to talk to the rest of the people in this house.
You ain't gonna talk to my kids.
I am gonna talk to them.
No, you ain't. Who do you think you are?
Look, I don't know you and you don't know me.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I'm telling you.
You
ain't talking to my kids. How about that? And you know who the I am.
I don't know who you are. I've never met you a day in my life.
Because you
right,
threw it over
You can come out here and talk to me is what can happen.
No, if I walk down these stairs, me and you are gonna wrestle.
That's not gonna happen. I'm telling you that right now.
No, because you're gonna try to put your hands on me.
Well,
and I'm gonna put you in the
I'm concerned for both my safety and the safety of the rest of the people in this house.
I didn't touch nobody.
I didn't ask you.
So get in your little patrol car and get the off my property.
That's not gonna happen.
You want to bet?
I told you what's gonna happen.
Because I just told you, get the
don't
my
care
property.
What you told.
Involving Jaron was the only thing that I ever saw that he ever did. And
yep, you're right. Thank you. I appreciate that. See?
Audio seems good. You're fired. You're fired, Quantum Epic. Does it seem good now? I didn't give him a hug, dude, because, okay, so this is my first impression was, man, this guy is the last person you'd ever expect to see on the internet. What I mean by that is he is the most, I don't know if I've ever met anybody more calm than this guy. That's the first thing I noticed with this is a calm ass dude. The calmest person I've ever seen. Hold on. There you go, slave. True patriot. Isn't that Paul? I didn't realize it was Paul until recently. But yeah, so I had a lot of high hopes for this evening, and I really wanted to do some streaming. But I mean, this guy's not. I don't know. He's a performer, from what I can tell, just from his streams, because I can definitely see that he's able to bring out some energy that maybe he doesn't carry in his day-to-day life. Not that he's being deceptive in that way, but so I just said, you know what, man, I want to talk to you. And I could tell he was uncomfortable at first, because I was kind of just trying to get on the human side of him. And then I brought him into my home and I said, we're going to stream. We're going to do this stream. Oh, wait, no, this is a better part of the story. Okay, this is true. I took pictures. I pull into this hotel. I drop him off at the hotel. And 3 cop cars swarm the building immediately after he goes in and disappears out of my sight. And I'm like, dude, this guy's on the run. He just got caught. I can't believe this happened. I'm going to have to go check and make sure that my mic is actually working because I don't trust anybody here. Let me see. It's working. It's all good. Cool. So yeah, Jack booted Landry because an arranged booty call with Cynthia, ? Maybe. That might be what happened. So we came here because I was like, do you want to sleep tonight? Do you want to chill at your house? And he was like, no, we can still stream, but he seemed super tired, and I felt bad. And then I was like, okay, well, okay, well, yeah, sorry, but then he came out after like 5 minutes after the cops got there. But I was really freaked out for a second. Maybe it was 10 minutes. It felt like a long time. So I was like, okay, I'm in the chat. Then I was like, okay, I'll let it hang there just to, to play that game. But there's a few things I want to talk about, while I'm here. And obviously this is, he might join, he might not. I'm not really sure. He said he's going to sleep, but he says it a lot of times and he still pops out of the woodwork. So I don't know if we can really trust that he's not going to show up here. But what I do want to talk about is what happened on the stream today with Z. And so since Jack's not here, and I guess I'll conclude the story. So I brought him in my home and we sat here. I said, dude, maybe tomorrow we can get you set up and we can get you what I have here, because it's a small upgrade, but I think it'll be better than what you have. And that's our first step tomorrow. We're going to go get some good equipment for this journey. But I really just wanted to be leveling with him as a human before we start just pushing a camera in his face. You know what I mean? It just didn't feel like the right thing to do. And we'll see how somebody else handles that, and if they do the same thing, or if they kind of do what was uncomfortable for me. And if it is that way, maybe they're better to be the one who does it, because for me it was not natural, and I could tell for him it wouldn't be either. So we're both glad we didn't make that mistake. Also, we're glad we came here. We were going to stream, but I was like, this would feel so weird if we sat next to each other and streamed right here. So he's like, okay, well, maybe I'll call in from the hotel. I was like, sure. But he said he's going to sleep, so I really don't know what's going to happen. I'm really not sure. But I do want to talk about what we saw happen. And I got my first Hey Landry, which I didn't even catch that. Somebody had to tell me about that after the fact. Why isn't he staying at my place, maybe on the couch? Because I'm pretty sure he overheard a stream that I was talking about how my wife was kind of uncomfortable with it. So he said, hey man, no big deal. I can afford the motel. Anyways, so this is something, I'm not trying to bait and switch here, but I did want to go live just because obviously there was a lot of build up and I didn't want to just we did change our mind, even though, like I said, he might join in and he might not, but I do want to take this moment to talk about the situation that happened this evening. I'm sure there's plenty of videos being made by, I'm not going to say their names. I haven't checked yet. I haven't had the time. I probably won't check because, at some point you eventually just got to stop feeding into it. But clearly that was a demonstration of something that made me feel now I'm comfortable and Jack is willing to have his opinions because I'm not his handler. But now I feel much more comfortable expressing that I don't feel a sort of trusting of Z as he does. And we can talk about why, you know what I mean? So I thought that video, obviously, that was done involving Jaron was the only thing that I ever saw that he ever did. And admittedly, it was a little bit funny, but beyond that, I'd never seen any of his content until I started recently being part of it. And clearly, yeah, so the vote came through. And what did it say? It was, me. I put the vote in to see if we could get, King Stephen in or out and what the vote would say. And who knows if it was a legitimate vote? Who knows about these sock puppet accounts and how they work? I don't trust anything in this space, but, the overwhelming majority said to let him in. However, very shortly before that, when I was bringing up, okay, if you want the chaos to go mad tonight, as one final chance, we can do that. And Jack very clearly pushed back on me and said, hey, Landry, no, we're not doing that tonight. And I said, okay. And I subsided and I said, that's your call. So with that being said, that should have been, if Z is a true character, if Z is a genuine person, that should have been an opportunity for him to say, okay, I've noted what just happened. I've noted how this was handled in Jack's presence. If King Stephen comes along and plays games, and people can say, oh, you just are so afraid of King Stephen. People wouldn't say that. Only he would say that because he's just, out of all the people in the panel, whatever, he's clearly a true character. If Z is a genuine person, that should have been an opportunity for him to say, okay, I've noted what just happened. I've noted how this was handled in Jack's presence. If King Stephen comes along and plays games, and people can say, oh, you just are so afraid of King Stephen. People wouldn't say that. Only he would say that because he's just, out of all the people in the panel, whatever, he's clearly the only one that I would be genuinely afraid of actually murdering me. You know what I mean? If he came around any spot that is in my real life, I feel like Tommy would just be, cracked out and Snafu would probably just hide. But him, I feel like that guy might be an actual threat to my safety. So I'm going to stop engaging with his stuff and other things, and I can't control what the community does. If, he takes the bait I did earlier today where I was picking my nose for 2 minutes straight on a stream with OTW, then, more power to him. But I guess it'll get back to me some way, somehow. But where was I going? Where was I getting to? Yeah. Anyways, I'm probably gonna stop like thinking about it as much as I possibly can, because it's starting to feel like it is like a danger to my safety. And it might sound like what a pussy, but I mean, just look at the guy. Look at his entire existence. And if Z is of a genuine character, he's able to see that too, and he's able to see what happened on the show, and then with using the context clues, what happened shortly before that. Jack, the owner of the show, the creator of the show, the one with the keys, the one who gave him the keys, made it very clear that if that was to happen, he wanted to maintain the integrity that he's been maintaining. Z failed to do that, and he played into the drama tremendously while, denying certain claims that were brought up shortly after by Paul. And it was just a pretty bad showing, I think, of his character. And, he kind of laughs it off, and that's fine, And I'll continue to push this point where Z, Jack, do what you will, work together. Maybe you won't want to work with me after this, but I'm just trying to keep it as real as I possibly can, because that's what I will do, and that's what I will continue to do. And that's just the way it's going to be. So Z, that was a pretty bad showing there. And if people think that I'm going to be, bothered by the obvious reaction to this, which is going to be, oh my God, he's trying to censor Z. Oh my God, didn't he brought Z into this? He's a part of the thing with Z and Rose and all that. I mean, clearly I've made it very obvious where I came from. I came from working with Jaron, and he even reached out.
Words from this little man, this tiny cot, who believes himself to be Jesus. He believes he's going to meet with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. He believes he's going to end all wars and create world peace. He's delusional.
No, it's true, though. I've been studying the people I've been experiencing. Online is an excellent place to study human behavior and to interact with people at a safe distance. So that's kind of why I've stepped in and played with the crazy ones, like Steven. Steven's clearly not right in the head. Snafu, Tommy. Hell, even Paul, I don't think, is right in the head. It's a lot of characters, and Flo and OTW, they know how to make money, but seriously, it's not about Jack. It's about the
words from this little man, this tiny.
Do what you will, work together. Maybe you won't want to work with me after this, but I'm just trying to keep it as real as I possibly can, because that's what I will do, and that's what I will continue to do. And that's just the way it's going to be. So Z, that was a pretty bad showing there. And if people think that I'm going to be, bothered by the obvious reaction to this, which is going to be, oh my God, he's trying to censor Z. Oh my God, didn't he brought Z into this? He's a part of the thing with Z and Rose and all that. I mean, clearly I've made it very obvious where I came from. I came from working with Jaron, and he even reached out to me today. He was a little bit upset that I'd shared anything involving income with him in our past relationship. But with that being said, I know more about Jaron than almost everyone on the internet, because when you work with someone that closely, you get to know them, and you get to really know them, especially when it involves like finances and payments. You know what I mean? That's the thing that's just, it's very real. So when people say that he didn't go to Antarctica, and I'm going to watch this later to see what he actually said, that him destroying Jaron or whatever. And I mean, a lot of people are free to think that he didn't go, but I don't care about any of you guys enough to sit here and say that I need to take that stance and say, oh no, yep, Earth is flat, Earth is not. I don't care at all. But I know that Jaron went. I know that he went, because I mean, it's easy to confirm that he went. So, and this is old news at this point, but I mean, a lot of people who are taking this train of Z and others like him who were just clinging to this flat Earth thing. It's fine, you know what I mean? You can do what you want with the evidence that you have, but as far as Jaron going, he went. As far as the Earth, it seems like, if you're asking me, it does seem like it's a sphere. But does it matter? Not to me. I've seen people waste all this time all these years, I wasted years, thinking about it because I was editing videos about it. And I mean, it wasn't a waste because it brought me income, but at the same time, what are we doing? What are we achieving? That's like one of the least benefit that we've ever seen in the truth movement, is like just arguing about it's just as bad as drama, arguing about who's right and who's wrong. It's like, who cares? I mean, at this point, who cares? So that's going to wrap up all that. I might look at some of the just kind of verifying what he was claiming, but
Do you see what I see, everyone? Do you see what I see? Does anyone think that he's creepy? Do you have trouble understanding this mumbling psycho? His eyes rolled in the back of his head. He just did it again. And I zoomed in a bit for you. Take a look at this. That's not blinking. That's his eyes rolling back. He'll try to lie and say, oh, I just blinked. That's not blinking. Your eyes don't roll back when you blink. Your eyelids close. His eyes rolled back again. He's a demon. That's demonic. All right? That's demonic. I wish I didn't have to say this. I know some of you get it, but there's probably 15 or 20 people here that don't get it, that need it explained. His eyes rolled back again on a live stream. And all I did was take a screenshot to show you. I can rewind it and show you again. It's right on the screen. It's right there. I'll put it in slow motion for you. I don't know how much more I can do to prove it to people what's right in front of your face. And again, I know some of you get it. Some of you pointed it out to me. Anna Faye's one of them that helped me out with timestamps, which I really appreciate. Not on this particular video, but another one. This is a habit with this creature. His eyes roll back. All right. So where was that timestamp? 16. I'll play this. It's coming up.
I mean, at this point, who cares? So that's gonna wrap up all that. I might look at some of the just
Right there, they're rolling back multiple times. Multiple times his eyes are rolling back into his head. Okay? multiple times. It's demonic. And I'm going to call it what it is, and I'm going to keep calling it demonic until people either get it or leave my channel, the ones that don't get it. But this is what it is. It's not blinking. His eyes are rolling back. Blink your own eyes in front of a mirror. All that happens is your eyelids close. His eyes are rolling back with his eyelids open. That's what it is. It's fucking demonic. That's what he is, and that's why he lies about me, because he knows I'm a truth-speaking spirit. He knows that. Look at this fucking freak. What a creep. Creepy creature. Look at the eyes. That's demonic. That is demonic. His eyes are rolling back.
Kind of verifying what he was claiming, but at this point, what are we doing? What are we achieving? That's like one of the least benefit that we've ever seen in the truth movement. Is like just talking, arguing about it's just as bad as drama. Arguing about who's right and who's wrong. It's like, who cares? You know, I mean, at this point, who cares? So, that's gonna wrap up all that. You know, I might look at some of the just kind of verifying what he was you know, I mean, at this point, who cares? So, that's gonna wrap up all that. You know, I might look at some of the just kind of verifying what he was claiming, but at this point, I think that you're just you know, I mean, at this point, who cares? So that's going to wrap up all that. You know, I might look at some of the just kind of verifying what he was claiming, but at this point, I think that you're just kind of in this for the same reasons I thought you were initially. I made the prediction yesterday something like this would happen. I can show receipts as to my, you know, private conversations when I was kind of saying, hey, this might be something that I'm worried about because of the past behavior. So feel free to prove me wrong. But other than that, it kind of came out of nowhere, came out of the woodwork, and it seems malicious, and it seems like you're playing just the same game that many of these others are. So I'll give you an F plus. No, D minus showing today. Great first hour and a half. You had everyone going pretty strong until, you know, you kind of made it clear there at the end that you're playing a game just like many others. So that's my opinion. Jack has a totally different opinion. He think that he's still very confident in Z, and he is more than welcome to be, because I don't control him. I control me. Anyways, should we open it up? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? He is more than welcome. He is more than welcome to be, because he is more than welcome to be, because he is more than welcome to be, because he is more than welcome to be. He is more than welcome to. He is more than welcome to be. He is more than welcome to be, because I don't control him. I control me. Anyways, should we open it up? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? He is more than welcome to be because he is more than welcome to be because he is more than welcome to be because I don't. He is more than welcome to be because I don't control him. I control me. Anyways, should we open it up? What do y'all think? What do y'all think? He is dangerous, as a matter of fact. Yeah, he did go. He clearly went. It's just a fact. You know what I mean? It's just like there's so much evidence that like it's unbelievable the amount of evidence that he went, and it's unbelievable the amount of people who. And I'll be honest with Jared. You know, he does have a habit of kind of letting these people get to him, and he stopped doing it. You know, he's kind of doing his own thing right now with the trivia and having fun and living his life. But at the time, you know, there's a lot of, you know, people say that he took money and stuff, but dude, it's clearly not true because there's just the wells ran dry in that space. So trying to be honest really bit him in the ass. And if y'all can't see that, it's just because you're stuck in one club and you can't just like realize that we can all agree on different things and believe different things and all this and that. So yeah, that's my story there. And he did play sides. Who did? Z? This slave seems to actually have some brains. Yeah, so that's my story, and I kind of want to look into some of the past and see what happened, but well, I'm curious what you guys think. So that's the link. I'll open it up. Open invitation to whoever wants to be here. Oh, how are you doing, buddy?
Greetings, newest slave.
How are you?
Doing all right, man. Can't complain. I could, but no one would really care, so I won't.
Yeah, it's it was definitely. So what were your thoughts? Did you catch the whole thing?
Oh, like I told you, man. I'm an addictive person. I have addictive personality, so whatever I do, I get habituated to, and then I'm like kind of just find myself there at certain points going, why am I here? What is this? The panel verse is one of those things in my life. I've concluded that. So I'm practicing kind of staying more neutral with it or having a different perspective on it or just engaging with it in a different way. But yeah, man, I mean, you know, does a leopard change its spots, so to speak? I mean, you can argue yes, potentially. I'm an example of that over a long enough period of time. But for the majority of folks, it just seems like it's business as usual, you know, indefinitely. And that's fine. You know, again, everyone has a right to do and be whatever they're going to do and be. Results speak for themselves. And, you know, even the commentary reactionary sort of aspect of this whole thing is, you know, I've kind of gotten bored with it, right? Even if I still do it or engage with it, I'm kind of bored with it.
I get that. I understand that completely. But at this point, for me, this is like obviously, I guess there's a lot of.
For you.
Well, it's new for me, but there's also a lot of layers here because I never knew about any of these motherfuckers, but I knew about Jaren because I did work for him, and so I was kind of just in such a small section that was so cut off from the rest of this. So I find it interesting that this ties back to him because, you know, this Z character is well. And here's the other thing, dude. So with Jack, you know, and I wanted to hear this. I'm sure he will hear this because he's right down the street and he listens to this stuff. But I think that he is maybe too many cooks in the kitchen sort of thing. Where maybe I'm untrustworthy, maybe I'm not. Who knows? We'll see if this, you know, what happens. But with bringing on Z and kind of like that sort of way is with me also taking this other role of producer and saying, well, we should have mini producers. That's just, I think, opening the door for kind of a disaster. And I mean, I think just, I don't know. I'm not sure I'm not even sure what really happened. You know what I mean? I haven't watched it back yet, so I can't really clear my thoughts on it. And I know you're distant, separate from this, but for me, obviously, I'm fucking balls deep in it right now because I'm saying I don't trust this guy. I just don't feel like
I'm only separate from it for, again, to say the quiet part out loud. I'm a part of all these people because I'm the original point of interaction. And that's partially why, right? Is because, like, if you look at these people, they all have a similar theme in common. They look around the room and see who's got more than them or a bigger following than them, and they latch on, right? So I was just one person in a long line of people that apparently these people latched onto, right? Because according to them, I have some kind of talent or ability or way of speaking or energy, something I have they want or they wish they had or they're going to use. So they latch on to see what they can do with it. It starts off as love bombing and using. It ends up them lying and spinning and twisting and playing power games. And they've all done it, right? And you've only met like 4 people who've done it with me. Literally exactly the same program. There's way more of them, you know? But, yeah, man. And it's just like at a certain point here, and I, you know, at the risk of like being a dead horse, the horse has already been dead. It's ground up into like ground beef at this point, but it starts to become like a joke, right? The panel versus is like it's like a punchline to a joke where the setup is how many people does it take to, right? Like how many people does it take to screw in a light bulb? You know, or how many panelists does it take to find success? 0. They just stand still and allow success to orbit around them. You know what I mean? Like I have to think about it to come up with the actual joke, but again, Landry, like I told you, I don't want to speak too much on these things or get too deep into it because I believe I already know what will happen, and it's already happening. Like it's already, I've already done it. I told myself I wouldn't, and I already did it again. I got involved, you know, or was brought into being involved because these people had a powwow, and they're like half on me being like a part of the sideshow and half me being exiled based on my behavior. But if this goes how the loop always goes, then this is going to go nowhere, and it's going to be traced back to the moment that I showed up or was involved or said something. And then it's going to be everything was great, everyone was inspired, everything was going to be successful till Paul got involved and was negative and brought up the past, right? So that's why I've told you, try to be open-minded and open-hearted. You can take our critique because you're like asking us and want experience, but form your own opinion, right? Which I believe you're doing. I don't believe that you're that easily.
You got to let me do it. You know what I mean? Even it might not be like what you're normally doing, but I got to like review the tape. You know what I mean? I got to see exactly how it happened because I got to understand it because I don't really feel like this is I mean, I know it's just playing into their game, the games. And all that,
but that's what's good about you. You're third party impartial. You're out of nowhere. And honestly, that's what intrigues me about you because I know we're all capable of lacking self-awareness at times. We're all capable of having a blind spot and perverting the reality to be what we want it to be. I'd actually almost like for someone like you who I think is somewhat, and again, I say somewhat because I don't know how you look at some of these people and not see them right out. But again, maybe I'm projecting here. But
who?
I don't even want to get into specifics because we're going to just carry it out. And then at some point we can reflect and go back and then we can touch on it, right? We'll do some QAnon shit, future proofs past. But what the fuck was I saying now? I would actually like for someone who's not like a dyed in the wool sort of go along to get along person or a dyed in the wool unslavian or hater of unslavia, so to speak, to actually review these things and then go, no, it's clear right here. You did this. You said this. He did this. He said this. This is that.
Yeah. Okay. That's what we can do tonight. And there's tons of potential here. At times it's like, yeah, we got time. This might take a couple hours, but what I want to do here is first, I'm going to take a step back and I'm going to review what happened with him and Jaron shortly, briefly, because I need to know. I haven't seen that. And I need to use that for some context. I'm going to go. He just sent me a clip because, you know, Jaron and I have our differences, but at the end of the day, like, so what happened today? Yeah, today he reached out. He said, "Dude, what the hell are you doing? Like talking about how much I used to pay you. Like, why is that cool?" And I was like, you know what? I didn't really think about that. I kind of wasn't thinking. You know, obviously, I've never really been in the spotlight before, so I'm having to learn these things as I go along. And he was like, "Okay, well, you know, well, no." He was like, "Okay, cool. You know, thanks for saying that. You know, we're all good. So we're already like, you know." Not on bad terms. And then I was like, well, so what's the backstory with y'all? I mean, how did it go? And he's just basically, yeah, that dude's a retard, and here's the video, and you can review the video and let me know what you think. So I'm going to watch some of this just so I can get some background I need to
but
change.
be clear, right? Be
Yeah, yeah.
clear that
Go ahead.
what I said earlier is absolutely true. Like, he just lied to everybody's face when he said, "Oh, he doesn't stop from talking to me."
Oh, I know.
He's got me
I know.
blocked and banned, and I've been up there, and his little buddy there, who's no longer here anymore, did the same process with me that Z did. He's another one who did that process, hanging
I agree.
out.
Yeah.
But
there's so much more to it. That's the thing. Is like there's so much more in the background that like is. I think it, you know.
Right, but why? My point is, why is he involved with Jaron? Right? He's involved with Jaron because Jaron has enough money to pay you something every month to do his fucking videos, and pathetic warriors in a basement and can't rub two nickels together. That's the reality of it.
I guess you're probably right. And then
there's some people on YouTube, I'm not gonna say me, but you know, it is what it is. There's some people on YouTube who get a couple $100 every time they show up, at least, you know, on average. These guys can't do that monthly, right? They can't do a couple $100 monthly, and they're chomping at the bit out of desperation. Right? Because they want to make it out of obscurity and mediocrity. And that would be fine and great if they could just make their own wave and make their own lane, but they can't. So they got to ride everybody else's wave and get in everybody else's lane. And the worst part is they get in everybody else's lane to ride their wave by hating on motherfuckers instead of sucking dick like the bitches that they are, right? They should just know their position. And see, I blame the audience, because the audience shows up for this shit and follows people and listens to people who exclusively do drama and gossip and fighting and arguing. And that's where I then turn to you and go, Landry, don't be like the rest of these motherfuckers, because you're already in it, and I'm sitting next to you in it, and I'm talking about it, but I'm still in it, even if it only applies to me to a certain extent, right? You know, I'm like the guy in the desert who goes, "Hey, Landry, this wasn't my world, but they pulled me in, and now I've been here a while, and I don't have to be, because I'm not like them, but you don't have to be either, right? Before you get knee deep in."
I don't think I'm gonna. That's the thing, and that's where I'm. And this is what. See, and if I was gonna be in that spot, what would I be doing right now? I would be tiptoeing around this. I would be, because I'm in a position here that might be kind of awkward. Because I mean, this is not going to go well with Jack, because I'm talking about Z in a negative way, because I see it clearly and I don't feel comfortable with it. And I've already told him that. I'm saying, dude, this is not a good move. And he said that he'll talk to him and whatever. I mean, he's obviously still trusting of him, but I'm sitting here risking this whole entire, shit we're doing tomorrow, just to be honest. So, if people are paying attention, they can see that I'm not going to do the game with anyone, not with you, not with Jack, not with anybody. So that's why I do need to take a second to go back to the where this all began and see where. And I'm not going to, and I do want to review the tape that happened earlier, because I do want to just analyze what happened. Clearly, it got off. I got my first "Hey Landry." Did you catch that?
Yeah, I mean, we all know that's coming. That's why I was joking about it. We know the fucking gig, and that's cool. If everyone can own the position of what it is, good, bad, or indifferent, then we move forward, man. It's this denial of reality that everybody's got such a big fucking problem with, and that's why slavery is where it's at. I can always tie it back to what I do when it comes to slavery and genocide, mind and heart control, because these dynamics reflect it on these panels. That's one of the biggest reasons I'm fascinated, interested, and entertained by it, because I go, you guys don't get it. I'm working with others here to actually change something. We could actually live free here and be prosperous and have a whole fucking movement for ourselves, right? And have value and power and all the rest of this. And these motherfuckers want to sit on panels with an audience they've been given and reflect the same dynamics that got everybody to slavery. I just don't get it.
It won't be me, dude. You can count on that. I just went over. I saw Flow State was he went right when I shared the link. I saw he shared a link at the same place in like NPC's Discord, and I saw that he was live, and I went in and I saw Chuck again, just Chuck running his mouth and saying, "Oh, this is fucking this and that," and just a bunch of shit that's not true. I jumped in and said, "Hey, man, you're full of shit. Still, here's proof." And then I jumped out. And I went to the airport, and then I left, and he's like, "What's up?"
This shit is straight up high school. It's not even, bro. When I was in high school, we didn't even, it's not even middle school. But this is what, from what I've seen and heard, I wasn't involved then, but from what I've seen and heard, this is the middle school type shit. Everybody's somebody different online and in these groups and whatever else, and you get them alone, and then there's someone different again, and but yeah, man, it's just becomes what it is, right? You kind of accept it, for what it is, and you interact with it to a certain level, and then beyond that, you become the fool, right? I become the fool if you interact with it beyond a certain point, expecting and understanding what it is, right, and where it goes.
Yeah, man. And just if you would just bear with me here, I do want to kind of take a moment just to.
He's a certified audiologist. He cried online because somebody put a gun in his face and said he was never going to show up, and then left for months again.
I have to understand where I'm coming from, because this might end up being him. You know what I mean? Him, the same thing, but Jack. I'll be available around. Oh, Jaren might come jump on. So
I got news for you, bro. If you were to analyze the power game, Z's a better power gamer than Talcott. If I was to have to say, because I know I get the cues with everybody. I know I'm not supposed to say too much right now, even though nobody said that, because I know I'm not supposed to upset Talcott, right?
Sure.
But if Talcott is in the mix and I was to put him on the list, right, which I'm not necessarily doing, right? But if I was to put him on the list of power gamers, Z's a better power gamer than Talcott. He's way more strategic. He's way more coherent and continuous. He's able to detach more and be calculated to get what he wants. I've seen a fair bit, groups of power gamers in this thing, right? There's a bunch of them. Z's one of the better ones at it, because he doesn't show it online, but the way I imagine him in private is he's very obsessive and calculated, and he's deciding, where am I going to do this or say this or try to be a part of this and, make it be this. But yeah, man, at this point, they've already done it. He already did it with Talcott, and he already got what he needed, because if you go back and look at Z's last streams, he has better numbers than Talcott. So he's already outcompeted Talcott. He just hasn't shown up consistently over the past couple months because the power game got boring for him. And again, I'm just suspecting. We can't prove any of this because these people will never be honest. We have to get them riled up to get them to admit shit like we have in the past, or we have to find it out different ways, because they're never going to be honest. So, a lot of this is presumption and assumption and reverse engineering. And that's why I'm interested in it and entertained by it, because I'm fascinated with psychology, sociology, the art of war, and all the rest of it. But yeah, man, he already outcompeted Talcott. He got more numbers, and he was getting a little bit of money there, here and there. But I suspect that it was very unfulfilling for him, and he was not satisfied. And I told him and others that you guys are always going to take breaks for months at a time and show up half-assed and look like you're half asleep, because you're not really into what you're doing. You're going through the motions. You're not really inspired and fired up by it. They really honestly think that if you just get money and numbers, that your life's going to feel better. You're going to feel better in yourself. And that's not how this shit works. But they won't listen to daddy, right? So they got to learn their own way. But yeah, man, it's pretty simple, bro. I haven't been around in a month and a half or two. He coincidentally left for that month and a half or two. I started coming around because I've been feeling better over the last week. He coincidentally shows up, and it's Talcott's the best thing ever, right? And right away he's off to the races with the power games and the LARPing. We just don't know who's getting top bunk. Both of you bitch ass motherfuckers know if we were in a cell who gets top bunk. I wouldn't even have to ask. So why are we LARPing online? These are cowards in their heart, and they're going to do this false comparison power game, power struggle with me. I'm not even an egotistical, arrogant person. I just go, okay, let me give you an example, Andrew. Then I'm going to shut up if that's what you want. This This boy is an inauthentic corporate beta male. These are cowards in their heart, and they're going to do this false comparison power game, power struggle with me. I'm not even an egotistical, arrogant person. I just go, okay, let me give you an example, Andrew. Then I'm going to shut up if that's what you want. This boy is an inauthentic corporate beta male. Okay, he's an example, Andrew. Then I'm going to shut up if that's what you want. This boy is an inauthentic corporate beta male. These are cowards in their heart, and they're going to do this false comparison power game, power struggle with me. I'm not even an egotistical, arrogant person. I just go, okay, let me give you an example, Andrew. Then I'm going to shut up if that's what you want. This boy is an inauthentic corporate beta male. Okay, he's a certified audiologist. He cried online because somebody put a gun in his face and said he was never going to show up, and then left for months again. So he showed up at my broadcast day one, week one, yelling, he's my beta. He actually said that. And then I had to tell him, bro, why are you showing up in here and yelling that you're my beta? That doesn't make me feel some kind of way. Like I'm a human being. I have a feminine side as well, in a sense, right? I need to feel trusting and safe around people in order to feel comfortable enough to work with them. When another man comes in who's supposed to be grown and able to handle himself and yells out that he's my beta, that does not make me feel comfortable and safe around you and trusting around you. That makes me feel like you're trying to love bomb me and that you're weak. And we went from that to he had to make his own broadcast, according to him, to get credit and get money. He actually said that, right? So people will act like I'm just sitting here saying shit. But if you go back and look, we had the broadcast and he said all this shit. It's all recorded, right? That's why you got a lot of folks on here, including me at certain times. Part of the reason I started to stay away from these places is because when you're a person who has a heart oriented toward truth and justice, and you have to listen to people lie constantly about you and what you experienced over and over again, it drives you crazy. Because they're trying to gaslight you and they're doing it in front of an audience and then you're like left there like almost wanting to fight and argue, going, you're really going to say this? You're really going to do this after what we've all experienced, right? And it's almost like that's their game. It's almost like they're just agents playing power games. And one of their biggest games is, let's see if we could get Paul enslaved or these other people to act out and act crazy, because he has a heart oriented toward truth and justice. And we're literally just lying in everyone's face all day, every day. So it does work, right? And that's one of the things. This N-word gets thrown around a lot. I don't like throwing it around, but I say we all have narcissistic qualities in a sense. And that's one of them, is you'll see a lot of people on these broadcasts that use the broadcast to try to poke at people to get reactions from them so they can point at them and say, look at you and how you're acting. That's a narcissistic quality. And these are people who, when they're in the room with you, they're the biggest fucking cowards ever. They wouldn't raise their voice. They wouldn't stand up to anyone or anything. They come right out of the corporate world where it takes no balls and no heart in order to have a position. But they LARP online like they're somebody, right? So, when you kind of come up to a certain life and a certain experience, and you got to kind of make yourself and who and what you are and what you stand for, and you see these people come out of left field and just lie, cheat, steal, LARP, play power games to try to get wherever you're at or be a part of whatever you're doing, you just wind up resenting it and not respecting these motherfuckers. And that's all it's ever been with me and all of them. I just don't fucking like them, and I don't respect them, and I don't feel safe and trusting when I'm around them. My skin crawls. And I believe I know why. Go ahead, Landry. I'm doing a lot of talking over here, man. I said I wasn't going to do that.
Yeah, man, what the hell? Well, so here's what we're going to do. I'll take some control here back, because I would like to, we're going to have a surprise appearance here in a little bit from Jaron. He's going to come give his backstory, because, which is crazy, because that dude never in a million years would I imagine he would be coming on my broadcast.
You're saying your boy Jaron's coming over here?
Yeah, in 40 minutes. So, and that'll be good. Y'all should meet, because his story is very interesting, because he sees a lot of the same stuff you do, but in a different way, because, he had this trip where he went to Antarctica. I mean, if you know him, it's clear that this trip happened. There's literal 4 to 5 hours of high definition footage of the trip. And people try to say, oh no, it didn't happen. It was a sound stage. It was this, it was that. It's just, it's a whole thing. But so what
you're saying is your boy is doing with him, after me, the same thing he did with me, where he's the one playing the power games and lying, but he's accusing other people of playing power games and lying. Why would you be okay putting your face with a beanie on in August, showing that you're insecure about your hairline? And I've seen him without a hat, so I know why. This motherfucker don't like himself. That's the bottom line of what's going on here. Why would you accuse somebody else of faking a trip to Antarctica and having a soundstage unless you are willing to destroy your credibility by bearing false witness? See, these are atheistic, ungodly, untrustworthy people. They're willing to lie on other people to try to destroy their own or someone else's credibility just to clout chase for numbers, and then turn around in the same sentence and try to act nice, kind, and polite with that voice and that put on character and personality. Like, we don't remember Z when he didn't have that voice and that put on character and personality, talking exactly like me from the East Coast in his own way, because he's from New Jersey. Cut it the fuck out, man. People from New Jersey don't talk like that. That's a whole put on character and affect that he came up with after what happened with me and him went down. He sat somewhere for months and never came on and realized, like Obama, I got to come up with a whole fucking character and persona and way of acting on here so I don't get caught out there in the future. And that's exactly what the fuck he did, man. These people are snakes. This is why from day one, I've never felt comfortable in certain circles or in regular groups or in the corporate world, because this is who is inhabiting them. All these rejects you see online on YouTube are the people who inhabit the system and these corporations. And this is the games they all play.
Yeah, so with that being said, I was going to wait until he gets here to play the one with him and Z. So for now, I do want to review some of what happened earlier and see where I can kind of feel, because I mean, obviously you never know how it actually went until you see it.
I know how it went, bro.
Yeah. Well, I know
I've
that
seen
you
enough life in my life. I've lived through enough life to know typically how this shit works. Jaron had enough money to pay you $2,000 a month. That's all I need to know. That's the only piece of information I need to know why the fuck pathetic non-warrior. Imagine a guy who calls himself a warrior, never been in a fight or a war in his life. Where are you warring at, bro? Who are you warring with? Yourself? I know why the fuck he started with Jaron, because Jaron has money and Jaron has motion and momentum, and he's a bitch ass latcher on hater who's got to get on somebody else's train to be recognized. He did it with me, so why wouldn't he be doing it with Jaron? You know?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's crazy how it's not just him though. There's 1,000 people. And okay, so another thing I'll do another poll. I just did a poll with what's his name, with Z, to see who thinks he's trustworthy, and it was 75% not trustworthy and then 25% trustworthy. So we'll go ahead and do another one. I don't see El Perro here today, so I'm hoping it's a genuine poll, but we'll do one for Rose. I don't know what happened with the gun. Do you know what happened with the gun?
No, I don't know, because I'm not as involved as these,
I
people
get
would like
it.
me to be.
Well, but I've heard different sides of the story. Apparently she got somebody's channel taken down because of she pulled out a gun. You've heard that though, right?
I believe I've heard something to that effect.
Okay. So,
bro, this is the thing. All the nicest, kindest, politest people on here are some of the wackiest and most fucked up. Like, that's what you're going to learn about life, is most things are not what they seem. You know? These people who talk with that the affect and that whole nice, kind, polite, they're holding back rage and bitterness and resentment and jealousy and envy and hate. You know? Because they don't keep it real all day, every day. You know? So that shit bottles up, and they got to be two different people, and then at some point they fucking explode. And then you see the real parts of who and what they are right below the surface, right?
Yeah. And it's crazy. I don't know.
She's another goofy bitch. I've had my rounds with all these people. She had the nerve to say, she made me, listen to this line, just there's so many things. She made me famous. Number one, I'm not famous. I have a video that's been seen over 10 million times. So if anybody knows me, they know me for that. So what I do, if I'm famous or have some notoriety, made me famous. How could she do for me what she hasn't done for herself yet? Her channel has less subs and views than mine. These people just say shit. They got legend in their own mind syndrome.
And she left right when you came up, right?
Yeah, and let's go deeper, right? Because there's always a reason. I don't even remember all the time, but then I got to jog my own memory and go, why don't I like this motherfucker? Because all I have it filed away as, I don't like this motherfucker, and there's a good reason why. And then I have to jog my memory. And I remember now that one of the reasons I don't trust, it's not even about like, I don't respect or trust Rose, because just like Talcott once said, and you heard it and saw it. By the way, you heard and saw all 4 of the moments I said, so nobody could say I made it the fuck up and I'm lying. He said, I'm wasting first responders' time by exercising rights and upholding the law. See, I'm an old soul in a way, and I'm like one of the founding fathers. You say some shit like that around me, to me, with what I do and what I'm involved in, it's almost like Jesus telling a motherfucker, I never knew you. It's real hard to come back from that with me, right? And all these people have done it. Slow State said, why are you free? Why aren't you in jail? Who'd you rat on? You should be arrested. Punk coward, traitor.
Wait, Flow State said that?
Yeah. Every one of these, bro, I'm telling you that this is biblical. These people have a spirit that they're inhabited by. They have a spirit they're inhabited by that all has the same look in its eye if you get them at the right time, all has the same belief about me and what I do if you get away from their bullshit and their rap, right? Like at the core of who and what they are, it's literally, we're not going to be free here. We're all in hell and we're going to lie, cheat, steal, kill, steal, destroy. But we're not going to do it out in the open. We're going to do power games and be passive aggressive. And why is Paul unslave free? And why does he care about truth so much? And why is he holding us accountable? These are literally like demons in bondage to their work. And their work is deception and passive aggressive power games. I haven't seen these people, all 10 of them, do anything yet other than passive aggressive power games and try to steal or destroy through deception. Oh yeah, so the Rose slave said one day when she got annoyed with me, and she admitted, another one who admitted on a recorded line to everybody here, that she was just annoyed because I never emailed her back. And I go, Rose, imagine this. I'm one of the few people in your life who's not constantly trying to manipulate you and use you for access to Crow and these other people. She was asking me to come on for a third time. They want me on for a third time. These people have all been begging to get on Crow one time. They want me on for a third time. I'm like, you know what? I've been there and done that. No offense, but I'm good on that. I want to do something else. I'm just like that. So she said when she was annoyed at me because I wasn't manipulating and using and sucking her feet like everybody else does. Paul Unslaved is another one with the Paul Unslaved is going to get people hurt. We shouldn't do what he does and we shouldn't listen. I mean, again, when you say some shit like that to me about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, when I'm fucking risking my life and my property and it's costing me thousands and it's my life's work and I got all these people who are involved in it with me and we're actually getting results, and you're going to say some shit like that to this audience after you said you put me on and gave me the work and made me famous? How do I respect that? How do I trust that? How do I feel safe around that? And of course, she'll tell me whatever she wants me to believe. Like last night, oh, you should come to the event, Paul. You're the greatest speaker. Oh, we'll do your travel video. Ooh. Oh, they're the greatest schmoozers ever. But as soon as they don't like when you're holding them accountable or calling them out or you're not sucking their feet, they go to start lying and power gaming and denying your works. You know, I don't appreciate that, man. I don't respect that, especially when I'm one of the few, if not only, motherfuckers actually doing something worthy of looking at out here for the country, the land, the people. And they want to tell me don't do what he does and all the rest of this. So when I hear that shit, yeah, then I'm going extra hard. I don't forget. I may forgive, but I don't forget. And you know what the reality of it is? I got to go hard because this is a whole audience and group of people who would have bought into this shit. Before I was let into the room and saw access to all this, these people were all running in circles with each other. Hee hee ha ha. It's all great. It's cute and cuddly. Let's all pay for events. Let's all suck dick and keep the illusion going. Yeah, no, I got to destroy that shit, man. I'm not going to be part of it. I'm not going to profiteer off of it. You will respect me and the truth by the end of this. It just is what it is. You know, I will talk myself out of money and pussy and all the things these motherfuckers are begging for to get to the truth. It's got to be that way. Because you know what's going to happen if it's not? The demon addict in me is going to come out and I'm going to start lying to this audience. And I'm going to start coming up with bullshit fucking antics. And I'm going to start gaming the people to try to profiteer because I'm an addict at heart. So I got to tell on me and everybody else first in order to keep me right. And if these motherfuckers don't respect it and see the value in it, then let them go down with the ship.
He sure can yap and yap and yap and talk and take over his show. And nobody stops him. You just let him ramble on. But they never let me get 2 sentences out without interrupting. You notice the difference? Because Paul just hypes himself up. He doesn't speak any truth. They'll let him rant for half an hour. And he does nothing in this world. Nothing. He doesn't affect this realm whatsoever. It will still be a hell realm 1,000 fucking years after Paul has been forgotten. Period.
But I'm going to speak it because I care. And I believe that's the way it's supposed to be.
What a fascinating poll we just had. Keep Paul, kick Paul. We have 50-50 down the line, 24 votes. All that means everybody watching voted if there is no miscommunication. That's a crazy situation. What do we do here? How do we bridge the gap? Rigged. Who rigged it? Okay, we'll do this. I'd recommend Jeeps, but now she's on a panel. Okay. And I definitely I want you to preach and all that, but I do think that obviously we, in this world we get a little worked up, and I understand why, but if you would not mind, I would like to just take one brief moment to review earlier.
I always see him on the top 10 list of the YouTube Moneybags streamers. He's doing something right, Jack, in this panel verse. What do you say?
Yeah, please. I think so. That'd be fun.
Some of you may have known him as Flow State, but don't dead name him.
So this is a little bit forward, right?
Day, and he arrived. That was back when he was looking like a bushy wild man, and everybody on the panel.
Welcome to Chats with Jack.
I was telling him that it would be so interested if he was involved, but I understood if he just wanted to stay local. But if you have the opportunity to be on a stage with Jack, I know that Landry is thinking about making a documentary about Jack, right? That's true. So I was just going to say that any opportunity where Jack's on a stage at any of these events is also an opportunity for capturing footage, B-roll footage. And also another role I could see you playing is just simply giving your outlook and your point of view over the years. And then depending on what the outcome is, it'll just be more interesting personalities to include. I was just thinking about that, about what your involvement would be. Because, I mean, if you were going to go on a stage other than advertising your show, I would also just be thinking of how we could monetize that for Jack.
Monetize.
You know how to speak my language. No, this is the first I've heard of it. I just a day or two ago got back from
open dialogue.
Okay, so just so we know on the counter there, Landry, that's the third person who brought up money within 30 seconds. Pathetic Warrior brought up money bags. Rose brought up money. Slow State said you're speaking my language. It seems that the blood is in the water for the piranhas.
It's a good point. I got to make a money counter now instead of a lie detector. And so the goal here, and obviously we'll have some teasers along the way, but the goal here is to make sure that this is something that would have a reach beyond the panelverse. It would break the panelverse in half and give it some sort of, ideally be, of that high quality where that could be possible, where we could see things like other people dipping their toes into this and wondering, wow, does this really exist? And, sort of, I guess the comparison would be like, there's oftentimes I will say what I was going to say here, but I wanted to be nice, but there are some people who watch overweight ladies, like super morbidly obese people. They hate watch them. So I'm curious if we can get people to hate watch the panel, because they already do it. YouTube that I've never known about. Just for the sake of Jack, I'm not going to say which ones that come to mind because I feel like this chat would just. Go ahead.
When it fits in the story of Rose appearing on someone's.
Said I didn't have the ability to do this for the first time. I think it was really stupid.
I'll buy the guy some tissues.
I have communication skills. Maybe Stephen and Landry need to work things out, because if I recall, King Stephen was Jack's old co-host not that long ago, and now there's a new guy in town. His name is Landry. There may be some unresolved issues. This may be a perfect opportunity for you two. Please, I was unpaid.
I'm not paid. I was unpaid. I was voluntary. I was the self-proclaimed co-host. I was trying to help his show out of the generosity of my heart. And I think this guy's got an agenda, but it's fine. I'll buy the guy some tissues if he needs some tissues to cry. He interrupts and then he'll accuse me of interrupting. But that's what
you just talk for too long. So you got to give me a chance. Like if we want to play the game where we actually respect it, see you're just. Everyone can see what you're doing.
Say something. See, there you go. He never lets me even complete a sentence, but he'll let Paul speak for half an hour. These are the demon games they play. They always play demon games. Meaningful. Do you have some balls?
Yeah, so of course, we could talk about what you just said, how, you think that I have an agenda, but your entire channel is dedicated to calling everything and everyone on the internet a demon.
That's
and
not
just
true.
No, it's not true.
That's
We can
false.
pull it up right now if you want to.
Go ahead.
Pull up your channel. Yeah,
Pull it
let's
up.
look at it. Let's
Play
see what else is
something.
on there that's not.
Yeah.
It sucks that I didn't have the ability to do this for the first time. I think it was really stupid to not let me key. I guess you can only have one person that has keys at a time, though.
Play some of my videos. I have a whole Esoterica series on
You can buy more
esoterica,
keys.
which you haven't watched.
Of course. How much?
I don't know. It's a few dollars per key. It's not much, $4.99 or $2.99 or something a month, but you can buy more keys.
Okay. No,
Lazy.
why would I?
You're lying. Of course not, because you're lying. You're saying
That shrill, terrible voice of extra large. Oh, it's fucking painful.
whole channel's about bashing people. You
let
are
me
a
jump in.
liar.
Let me jump
You're
in
a
here.
liar.
I want.
Go
I
ahead.
want
Do you hear how much I just?
Go ahead.
Hold on. I want to advocate for King Stephen here because
Right there. That's the only sentence that Jack needs to hear, to just really make him question what's going on here.
Well, okay, he has his hijinks, he has his methods, but unless you've really watched his channel and seen his content,
Hey,
you really may
Landry.
not be informed on what he does over there.
Yes.
Just quickly to the audience, because they've been here for the ones who've been here long enough and done this loop at least a couple times already. And now I just forgive me if this keeps happening. I may have to retire because I got like 500 milligrams of THC in me. But I was going to ask the audience. You had just said something. I'm completely Alzheimer's. I'm pulling a Joe Biden. I was going to ask the audience for a poll, but I forgot what you had just
You want
said.
to rewind it?
I think it was about what Z had just said about his intentions, and Landry pointed it out. That's all that Jack needed to know.
Right. I want to ask the audience. Perfect, Bex. I want to ask the audience if they know why because Landry, bless his heart, thinks he should try to figure out who's who and then report it to Jack. And I want to know if the audience can figure out why it doesn't matter if this guy's up to no good when it comes to reporting it to Jack, if they have the answer to that.
Okay, so how do I frame that?
Sense. I guess you'd have to come up with 4 supposed reasons, and they'd have to pick one. But I was just saying,
you can do yes or no.
Yeah, like for instance, why doesn't Landry have to tell Jack that Pathetic Warrior is a con artist? And then answer 1 would be because Jack's a con artist too, and he's using Z to fuck the audience out of whatever time, energy, attention, and money they can get. That's a long number 1. I don't know if we can. Yeah, and then number 2 would be because Jack's so loving and forgiving. And number 3 would be I don't know what number 3 would be. I think I'm kind of showing my hand here.
Red says because Jack is the same creature.
Oh, right. See, and that's okay. See, that's why I didn't want to do an official poll. I just wanted to ask it open-ended without leading anyone with any answers. Like, why does it not matter if Landry stumbles?
I've learned that here. Let me just fix
Landry,
it.
is masturbation allowed in here? I want to just lay it out.
You want to do it right now?
Well, I mean,
yeah,
go on mute and you're good.
All right, Bex, keep going.
Camera on.
What a bunch of sick, degenerate demons.
On mute. That's okay.
Say,
yeah, I used to come out. Is that too low now?
Oh crap! I'm so stupid.
We're fine on the sound. What's even going on with the sound? I don't understand.
Oh, I thought someone in the chat said I was really loud. Now I usually, if I'm at 100 on this phone,
Right,
my mic will dominate.
Jack says we're
You're always fucking loud, always.
in these meat suits for pleasure and to have fun. Brothers and sisters, I want everyone to take a break from whatever this is. It's negativity and nonsense, really. And entertainment. And entertainment's nonsense. And we're all going to have group masturbation session, brothers and sisters. There's nothing.
This is Jessica Burbank. You might know her from previous videos on this channel where we talked about A, the fact that she is quite attractive, and B, the fact that everything she says is stupid, ridiculous, and downright insane. Well, this is Amber Duke, and she is having absolutely none of that. The most sensible member of the Hill Rising, of the Hill, whatever they call this show, team has decided to step up to the plate and bat down one of the most insane takes about carjacking that I've ever heard in my entire life, and I'm all here for it. But before we get into that, I want to say thank you to everybody who signed up over at actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
And thank you to the podcast listeners, Spotify, Apple, and Google's podcasting platform.
New year, more crime? DC police have reported 43 vehicle thefts in the first 3 days of the new year, per WUSA 9 News.
So the setup for this segment is as follows. In Washington, D.C., in the first 3 days, that's a trace for you guys who speak Spanish out there in the audience, of the new year, we saw over 40 carjackings in the District of Columbia, our nation's capital, and this has led people to believe that they are in for it, another year of rising crime, and specifically carjackings, which appear to be a growing problem, not a shrinking problem. Now, there is some positive indications in the data as of 2023. I've discussed at length where there are some issues with that data, but overall, one of the things that I tend to look for before the victimization surveys come out is the homicide data, and nationwide we did see a drop in homicide, and that is a good thing. Now, it's not lower than 2019. That dramatic increase in 2020 has not been unmade yet, but we gotta acknowledge progress where it actually is, and now we gotta talk about where we're not progressing, where things are getting worse, and that is DC in terms of carjacking. Or do we? Because Jessica Burbank thinks that we don't, and thinks that she has a logical explanation for these carjackings, and it's so funny. I can't wait to play that portion of the clip.
Squires, who had previously voted for Allen, formed a recall committee last month because she believes Allen's reform bill was, quote, going in the wrong direction. According to the data from the Metropolitan Police Department, carjackings in D.C. nearly doubled last year. Reporter John Fahey wrote on X, which D.C. council member worked to lessen penalties for carjackers. That's right, Charles Allen. He needs to be recalled ASAP.
So right there in the opening, they have Jessica Burbank read off the stats in terms of carjackings, and to be clear, carjackings are different from Grand Theft Auto, and Grand Theft Auto has been up ever since we learned about the glitch in Kias and Hyundais, and you had a bunch of teenagers deciding that they were going to go on joyrides. We've done a bunch of things about the Kia boys and all the dangers that we actually see with them, but carjackings in particular doubling are a huge problem because carjackings are an inherently more violent crime as they involve stealing an occupied vehicle, often at gunpoint.
So DC really wasn't the only city that experienced an increase in carjackings. This was the only actual metric that's tracked by FBI data nationally. It covers about 78% of the U.S. population, where they saw a 10% increase in motor vehicle theft.
Hold on a second. It looks like we have someone backstage. I don't know who it actually is. It could be anybody. Because there's a lot of fakes and frauds in this realm. Could be a porn bomber. Could be a porn bomber. It could be a daemon. It could be a loser. So we'll see who it is. Oh, there's a couple joining now. Probably some porn bombers. Ryan, I don't know who this is. I'll add these people though. We'll see. Hello, Sunny, Sundiata. Are you there? Hello.
Yes, I am here, King Steve.
Got an echo. Hello, Ryan. Got an echo.
I don't know why. I don't know what's happening.
No, that's somebody that's fake. I'm gonna have to kick them off. I'll remove that idiot Ryan, whoever that was. Goodbye to that fake. But this is Quack. It sounds like. How do you pronounce your name? Son, what is it?
So, my name is pronounced. Okay, so there are actually multiple valid pronunciations of both of my names. So I'll share both of them with you. So the one that I go by the most is Sundiata El Bakara. But another valid pronunciation for both of my names would be Sunjata El Bakara. So, yeah.
Sundiata. That's your first name, or what's the El Bakar? What's the second? Is that your last name or middle name?
El Bakara is my last name.
Oh, El Bakara is your last name?
Yes.
Okay, so we don't have names like that where I'm from because I'm a Viking, so I've never heard of Sundiata El Bakara.
Yes, it's certainly not a very common name.
Where's El Bakara from? I don't think it's as common as Smith or Johnson. So it's a little bit more uncommon than that, isn't it?
It absolutely is, King Stephen.
I've never seen that name before. Where is that from? Which drum circle in Africa is that from?
I actually don't know. I actually don't know where my last name is from. Exactly. It sort of sounds almost Middle Eastern because I'm familiar with there's a Middle Eastern name that's something like al-Bakari or something like that. So my last name is similar to that.
I thought it was the name of somebody's camel or something at first. I was like, that does sound Middle Eastern, like it's from Saudi Arabia or Afghanistan or maybe Iran or somewhere. Persian, maybe. Is it Persian? Al-Bakara? Al-Bakara?
I don't know.
I don't know. You ever seen a Persian sword? They're very unique shape to a Persian sword.
No, I have not seen any Persian swords.
Have you ever seen Persian shoes where they have the curled up tips?
No.
Huh. Well, a Persian blade is a big curve on it. It's got a big belly and a big sweeping curve to it. It's a very distinctive blade shape for a sword. But I'm into swords and knives and history and all that sort of thing.
I see. Yeah, I don't. Okay, so for some reason,
You're not Persian. You're not Persian then, are you?
No.
Okay. The live chat. What were you saying?
For some reason, live chat. This happens every time I come on, but for some reason, it's behind. It's not showing me the most recent messages for some reason.
Oh yeah, there's a delay with YouTube. That happens. There's some kind of YouTube delay. I don't know why, but it is that way. So what did you want to talk about tonight? It's not your time of the month. You're not feeling emotional tonight, are you? Hello? Are you still there?
Yeah, I am still here. I'm just thinking. I would say that I am still emotional because I'm still the same being that I was during the previous live stream. So my emotions have not gone away. If you see what I mean.
Well, every being that's walking around on two legs has emotions, but you seemed very highly emotional that night. And I was just wondering if your period was over, like if your hormones calmed down, if you calmed your tits, so to speak, if you if you got over it, and hopefully you got some man pawns or something. I'm not sure what you needed, but you were highly emotional, like it's like dealing with a woman on her period or something.
I am very emotional. Yes, that that is something that's true about me, and I will admit that I am a very emotional being. But I'm not trying to use that as an excuse for my behavior. I'm just explaining it. But yes, I am highly emotional. Um, but
Does
I
that
would
have to
say
do
that I
with your
use my emotions incorrectly. That was not the
Yeah,
correct way to use them.
yeah. But does that have to do with your personality, or does that have to do with your background? Like, is that a Sundiata thing, or is it cultural, or is it genetic? Is it just your personality? What would you say that? Are you from a highly emotional family, a highly emotional people, or is it more of a personal thing?
I would say it's a so I think this actually has something to do with what I am on a fundamental level as a spiritual entity. So I think that my spirit is just highly emotionally charged, perhaps more so than many beings in this realm. But also I have grown up in a highly emotional family. So that's another element of this. And my as for the anger the anger element of my emotional qualities, an ex an explanation that I have for that is that um I I actually I definitely I both feel and know that I have not always been as angry as I was on that live stream, and not just during that one particular live stream, but just throughout my life. I do notice I have actually become progressively more angry as a spirit, as I've gone through my life in this realm. Um, and I definitely have not always been this way. Um, it's just so a pattern that I would notice in my life is that others would actually raise their voices and get angry with me over minor things that I didn't feel were worth getting angry over. And that would happen fairly often to me throughout my childhood. And so what that so my response to it was that or so I wouldn't say that my response was always to get angry back, but when I felt as though the anger was so excessive and so extreme relative to the actual situation that was being experienced by the beings who were getting angry with me, um, I would retaliate by uh, by getting angry in response, and and it wasn't and it wasn't a forced reaction. It was because the anger that they had towards me would spark anger within my spirit because I felt as though their anger at me was not justified. And so what that has done is it has created a kind of unconscious, what I would call an unconscious spiritual defense mechanism within me that is built on a lot of anger. And I would use that as a way of retaliating against what I felt were unjustified outbursts of anger directed at me. And so what you saw during that live stream the other night was the end result of that defense mechanism, of myself triggering that defense mechanism in an inappropriate context. So I really do deeply apologize for that, because you didn't deserve to be subject to that. If anyone deserved to be subject to that, it would be the ones who actually did the act of yelling and screaming at me unjustifiably. They would be the ones who would deserve my rage, not someone like you.
Yes, I agree. And often humans seem to take it out or misdirect their rage on the wrong people. I was going to ask you if you feel like a girl or feel girly when you get overly emotional, because the overly emotional is feminine. It's not masculine. Being overly emotional and chaotic and out of control of one's emotions is feminine. So does it feel girly when you are that overly emotional?
It does, yes. It does feel feminine to me. I definitely have femininity within my spirit. There's no doubt about that.
Are you gender confused though, or are you secure and sure of your gender?
As far as my gender goes, I feel like I feel like I wouldn't mind being either gender. So I feel like spiritually I could present myself as either male or female, and I feel as though I would be able to adapt to either role. So yeah, that's how I feel about my gender. So I'm not uncomfortable with being masculine and possessing manly traits, but I'm also not uncomfortable with being feminine and possessing female traits. So that's how I feel.
Well, beyond the actual traits, what about having an actual female body? Have you ever thought how you would feel if you were in a female body in this realm, like you had a vagina, breasts, everything was different, just feminine facial features? Do you think of yourself in ever imagine yourself in a female body?
I have imagined it at times, yes, because I did see it as a possibility that could happen to me if I were to reincarnate here. If I were to come back here, I considered, well, there's a possibility that I could be reborn female. So I have thought about that. I have thought about
what kind of body did
it
you
might be like.
imagine? What kind
I'm
of
sorry,
body
what
did
was
you
that?
imagine? Yeah, sorry, I was asking yeah, what type of body, the female body, like short, tall, big, small-breasted, large-breasted, long-legged, black, white, Asian, Hispanic? Did you imagine details like eye color, hair color? Can you describe the female body that you imagined you might have at some point?
I didn't quite go that deep into the details. It was more so just a general imaginative act of just the general idea and the general qualities associate it with being female. So I didn't go as far as to think about the specifics like the eye color, the hair color, the skin tone, the genetics, the figure, the shape of the figure. I didn't actually go quite that far.
Okay. You stopped short of imagining yourself with big titties or something, for example.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I didn't quite.
Or as an attractive woman, you didn't imagine yourself to be a hot woman, or the other extreme would be an ugly, fat woman with just greasy hair and great big no neck watermelon head or something like the thing on the screen. You didn't want to be like that, did you? I hope not.
No,
one on the screen.
I was not interested in being like that. No.
A big blob of just a mess, a mess of a creature. Well, that's good. I'm glad you didn't imagine yourself to be like that, but you didn't think of yourself with a Karen haircut like this.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Interesting. What about very dark skin? Did you imagine yourself dark skin, or you didn't go into race or skin tone or anything? Like
I think I have imagined myself with very dark skin, and part of that is because when I'm exposed to sun for long periods of time, my skin does get noticeably darker. So so I've imagined it in response to the reality of having it actually happen, my skin darkening.
how dark though? Like would it be as dark as a crow, or as dark as like a black screen on a laptop, or like how dark can it get?
I don't think it quite gets to the level of the black screen on the laptop. However, it can get pretty dark. Yeah.
Like this background, this that I have up now, Viking Strong, the black background, it wouldn't get that. Could anybody's skin get that dark in this realm? I don't know if that's possible.
Well, in one of your live streams, you've shown some of those Africans with the really dark skin. I haven't seen anyone that looks darker than them. So
Yeah. The South Sudanese, I think, are the darkest people on earth. They are the darkest of the darkies. Just a second, I'll see if I can pull that up. These South Sudanese, these ones here, these women wearing white, are just, that's about as dark as it gets. I don't think there's any group on earth that gets darker than the South Sudanese tribe. South Sudan are so much darker than most Black Americans, way darker. We don't see many people. I haven't seen anybody walking around in real life like this where I live. I've seen some Africans, but not South Sudanese. That's about as dark as it gets. That's the darkest of the darkies on earth, I think. And this one here as well. So you're not that dark. You're dark. You get darker, but not like South Sudanese, not like the darkest Africans.
yes.
My skin will tan, sometimes burn, but I have more pale Celtic and Germanic Viking Nordic skin. So I'm fairly light skinned and light eyes, very light, very sensitive green, blue green eyes. But where I grew up, there weren't that many darkies at all. Like, I only saw a few up until when I graduated high school. I was in the Great White North, so it was mainly white. It was almost all white and very few Asians. No Hispanics that I can recall, and only like one black guy in my whole high school. There's just one. So I didn't come close to. I almost got all the way through school without being in a school with any darkies. It was unusual. I guess it would be different in Philadelphia. There's probably a lot more there.
Oh,
You don't
yes.
live. You don't live near Kensington, do you? That area where all the crime is, and drugs, and all addicts, and it looks like that.
I think I did live near Kensington. I think I did.
Oh, it looks like it looks like the end of the world, like zombies took over or something. It's just blocks of drug addicts, like bent over, looking down at the ground. It's incredible. There's trash all around, and there's drug dealers, and oh man, it looks like another world. It's disturbing. You did live near there, where they have that raised road or whatever, and it's all. It's very strange, Kensington.
I'm not familiar with the raised road.
Okay, it's Kensington, Philadelphia. I'll show it on the screen. It looks like that. You can walk all under there, and it's like a road under a road, it looks like to me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Come to think of it, I've actually been there. Yeah. It does look like that.
Yeah. And there's a lot of drug addiction and just garbage blowing around. It just they've got leaf blowers for the look at this. I don't know if those guys work for the city or what, but how do you solve a problem like Kensington? It's just damn. I don't know if Philadelphia is a city of brotherly love or if it's a city of drugs. I mean, look at this. There's drug paraphernalia on the ground all over.
It is, Philadelphia is definitely the city of drugs, and it's a city of demons.
It's a city of demons?
Yeah, I would say so. There's a lot of violence that goes on in Philadelphia.
Are they fighting over the Philly cheesesteaks?
I'm not sure. I don't know what they're fighting about, but they certainly are. So my grandmother actually lives. She lives in a pretty. I would say it's a pretty dangerous area, a pretty dangerous part of Philadelphia. And when I go over there, I always try to keep my guard up because it's not a good area. There's a lot of violence that breaks out around where she lives. There's often police sirens going off in that area. I often hear that happening when I go over to my grandmother's house. But my grandmother and her family are not like the violent demons that are around that are around them in that area where they live. They're not like that, but there's a lot of that around where they live. So there's a pretty sharp contrast. Between what they are and what their community is.
Do a lot of people in Philadelphia like the Wawa store as much as Matt McKinley from Quantum of Conscience?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that question?
Do a lot of people in the Philadelphia area like the Wawa store as much as Matt from Quantum of Conscience? He talks about Wawa, eating their Wawa sub sandwiches, all that stuff.
Wawa.
Yeah, you're from Philadelphia, aren't
Yeah.
you?
It's just I don't think I've heard many talk about it all that much.
Huh.
I'm
He
really
says
trying to
everybody
think.
loves it. Do they really love it there, or?
Yeah, I'm just really trying to think if that's a thing. Maybe it is, and maybe I just didn't pay much attention to that. Because you see, as a being, I'm often in my own world. So that's not to say that I never pay attention to external things. I do, but there are definitely times where I'm not really doing much of that, and I'm just in my own mind, daydreaming, and not paying attention.
Interesting. Well, I guess they have coffee and breakfast sandwiches and eggs and lunch and dinner and drinks and merchandise. You can wear these Wawa shirts and hoodies. They got donuts. They have sub salads, all these different things. But he talks about it quite often on his channel. He seems to love that place. I think that's all he really eats. Interesting. So you basically daydream. You're kind of living in your own little world. Have you ever had your personality type tested to see the Myers-Briggs system?
So there's this website online called 16 Personalities, something like that, and it's based on the
Yes.
Myers-Briggs system.
Yes.
I've gone on that website and taken it, and the end result is that
INFJ? What are you?
INTP.
INTP, okay. Huh. So you're introverted, intuitive, and you're more of a process through thinking and perceiving.
Yes, that's what the Myers-Briggs system classifies me as. In some, I think I've gone to at least one other website. I got the result INTJ. So I guess I would be somewhere in that range. INTP, INTJ, something like that.
Okay, interesting. Huh. But you're often in your own little world daydreaming, so that's interesting. You mentioned, I think you mentioned, was it earlier tonight or the other night that you do live at home with your parents? Was that tonight where I was talking about that guy? What's his name? Nicholas something. In his 20s, and he seems to be living with his parents. He was home alone. I made that little video.
He was on last night, wasn't he?
The other night, but I've made a couple videos about him or showed, and he was home alone, but he's 20 something, and I think I think it was you that chimed in and said you also live with your parents, or you're 20 something.
Yes, I do.
How's that going, living with your parents? Would you prefer your own place?
So I actually live only with my mother and not with my father.
Oh, okay. Is she a single mom?
Yes, she is, and she has been for most of my life, although at the beginning of my life she was not, and she was still with my father.
What happened to their relationship?
So my father told me concerning that my mother changed in some way that he didn't like. That's what he told me about that.
Like, did she change into a demon, or what do you mean? Was it something extreme?
I'm not entirely sure because he wasn't specific. He just said that she changed. He didn't specify how or what, but it was clearly a negative change. And that's what he did make clear, that it was not a change that he liked. He said that she
Oh,
changed.
I see. Change for the worse. And then he left, or they got divorced or something?
Yeah, he left. He ended the relationship, but they didn't get divorced because they never got married.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I see. So you live at home with your mom, and she's been a single mom for a long time. Your dad's been out of the picture, basically.
Not quite out of the picture. So my mom and my father did continue to have a relationship after they ended their romantic partnership. So it wasn't just a matter of they broke it off and then never spoke to each other again. They actually remained in contact. So no, he was never out of the picture. She was just single in the sense of not being in a romantic relationship with him.
Oh, okay. I see. I see. Did that affect you, him leaving though, and um, kind of just living just with your mom?
Not quite. Or if it did, it didn't in a way that I'm aware of because they lived together when I was very young. And so it's not that I don't remember it because I actually do remember that because I do have memories of being a baby. So I actually do remember them living in the same place. I remember this. But when my dad moved out, I don't think it affected me that badly because I didn't think that he was disappearing from my life. I just thought, well, he's just not living with us anymore.
Oh, okay. I see. Did it cause you any trouble with relationships, though? Do you have friends? Do you have a girlfriend? Are you a virgin? Are you an incel, or do you have a girlfriend?
I am a virgin, but I wouldn't say that I'm involuntarily celibate.
Are you voluntarily celibate then? Are you just not interested in having sex or having a relationship, like having a girlfriend?
So I would say that I am interested in having sex, but what I've done throughout my life is I've chosen not to participate in it in spite of my interest in participating in it, because I wanted to avoid the possibility of bringing another spirit into this realm. So I avoided sex for that reason, because I really didn't want to do that.
What do you think would happen if you did bring another spirit into this realm?
Well, I would try to care for them as best as I can, and I would try to convey to them what this place is. I would make an attempt to do that.
Well, how would you convey that? How would you describe this realm? Would you call it a hell realm, or what would you describe it as being?
I don't think I would just call it a hell realm, because I don't think they would have much of a frame of reference for what hell actually means. So I think I would start off with trying to describe pain to them. And I think I would try and describe what it is, why it's bad, why it's built into the design of this place. And that this place is not designed for their benefit, on account of pain being built into the design.
Well, pain of all types is unavoidable here. There's no way to go through life here and avoid any pain. There's pain and discomfort felt just during birth. As soon as you get in, there's no escaping it here. Jason last night, when I was on that Archaics channel, said that suffering helps us learn that we need to suffer. That this is a learning school. And that's what most people describe it as in this place. But you're attached to this realm, but you don't want to bring in any spirits. But you still have emotional attachments to this place?
Yes, I do. And one reason why I have emotional attachments to this place is because I have had positive experiences in this realm. But I don't say that to discount the profoundly negative and evil elements of this realm. It's just the emotional attachments come from the good parts of it, not the bad parts of it.
Interesting. We've all had positive experiences and fun times and good memories and all of that, but I don't know, it seems like you're more attached to this place than most that are here on my channel. So I'm just curious why that is, and do you think if they just threw you a few bones every once in a while and gave you a few happy times and positive experiences, that they could get you to keep coming back here for thousands more lifetimes?
I would need to make an effort to resist that temptation.
So you are tempted then. It would be a temptation to return here and possibly have a little bit better life than the current one?
Perhaps it would be. But I still, so my feelings about this place are contradictory in a sense, because I actually really, really have a lot of I have a lot of anger and hatred towards this place because I've seen and encountered suffering in my life, and um, I think I've come to the conclusion that the suffering is built into the design, and so I really do despise this place for that. But on the other hand, I also have positive feelings towards this place because when the suffering isn't happening, it's kind of good. So it is contradictory. It's hatred, but it's also um uh enjoyment and and positive emotions towards it. It my the feelings that I have for it are both.
Do you think that that could be used against you by entities to get you to return for many more lifetimes?
I think it could, yeah. It could, which is why I do need to work on that.
Well, if I was an evil being, I would view that as a vulnerability that I would exploit immediately. Not just with you, but any being that's attached to this realm that way. I would be laughing as a demon saying, well, good. They don't stand much of a chance. I can get them to go back easily. They're already halfway there. They're attached to that place. Have you ever seen somebody suffering for a whole lifetime and thought that could be you in your next lifetime?
I have encountered suffering. I've encountered a family member that suffered as a result of uh, excessive weight gain that rendered her immobile and unable to leave her house. And so I have encountered that. And I'm trying to think of another example.
Oh, that's good enough. What if your lifetime is just a spin of the roulette wheel, and wherever it lands is what you get, where you could be suffering in your next lifetime as bad as whatever you've seen, and then you might feel differently about this place, but you might not have the knowledge that you have about where you are in that lifetime. Just you might just suffer and wonder, why am I suffering so much? Why is it like this here? And have no idea what this place is. Have you ever considered that possibility, that it's a spin of the wheel? You don't know what you're going to get.
I don't think I've thought deeply about the random element of the incarnation process. But I do think I've at least thought about it in passing, that it's a partially random system, although I'm not entirely certain that it's an entirely random system. That's not to discount what you said about the random elements of it, because I do.
It doesn't even have to be completely random, though. It could be 50%, 80%, partially random, partially not. The possibility exists that you could be in a body suffering your whole next lifetime. Would you want to do that? Would that make you think differently about this realm? Would you be less attached to it if all you did was suffer in your body? Like some do in this place.
I probably would. And I don't say that because I don't recognize suffering beyond myself and I just care about myself, and then I would just be like, oh, this is only a hell realm because I'm suffering. No, um, I right now, as it is, I don't like the suffering of others, but the emotional attachment to this place comes from the positive experiences I've had that are divorced from suffering because of the dualistic nature of this place. So the positive experiences that I've had that exist away from suffering are the basis for my attachment. But I'm not attached to the suffering, and I don't like the suffering. I don't like seeing it happen to others. And I especially don't like seeing it happen to those that I've forged intimate emotional bonds with. I especially don't like that. But it's not just about that. It's not just about beings that I've connected with personally. It's not just about them and their suffering and about how their suffering makes me feel worse about the realm. It's not just about that. It's about the whole realm. The whole realm is a hell realm of suffering. And that is cause for concern beyond my individual experience of seeing others suffer, beyond the beyond the negative experience of seeing others suffer on my part as an individual, because I'm not the realm.
Well, that's what I always say, that I'm not the realm. There were some that will say to me, are you suffering right now? And I'd say, no. And they'd say, how can you call it a hell realm? Because I'm not the realm. I could be suffering tomorrow, but even if I'm not, there's millions and millions and millions that are right now. I'm not the realm. I don't have to be suffering every second of every day for this to be a hell realm built to create suffering, to cause suffering. It's designed to create suffering. And that's the reason I'm not attached to this place, because it's evil. So no matter how many good moments I have, or good memories, or good feelings, or romantic relationships, or this or that, I don't get attached to this place. Because that I see as an anchor to this place, like a great big anchor that makes it very difficult to leave, because it can always be used against the spirit who's trying to leave this place. It's an anchor to this place. We have 31 people tuned in. It's showing right now. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And I don't think there will be another channel like this or show like this. Most people skim the surface. They're not willing to think deeper, look deeper, examine things. There are people, there's millions and millions, there's lots of people in Philadelphia attached and addicted to drugs. They have an attachment to that feeling. I don't think it's healthy. It's destroying them, but they're attached to it.
Yeah. I had a close family member in my life that was a drug addict, and it affected him negatively. In fact, he died last year, I believe, from a drug overdose.
Yeah, there's a lot of drug overdose deaths in this hell realm. And then people are left behind grieving the drug addict that passed away. Then there's grief, pain, loss. It just carries on in this place over and over and over and over and over again. Just take one family tree and look at how many people have died if you go back generations and they're all dead and all the grieving and pain. I can imagine it. I mean, I can look at a family tree and say, look at it, they're all gone. They all died and were grieved by someone. This place is about grieving, loss, death, pain, suffering. Are there good moments and joyful moments and some beautiful moments and some memories that are good and maybe birthdays or special occasions or events or things you share with family? And yeah, there are. But there's a million times more suffering than that. And as people age, you're not going to have as many aches and pains in your 20s, but once you reach 50, 60, 70, 80 years old, things get different with the body as well. And that's built into the design for bodies to age. Aches, pains, growing old, all kinds of health issues will pop up with most people. Most people don't live as a, quote, healthy, end quote, body that's pain-free until their death in their 90s. It almost never happens. It's extremely rare. So if you live long enough here, you're going to suffer and feel pains and age and go through all kinds of shit by design. That's called normal in this place. And people accept all of it. I'm convinced that humans would accept anything at this point. They could convince people with very little effort. It wouldn't take a monumental effort to get people openly cannibalizing each other and eating human meat. I don't mean in secret. I mean at Waffle House and Denny's and chain McDonald's, and it's right on the menu. It's not hidden. It's not mixed in. It's not deception. Openly, people would be eating it, saying this is healthy. We have to eat this to survive. We can't. They could just tell them we can't grow regular crops anymore to feed the cattle. We have to eat people. We have to start eating each other to save the world. Climate change and we have to save Earth. They'd do it. Be simple. They could have humanity, maybe not all, but a great number, a great majority of the population right in America eating human meat right on the menu where you could order a human liver, a human heart, a human eyeball, maybe some leg meat right on the menu out in the open. And I would bet on that. Because most beings in this realm just go along with anything. They'll go along with the crowd. If enough people started doing it, they'd say, oh, I don't know if I want to try it, but is it any good? And they'd do it eventually. Most humans are very susceptible, very gullible, very easily influenced, manipulated, programmed. They're not as strong as they believe themselves to be. They'll lie and say that they'd never do that. And then 2 years from now, you'd see them sitting in a restaurant eating it. They're hypocrites. They're liars. Most people in this realm are that way. They can get them to do anything. I'm convinced of it already. And I don't think most people are. Most people would say, no way, Stephen, they'd never do that. But most of you never thought that you'd see people lining up doing what they did in 2020. And that was just a little test. That was nothing compared to what could be coming. So people can be attached to this evil realm all they want. It's going to get more evil and more wicked the longer you're here. And what are you going to do to fix it?
Fixing it from within its bounds. I don't know if there's a way to do that from within the bounds of its rules. But even if there was a way to hypothetically fix this place from within the boundaries of its rules, with the governor and the torture suit and the governing effect of the realm itself, even if there was a way to do it from within its bounds, your idea of shutting it down, freeing the good spirits, sealing the demons in, I actually think I would prefer to do that as opposed to fixing this place, even if it could be done.
Well, there are millions and millions of people talking about fixing this realm, including truthers on YouTube. I don't think they can fix one thing. I don't think they can fix earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes. They can't even fix the weather. That's the reality. They can't fix weather events that harm at times hundreds of thousands of people, tsunamis and things like that. They can't fix life eating life. Every right now there are things being eaten alive, suffering. They can't even fix that. They can't fix lions and say, well, lions no longer have to hunt and kill and eat meat, eat other animals. Lions can now survive without doing that. Nobody's been able to do that. I don't think there's a being in this realm that can fix one single thing that makes a big difference. And they never have. But people are focused on fixing it, which I think is the wrong path because it's always failed. I'm focused on doing something different that will work. I always give the classic example. I'm not going to work on someone's bicycle and say I'm going to fix this into being a 747 because it's not broken. It's a bicycle. And this realm isn't broken. It's designed this way. Just like my computer's not broken. I'm looking at it right now. It's working fine because it's a laptop. It's not a Lamborghini. It is what it is. It's working the way it's designed to work. And a lot of you humans you can't grasp that. You can't come to terms with it. That's how I see it. And I think those that are attached to this hell realm, I don't think they're getting out. I think they're just going to be anchored to this place. The emotional attachments will just be an anchor, keeping their spirit here. I think those are the easiest ones that the entities face. Whatever entity is out of body, that we'll just see, well, they're already attached to that realm. We can get this one to go back easily. Just recycle them. They don't want to leave 100% anyway. They have love for that place down there, for that sewer. Throw them back in. They would do that with all the care of somebody rolling down a car window and shooing a mosquito or a bee or a wasp or something out the window on the highway. They'll throw beings back into this sewer matrix, just like throwing rocks into a cesspool. They don't care. There's no care from them. They've demonstrated that in millions of near-death experiences, because they all have something in common. They're back here again. So obviously these entities do not care if they put you here a million lifetimes and you suffer. I don't understand why people are so emotionally attached to this place. It's fine to have good moments here, but that's all it really turns out to be. It's just good moments. I think the happiest people or beings in this realm don't see and notice any suffering around them of anyone else. Those are the happiest ones. They're blind to all suffering of all others here. They don't see it.
Another possibility is that some of the happiest beings in this realm could be the ones that actively cause the suffering on Team Evil, like the secret societies.
Oh yeah, when it gets into that, I meant average people that are not high degree Freemasons, or just the average person that's a neighbor that you know is not connected with anything like that. They're just average being. They're not part of anything like that. Might be average working class Joe or Jane, and they just have no idea that they're in a suffering realm. They don't see any of it. Their measurement for life is just their own experience. They don't see anyone else. They would say they're loving life, and they would call this life and think that this is life, and that's all there is, life and then death. And I want to ask you, what if you got out of here, hypothetically, out of this matrix, and you realized that wasn't life that I was attached to there. That was a sewer. I was in a filthy, dirty sewer, and I kind of lied to myself and pretended that I had these tremendously good moments. But if I add up all the moments versus the good versus the bad outweighed it so much more than I was able to admit to while I was in there. I just couldn't really be honest and see it. That there's far more bad going on in there than good moments, than really good moments. There's just, everywhere you look, if you really pay attention, there are homeless people and suffering people. Not just homeless, but people suffering from diseases, hospitals full of people, wards full of children with leukemia and brain cancer. There's suffering all over the place in this realm. People suffering with mental illness and just agonizing depression and anxiety, and they're just, so many are messed up in this place. This is a place where most bodies and or consciousness, minds, and spirits are crippled and broken down by a realm that's not broken, but the realm itself is designed to break spirits. That's what this place does. It degrades and breaks spirits, and it eats them. And people fall in love with this place. It's like prisoners in a dungeon being tortured and they fall in love with the dungeon. It's kind of laughable to me. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's absurd, but that's what most humans do. I'll say, come on, we're having a jailbreak. And they'll say, no, I love this place. And they'll start hanging on tight to the chains on the wall and say, no, I don't want to go. They want to stay here. They're attached. They're not just physically attached. I'll open the locks on the chains and say, you're free, come with me. And they'll start locking themselves, putting the shackles around themselves. Most have a slave mentality. They're attached to this place. There's no way to get free if you're attached to this place. The entities have already won then in that case. They don't have to work very hard to keep you here when you're already attached to it.
Yes, that does make sense. So earlier you said, what if I got out and realized that my experience in this realm was more negative than it was positive, or more filled with suffering than filled with good moments?
Yeah, and what if you looked down at this place and realized it was more of a sewer, when while in it you think that there's good more than maybe you're being deceived within this realm?
Yes, so I do think I see that the realm is filled with far more suffering and evil and injustice than it is filled with than the goodness overall. So at the level of my analysis of the realm, I definitely agree that it is far more skewed towards suffering and pain than it is towards positivity and joy. It's just I don't know if that's true of my individual life. So I'm trying to differentiate between my individual life and the overall state of the realm. So I don't know if it's true that my life has actually been more bad than good, but I would say that the realm is definitely more bad than good. I hope you see what I mean, King Stephen.
What I'm getting at is, what if you were able to see clearly outside of this realm and you saw, I had 20 really fantastic moments, but I had so many thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of moments that weren't great at all, just in your personal life. And you couldn't quite see it while you were inside of here, but you could see more clearly outside of here. To realize that you lived a lifetime here and you really didn't have that many good moments or great moments compared to all of the rest that wasn't that great. You thought you were swimming in a beautiful swimming pool, and once you're outside of the realm, you realized you were swimming in a dump, a sewer. I'm trying to get you to see a different perspective. I'm not sure if you're able to do it. I'm not sure if many in this realm are able to do that. I can do it fairly easily. I could imagine myself getting out of this realm and saying, you know what? It's worse than I thought. It's worse than I even saw while I was in there. I could totally imagine that as possible. Easily. That once I'm out of here, I'll see 1,000,000 times more suffering, and it'll look even darker from the outside looking at this place, because I think this is an illusion. And I think you're kind of under the illusion that it isn't quite as bad as what it really is. And I think it's going to get a lot darker in here just within your own lifetime. It's going to get a lot worse here. But I don't think this place can get bad enough to convince almost anybody of how bad it is. Because people aren't willing to look. They'll just say it's negative, or they'll kind of lie to themselves in their own head and say, be positive. And they just have all these, they would call them coping mechanisms. I would call them truth evasion. They avoid looking at the real truth. People will walk by a ghetto that's filthy and covered with needles and say it's not that bad, or at least I don't live there. That's what people do. They never really face the truth of the realm. Hardly anybody that's ever lived. There's a possibility that no one has ever gotten out of here. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying the possibility exists that nobody's ever gotten out. And until someone actually does, that this matrix will keep going and keep getting worse. That's a possibility as well that I consider. I'm not sure. I can't say, and neither can anyone else, that people have gotten out yet. When I get out, I might be the first one ever to get out of this matrix. That's a possibility that I consider. I consider all kinds of possibilities. And I don't think most in this realm do. In their day-to-day lives. I don't think most consider that what they settle for here and think is good might look like a rotten, stinking sewer. And they didn't even realize they were in a place that stinky and terrible and full of disease and just gross, just sickening. Because they're hearing it going, it's not that bad. That's how I look at it. Also, if I was evil, I could string people along if they just kept saying they have some good moments. I would just promise some more good moments in their next life. I could string them along if I was evil for eternity that way. I can conceive of that as well. Just string them along. They'll just keep focusing on the good, saying, I have some good moments. You could keep getting their lives progressively worse as they get reincarnated here for 1 million lifetimes. And eventually they're so degraded that they can't get out because their spirit has been degraded. They don't have the capability anymore to do to even discuss the things that we're discussing tonight because they've been degraded by 1,000 lifetimes here. That's another possibility. I view it as a degradation realm in a literal way, in a way that the more times you come here, the more you get degraded in this realm. That's how I view it. So I'm viewing it as one shot to get out. I'm not going to miss my opportunity. I'm getting out no matter what. Nothing is going to hold me to this place. And I know my life could be 1 million times worse than it is. I'm aware of that because I look beyond myself to see the suffering of so many others in this place. So maybe I will be. It's a possibility. It's a possibility that I might be the first one to get out of this place because I'm not attached to it whatsoever. I know what it is while I'm in it. And I think some of you are going to be surprised when you get out how dark this place is. You start looking at it from the outside in, looking down without the rose-colored illusion glasses on, saying, oh my goodness, that's a black pit of black goo and tar and disease, and it's a mess in there. And it's meant to be by whatever made it. They wanted it this way. And that's something some people can't wrap their heads around because they want to believe there's a good God. If there's a good God, why is it this way in this place? Why would it be designed to create massive suffering on a scale that nobody in this realm can even comprehend? As we're speaking, there's thousands and thousands and thousands of lives being eaten. Countless, millions, in fact. If you go right down to bacteria level, insects, it's just millions of living creatures being eaten, devoured, alive. By design. Most people in this realm have no problem with that. they'd stay here for millions of lifetimes, devouring life and being devoured, and think, well, what's wrong with that? Well, that's an evil design right off the bat.
You are correct in that assessment, King Stephen. And I want to say that so when I was extremely young in this realm and new to it, there was a point in my life where I didn't realize that food was the dead remains of another living spirited creature. I didn't realize that as a very, very, very young being in this realm. I didn't realize that. I thought food was just a positive element of being here. I naively thought that that's what it was, that it was just a good thing, you know, just a sort of boon that you get for being here. But soon I learned what food actually is and how it's produced. And I was turned off by that as soon as I found out as a child. When I found out what food actually is, I was disgusted by it. I was disgusted by the fact that another being had to suffer in order to produce food. I hated that. I didn't like that at all, and I still don't like it.
You don't have to like it, though. It is that way, right?
Yeah, it is that way. I'm not trying to...
That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to get across to the entire audience, though. There's lots that I don't like about this place and wish it wasn't this way. But it is, and I don't think there's a way within this place to change it, to make it better, to fix it, to change it, whatever way you want to put it. What if I've thought quite a bit on this. If most beings, I suspect, could remember before they were in here, that would change things, because they would realize how bad this place is and that it's so much better other places. Then their attachment to this place wouldn't be as great, because they'd start saying, this is the worst place I've been. And start to realize with perspective, maybe, that they don't seem to have. If they could remember, oh, before I got here, it was beautiful. And I had angel wings. And they'd say, how can you imagine? One person on a channel said, how can you imagine anything being different than here? Well, I can imagine myself having enormous wings before I got here. I'm missing my wings. I can't fly in here like I should be able to do. That's just for starters. That's the tip of the iceberg. And they'd say, well, what kind of wings to support your body? I'm talking about wings larger than the size of Philadelphia. I'm not talking about something small. Because people in this realm tend to have a human perspective. And a human, oh, well, he's about 6 feet. He's this, he's that. No, I'm talking about this body's way smaller than what my spirit is. And most I've realized throughout my life in this realm, they don't have much of an imagination here. They can't imagine beautiful realms that are amazing compared to this place, where this would look like a sewer and a dump. That's how I look at it. But Archangel said, the goodness in this place is like 1%. And that's just me I'm being very generous saying it's 1%. Yeah, it's yeah, I agree. It's less than 1%. I would agree with that. Day to day, people don't have a lot to feel good about. And they'll try to mind control themselves. And I do encourage people to enjoy the little things. I don't want anyone to be miserable and depressed and hopeless. I don't want that at all. But I think there's a time for recognizing what this place is. It's not a good realm. It's not designed to be good. but it's designed to have enough illusions in nature and some trees and this and that and some animals and birds and butterflies and this and that, little things like that, to make people think, well, it's not a hell realm because look at this pretty little butterfly insect flying around, and look at that tree, and look at this lake, and look at this, and look at, yeah, there's a couple things to look at here, sure. There's some beauty scattered here and there. But if there wasn't, how dark would this place be? Be even darker and more obvious what it is. So they put that there as just a means of fooling you, just like decorating your prison cell so it doesn't look like a prison cell. And that's all it takes for most people. They'll say, well, it's not a prison cell. It doesn't look exactly like prison cells in movies. That's the way most people are. This isn't a hell realm. We're not burning in fire all the time, Stephen. That's how limited people are. They're extremely limited. I'm not saying that to put them down. I'm just saying because they are. They demonstrate it. They are that way. They can't imagine most of what they couldn't in a lifetime imagine 1 second of my mind's imagination. I'll go that far. I don't care if that offends them, hurts their feelings, gets them riled up, triggered, makes them angry. I don't care. Because most in this realm don't demonstrate any ability to do anything except just be slaves and follow and make excuses for this realm and defend it. Keep it all going this way. That's what most do. They can't imagine better. I think if they could see 1 second of my imagination, their mind would be so blown. I don't even know if they'd be able to speak after that. They'd be speechless. That's what I think. I see beings in this realm that have no imagination. If I put a blank sheet of paper in front of them and said, draw something from your imagination, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They'd just sit there staring. And for the scientific minded, there's been tests on that. And most people are that way. Given a blank sheet of paper, they can't do anything with it. They draw a blank as the paper. And what can I imagine in 1 second? Most of an entire realm different from here. I don't think most in this realm can do that. I don't assume that most in this realm can do what I do or that they have a spirit like mine, a mind like mine, the desire for freedom that I have at any cost. I don't assume that anyone in this realm is like me because they never seem to show it. They never seem to demonstrate it. And if I have to fight everyone in this realm to leave here and every entity, I will, because I'm not staying here. I'm not settling for slavery like most in this realm will. They'll settle for living in a sewer, a dungeon, being a slave. Most in this place won't do anything about it. They won't do anything to get out of here. That's reality. They'll defend this place and say it's not that bad.
The ones who say it's not that bad are wrong. And I'm not even trying to say that from a place of trying to present myself as someone who fully understands how bad it is, because I don't understand I don't fully understand the full scope of how bad it actually is, because I don't actually have I don't have an all-encompassing view of this realm. I don't even know how large the realm is. I don't even know how big it is. So as far as how bad it actually is, I don't actually know. But it's certainly worse than what the normies, if you want to call them that, believe it to be. It's certainly worse than that, but I don't claim to know how bad it actually is.
Can you imagine the possibility that it could be a lot worse than what you currently are able to see? That in the future you might be able to see closer to how bad it is than what you can today?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? Because the stream started cutting the audio, so I didn't get all of that.
Okay. Do you think it's possible that in the future, 20, 30 years from now, you might see it as a lot worse than what you think it is today? That you might be able to see more as time goes on?
If I put forth an active effort to study the evil elements of this realm, then yes, that would occur. If I put in the effort.
So it's a possibility then to be able to see. Your mind might change. You might realize that it's 1,000 times or 1,000,000 times darker and worse here than what you currently are able to see.
Yes, that is a possibility. Yes, absolutely.
And hypothetically then, if you did see it 30 years from now as 1,000,000 times worse, do you think you'd be less attached to this place emotionally if you realized, oh, it really is? I thought it might be a bad place, but it's really a hell realm. It's worse than you imagined. It might hit you. It might hit you at several future points in your lifetime where you get hit again and go, oh, I didn't realize it was this bad. I think that happens to a lot of people in this place. Some people block it out and go into denial, but others kind of pursue it a little bit. And I think the rarest of the rare pay attention to it and learn from it and say, you know what? It is that bad. I'm not going to do mental gymnastics and pretend that it's okay. It isn't okay. They have these moments of getting hit by something and having a realization it is worse here than they imagined. What are your thoughts on this meme once it comes up on the screen? I just created this. The sewer matrix.
I've never heard anyone describe this place as a swimming pool. I've never heard that. So I find it interesting that you have.
No, I haven't actually heard them call it a swimming pool, but if they were looking at it, seeing the water, they see it as a swimming pool. It's an analogy where they would say it's a swimming pool, and I'm looking at the same thing saying the water's not clean. It's black goo. It's It's disgusting. They're not seeing what I see. They're seeing something different.
Oh, so this is meant to be analogous.
Yes, and it might look similar to this once you're outside looking in. The oceans that you see in here, you might be under mind control. This place might look fairly decent to people in it, but once you're outside of it looking in, it might look more like what's on the screen. Black goo, a mess, a filthy, toxic place that if you could see it truly, you wouldn't want to be in it. Like somebody in a swimming pool or maybe a bathtub where they think the water's clean. It isn't clean. They're just delusional. They're under mind control and they can't see truly. But there have been people who have pre-birth memories that remember seeing this place, being afraid of coming here, seeing it as a black goo, like a messy, toxic wasteland of a realm. Before they got in, they didn't want to come in here.
You said they have pre-birth memories of not wanting to come in here?
Yes, I've covered some of these. Like Harold is one of them, has a pre-birth memory, and he saw this on the way in as being black goo in a terrifying, disgusting, filthy, evil place. He's not the only one. He's one example of one that I've covered.
Oh, so he said that he saw it as a literal black goo?
Yeah. Yeah, and he didn't want to go into this realm.
That's interesting because I wonder why he would be able to see it that way, because I'm sure that because when I think about this from the perspective of the evil running it, I don't know why they would allow for it to be able to be seen as something unappealing from outside of it, because that's not an effective strategy for convincing spirits to come into it. So that is curious.
It isn't, but nothing is 100% when it's technology or anything else. So there might be 1 out of 1 billion, 1 out of 500 million spirits that can see through the illusion to see what it is. Doesn't mean most people will. Still, the place still functions and still able to ensnare spirits. It's just not perfect, and nothing really is that we've seen within this place. No one has seen perfection and something work 100% of the time. So maybe he's an exception, an anomaly. Maybe I am partially as well. There's a few of us, but there's not many in the whole realm. If you look at the whole realm, the population, most people can't see anything that's deeper than the surface of what this place is at all. So if there's a fraction of 1%, if there's 0.0001% that can see a little bit of what this place is, the machine will just keep running. It's not gonna shut this system down. Yeah, most in a cult, they can't see they're in a cult. Someone said in the chat room. It's like that. Now, if the majority can't see, like 1 billion Catholics, and 1 or 2 can see, wait, this is just a death cult, that's not going to take the cult down. That's not a threat. I think a lot of truthers, or ones that call themselves truthers or see it that way, think that we're a big threat to the system, but it isn't. There's always going to be some outliers and some anomalies. Yes, you have to break free to see it from the outside in. And I've always said to shut this matrix down, it has to be shut down from the outside, not inside of it. Because inside we're limited. We have the governor on us completely, and the rules of this realm are everything's stacked against us within it. And we're in a meat suit body, which is like a torture suit. Has to be done out of body and out of the matrix. You have to get out to shut it down. People have been focused in this realm for thousands of matrix years on shutting it down or fixing it or changing it or whatever from the inside of it. It doesn't work that way. If you're down in a deep, deep hole, to help you get out of the hole, if we're both there, I'd have to get out to help you get out. Staying at the bottom of a 50-foot deep well, talking to each other forever and never getting out isn't going to help either of us. Someone has to get out to do anything about this. That's how I look at it. And that's the exact opposite of what all the religions teach in New Age. They teach you to focus on changing it here when you're in it. And nothing ever really changes here. Never gets changed for the better. It just gets worse. That's the pattern I notice because I observe the realm as it is rather than just pretending or lying to myself or wishing it to be something other than it is. I know I'll never be able to fix this place. Neither will anyone else inside of here. Might as well be swimming in a sewer and saying it's a beautiful swimming pool. People lie to themselves in this place. And they call that a coping mechanism. They're just lying to themselves. But yeah, this place has been observed as being just a black, gooey, evil mess. And that's what it is. Does anyone want to stay here forever? Maybe that's a good litmus test. Does anyone want to stay here forever?
I don't want to stay here forever.
Well, then how good can the place be if you don't want to stay here forever?
It's it's not good.
Thank you. What time? Shannon, hello. Thank you for joining. Thank you. What time is it there? It's 5:18 in the morning. Oh, dang. My apologies for telling you to go to sleep. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's midnight here. Yeah, I think I'm autistic, and I think I need someone to talk to all the time. You think you do? Yeah. Well, I had a question for you, if you want. Yeah.
Does anyone think that these two beings on the screen, Wildheart Resurrected and Shannon, will be able to think their way out of this realm? Does anyone think that these two will be able to put together the pieces and figure out where they are and how this works and how to get out of here on their own, left to their own devices, with no help from me? Do you think they will be able to do it?
Have you ever talked to other people that have been in rehab or anything like that have came out, and have gotten healthier or? Yeah. The ambulance person that came to me yesterday, she'd been in rehab like 3 times, and she's been sober for like 28 years. Does that help you when you listen to them tell their stories? Yeah.
It helps him how? He never changes. He just keeps doing the same thing all the time. He never changes. And he goes live for sympathy on YouTube. That's what this guy does. He never makes any changes.
Well, I was going to tell you, I was in rehab twice myself. Were you? Yeah, I walked myself there from one town to another. That's cool. 2018. Wow, that's cool. And you've been sober since? That's right. Well done. I mean, I've had a drink here and there, but I mean, I didn't go to the extent that I was going before, Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's real cool. How long have you been drinking to this morning? It's kind of early to be chugging down the golly. Yeah, but when I don't drink, I get the shakes. They don't give you medicine for that? I thought they had medicine to help with the shakes. Oh yeah, I was in the hospital the last 2 nights, and they gave me Librium. Yeah. I guess I can't give it. I guess I can only give it to you in rehab, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. How long you been drinking today already? Are you trash? I've had like 1.5 bottles of vodka. Already? Hot damn, Wildheart. God. Sheesh. You make my stomach bubble. I've been up all night. Ah, damn. Oh, I'm surprised you're still functioning right now. Yeah. Sorry, I've got swag in my glasses. No, do what you gotta do. I'm at work. I got nothing else going on. So I mean, I just thought I'd, I don't know, keep you company until maybe someone else felt like it. I don't know.
Thank you.
This isn't live. This is from 13 days ago. Otherwise, I would hop on there, but it's old Wild Heart. Sandy said, you have zero self-respect, which means you have zero respect for everyone else, especially for those that want to talk to you. Yeah, he's been a very disrespectful prick towards me, that Wild Heart character. But Sandy noticed it, whoever she is. Only one person liked his stream. He's getting less and less likable.
He believes
Gingy Wild Heart
doesn't exist, right?
What?
He believes that the spirit doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, he's a complete atheist. He's one of those ones that uses semantics. He'll say that atheism is just not non-belief, no belief in a deity, no belief in any deity or God, but he doesn't believe in spirit. He doesn't believe in an afterlife. It goes well beyond no belief in a deity, which it does with every atheist on earth that I've ever heard spoken with, famous ones. It always goes beyond that. It goes to the point of them believing they're just a meat suit with no spirit, and they believe all the fake science, the Freemasonic science, the Big Bang. Almost every atheist is cookie cutter that I've ever heard of. They don't believe in an afterlife. It's not just that they don't believe in a God, which is fine by me. They just don't believe in an afterlife. They think, oh, well, it's lights out, just non-existence. That's his belief. And they won't even admit that it's a belief. They'll try to worm their way out of that, but that's what it is. It's a belief. They don't have evidence either way. They don't even look into things. They just believe that there's nothing, and that they're just a meat suit, that they're just chemicals and blood and flesh, and that there's no spirit.
Oh no, we've got a plan.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I'm gonna cut down by 10%.
Nice. That's exciting.
Yeah, every week.
Oh man, I'm rooting for you, man. Yeah, I know you could do it. You want to, right? Or do you? Or you don't?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Good. I'm excited for you.
So that's.
I wrote a post earlier where I've never seen a former addict that isn't a piece of shit. I find it interesting. I've never seen one online or in person. I don't think that getting over an addiction cures them of anything spiritually. They all seem to be narcissistic, evil pieces of shit after they stop drinking or stop using drugs. I've never met a former addict that's a good being yet that I can think of in my whole life. And I've conversed with many thousands on the internet for decades. Not one. I find that interesting. So they can drop the addiction, but it really doesn't change them into a better being. I find that pattern very interesting.
That's the plan. Yeah, I'm gonna cut down by 10% every week.
Nice. Just think you're gonna feel better. You're gonna want to do stuff. You're gonna have all sorts of energy. I mean,
yeah.
You're gonna go out on dates. You're just gonna be this.
He's not going out on dates. Come on. The guy's on fucking welfare in England. and he's an asshole to everyone.
Oh yeah, there was this nurse at the hospital that really,
Yeah.
that really liked me. Yeah.
Ooh, a nerd. You go, Wild Heart.
Does
Let me
he have
tell
a
you.
cold
There
or
you go.
something? Does his voice sound very
Yeah. She took me.
strange?
What were you saying?
Does he have a cold or something? Because his voice sounds incredibly strained.
He's just very drunk. He's drunk and slurring his words. He's drank a lot of vodka. He's a drunk, and he's probably on some drugs as well. And Shannon is doing what most people do, trying to be positive, supportive, and that's what people do in this realm with demons for the most part. Humanity has endless tears for abusive demons and almost none for their victims. Almost no one notices that pattern in this realm. But it's true. It's the way it is. What do you think of this Talcott image? I'll show it.
Did you create that image?
Yeah, I did. I used AI and then I photoshopped his face into an AI creation. Yeah.
It's very interesting.
I call that Gothcott. He's the peace wizard.
The finger or the hand sort of looks like some of the flesh was peeled off the back of the palm. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, he got a little bit hungry. He started to cannibalize himself a little bit. It's I think there might come a time where humanity can't tell the difference at all between what's real and what's artificial, and they won't even mind. That's the other thing. I don't think it's something that people have to fear. I don't think they'll even mind. I don't think most humans will even have a mind left to mind how bad things get here. They're on the path to just being oblivious.
So, King Stephen, I think I have very vague memories of existing on another level of this overall matrix system. So I don't think this is my first lifetime in the matrix. However, I do suspect that this is my first lifetime in this level of the matrix, if you see what I mean. So I don't think I've been in this level of the matrix before, but I think I've been in the broader matrix before, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, there could be 1,000 levels. There could be infinite levels within this matrix. By the fact of it being a matrix means that it's easy to create many, many, many levels. Similar to a video game. I'm not calling this a video game. I'm just saying similar. Or holodeck, Star Trek or something like that. Various programs that can be saved, various levels, various different looking realms, but it's all within that holodeck. And again, I'm not calling this a holodeck either. I think there is some advanced technology, I think, being used for this. But I view it more as a biomatrix, and that's why sometimes I call it a sewer matrix. It involves waste. It involves rot. Is that just an illusion, or is part of that happening? I think it's partially happening and partial illusion. I think this is a mixture in this complex system. But yeah, was the other level that you remember, was it better than here? Was it more desirable, more favorable, or did you like that level better? Can you remember if you liked that better than this level? Was it
I
high
think I
or
did.
oh, you
I
did?
actually think I did. Because I remember. In fact, it's interesting that you asked that because as a child, I actually did. When my memories were more clear and less degraded, I remember thinking to myself, "Man, I like that other level better. This one sucks." Yeah, that's what I was thinking as a child because
It
I
does.
because I had because I had a sort of vague sense of the cosmic structure of it, and I was just thinking, yeah, this level is just not as good as it's just not as good as the other one. Um, and the level that I was in, I don't think it had life eating life, or if it did, I don't remember that being a part of the level that I was in. I don't think it had that. And I definitely don't think it had the waste, the sewer elements of this level. I don't think that existed in the level that I was in.
Yeah. Well, the waste aspect is something that I've pointed out in videos and live streams and for years. And I think it's very revealing how much waste there is in this level, that it's a big part of this level that we're in. All the bad smells, the waste, having to get rid of waste. It's really a big part of this sewer matrix, this level we're in.
Yes, and I would say that it's very revealing of how trollish the entities that designed it are. Because when I think about the utility of programming a realm in such a way, I think a big part of it is just for the sake of trolling. It seems like a demonic, like, troll move to program that into a realm with all the waste in it and how disgusting it is and how bad it smells and how it needs to be uh, disposed of and quarantined off from the other parts of the realm so that the realm is at least somewhat bearable to exist in. Like the conceit of someone that would design that, uh, from my perspective, it seems like the conceit of a demonic troll.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying. They probably get off on that. I mean, they're probably, these demonic entities are looking at this saying, look at those humans with all that waste, all that shit. It all gets recycled. It has to be spread onto fields. They're constantly trying to get rid of it and use it up with manure, with farms and all the farm animals. And there's just tons and tons and tons and tons of waste. City sewers, treatment plants. It all goes back into the water system, into the rivers. They call them reclamation plants. And it all gets recycled. It goes into the rainwater. It goes into the drinking water. Round and round it goes. And they designed it this way. It's a sick system, and it's worse than a sick troll. I mean, it's deranged and demented. But and the part about it too is most humans will never look at it and say, you know, it really is that way. There is tons of waste and just millions and millions of gallons for a city. It's an unbelievable amount of waste constantly in this realm. that has to be dealt with. And if you don't deal with it, then you're really fucked. There's so many diseases from waste that isn't taken care of at all. It's just a no-win situation. They put humanity into a no-win situation in terms of handling waste. And then if you don't use it on soil, on fields, crops, the soil won't be able to grow anything. It'll be nitrogen deficient and depleted, and nothing will grow. So it's just a complete no-win situation. I'm laughing, but I mean, they put humanity in the worst situation possible, and people love it. It's almost mind-blowing. It's stinky, and if only they could see. There's people that have come to my channel that denied that waste is sprayed on the food, and that's how everything grows in this realm. There's people that will say, well, I know mushrooms grow and shit. Everything does. It's not just mushrooms. It's all the food crops. It's all of it. It's all your vegetables. It's all those crops, and it's also the corn and anything that they feed to cattle, the grass that's all sprayed in shit. Whether it's meat, their food is sprayed in shit, grown in shit, and vegetables that no matter what way you eat, that's where it comes. That's what it's grown in. People don't like that, but it's true. And if you were able to take a microscope right down to the microscopic level of small as it goes to look at rainwater, there's waste in every, I would say probably in every drop of rainwater on Earth. Nothing is pure here. It's all been recycled in this closed ecosystem matrix realm for millennia. So the pee, let's say, the urine from 10,000 years ago is still here. It all gets recycled. It never goes away here. All right? There's no clean water here. People believe it is, but it isn't. It all eventually joins together and evaporates and goes into the clouds and rains down, and rainwater and then river water and underground drinking water. It's all contaminated was what I'm saying. I'm laughing about it because it's just the idea that most people walking around on the earth, whether it's billions of people, are unaware of this. Nothing in this realm is pure. It's all contaminated. And it all gets recycled, even spirits. Meat, rainwater gets recycled. Waste, corpses, animal bodies, human bodies. Everything gets recycled in this place. Every last drop. Most people don't have a clue. They don't have a clue of that. They don't understand it. They just don't get it. Millions and millions of bodies have rotted all over this earth, been buried. Where does that go? It goes into the groundwater. Corpses eventually rot through the coffins and they go into the groundwater. So what are we drinking? In reality, dead bodies. I know people don't like to hear that, but everything blends into everything else here. We're drinking waste and dead bodies. People don't like to hear it. I know they don't like it, but don't have to like it. It's true. That's what happens in this place. There's parts of, we'll say molecules, for lack of a better term, of corpses right in rainwater. Nothing is pure here. It all gets recycled over and over and over again. That's how bad this place is. That's how bad the design is. It's disgusting. Did you see my appearance on this guy's channel? Archaics?
Yes, that was last night, correct?
Yeah. Yeah. He kicked me off his show for asking him questions. He didn't like that.
Yeah, and I saw the dishonest tactic of calling you a troll as soon as you asked a question he didn't like.
Yeah. I'm one of his trolls because I'm a critic of his. I'm a critic of sex offenders, so I must be a troll. That's how this realm is. It's incredible to me. You can't even be critical of sex offenders that pled guilty and served almost 30 years in a maximum security prison. I'm the bad guy for asking him questions. It's just incredible. It's wrong. They put sex offenders on a pedestal now. It's just incredible.
Yeah.
They were calling me a troll in his chat room.
Yeah, it's like
saying
if
I'm
you're
evil.
a troll, if you're a troll for asking a question, then what does that make Archaics for committing his crime?
They'd call him a hero, I bet. They view him as a hero and a savior. It's just what a warped realm this is. Everything is warped here. A predator, and he has almost 200,000 subscribers. In his chat, it's just full of people, and he does these interviews, or he used to, on all sorts of YouTube channels. And almost nobody sees through it. It's just a realm of the Walking Dead. They were more offended that I wore sunglasses than his sex crimes and his kidnapping. And it just, you can't make this stuff up.
They were offended over your sunglasses?
Yeah, in the chat room, there were quite a few comments saying, why is he wearing sunglasses? Creepy. He looks like the Unabomber. He must have something to hide. There were all sorts of questions or comments in the chat room like that, directed at me and my sunglasses. And I had them on because my eyes are sensitive to light. For all they know, I could have been blind. I could be partially blind wearing sunglasses. They never thought of that. I could be visually impaired and having to wear sunglasses like quite a few do. But I do have sensitive eyes, and I had to turn a bright light on at night. And it was just easier to do that and put the sunglasses on. But that was their focus, not my message. Not what I came to speak about, of course. They focused on my sunglasses, and my couple made comments about my hat, sunglasses, said I was wearing a disguise, hiding my identity, all that sort of stuff. The paranoid baby truther reactions. It's just disappointing. You know, that live stream of his was viewed by well over 10,000 people. Not one came to my channel from that when I mentioned the name of my channel on there. And I didn't go there to get subscribers, but it's interesting that my sub count didn't go up at all. From thousands seeing me, thousands in the live stream and viewing that live stream at certain points after it was recorded and saved. And my sub count didn't go up at all. It's like there's no curiosity, those people, to say, wait a second, El Diablo Radio International, that guy makes some points, or that's kind of interesting. I'm curious about that. There's none of that. And they would call themselves truth seekers. And they wouldn't come out of curiosity to my channel to see what's going on here. It's fascinating to me. It really is. It's very telling. It's very revealing. It's like, do you like ice cream? Is that something that you like in the summertime if it's a hot day or something?
Yes.
Okay. So let's say we're somewhere and I say, yeah, I own an ice cream shop and it's a hot day. And you already said that you like ice cream. They already pretend to be truth seekers. They pretend to question reality, but they're not curious enough to come to my channel and see if I have any good ice cream here. I find that interesting. Very revealing. I bet I could go on a channel with 1 million subs and tons more watching. And the level people are at now in this realm, they don't have the curiosity to come here, even a handful or a dozen, to come over here and look at some of my videos and say, what is his channel about? I'm kind of interested in his view. His view's different from Jason. This guy doesn't seem to believe in a God. He seems to think that the ones that get down on their knees and talk about a God or a source or oversoul, that they're just slaves. They just don't have that curiosity. Not just the ones on his channel, but humans in general, humanity in general. I think that curiosity is dead in humanity. What they want is something that comes across like a sales pitch or an infomercial or a used car salesman. They want to go to a channel where they're selling stuff to them. And that's what they do. They're not truth seekers. They're ones that are seeking to be in a cult. I used to feel sorry for them and want to try to help them, but I think I've learned my lesson on that. I don't think there is any helping them at all.
How many spiritual species do you think there are, King Stephen? Because it's certain that there are different spiritual species in this realm, but this is just one realm. This doesn't represent all of eternity. So I do wonder
this is
thought about how many.
this is just one level of the matrix. We can call it a realm, but yeah, this is a level within the matrix. There could be infinite. I don't know. There might be millions of different species. I don't know how many there are, but I suspect it could be more than we even imagine. And I view them as spirits, not as aliens. Their willpower is as non-existing as their imagination. I just think they're done. I don't think logically, people would say, wow, you went on there and you had some good points, and it didn't reach anyone there. My appearance on that show reached no one. I was just basically speaking to the choir and to my own audience that was tuned in. They understood me. I don't think anybody there did. They were against me immediately. And I do think part of it is a spiritual energy where there's a frequency or a spiritual signature. And they are such a different species that they view me as a immediate threat. Where to them, like that song, don't feel like Satan, but I am to them. They view me as Satan. They view me as a big threat, as someone that's, he's dark and evil. He's calling this realm a dark place. And I don't know. I just think that maybe they're so different spiritually that they pick up on my spiritual signature, maybe on an unconscious level, and they fear me. He was flustered right off the bat. As soon as I went on there, he called me Stephen King, and I said, no, you're wrong. I asked if he's dyslexic and said it's King Stephen. It's not Stephen King. Right off the bat, he was kind of on his heels.
Yeah, and the Stephen King comment seemed like a passive-aggressive jab.
Yeah, it did to me as well. I took it that way. I don't think he's honest in anything. I think he's basically not just a liar, but an actor, a phony, a fraud. He wanted to keep calling me a troll. He called me that multiple times when I was on there. And I said I'm a truth seeker. I was asking legitimate, valid questions. I was being sincere. I even said at one point I respectfully disagree. I was trying to be respectful with a sex offender. I was going out of my way to try to be respectful. and ask valid, intelligent questions. I didn't curse at him. I didn't name call him. I didn't get angry. He got offended. He called me one of his trolls. He started off that way. And I said to him at one point, it doesn't matter what you call something. Somebody could call it God. Someone could call it source. He used the word source, oversoul. You don't have to call it God. Call it 100,000 other names. Essentially, they're referring to the same thing. And I don't bow down to whatever it is that created this realm and created evil. Calling it a different name and saying, well, I don't call it God. I call it an oversoul. So what? What's the difference? Call it a different name. It's the same thing. Christians call it one name. Jews call it another name. Muslims call it another name. So what? If it's the creator of this realm, it's not good. It's not benevolent. It's evil. I don't care what name people call it. That's irrelevant to me. They could call it. Who cares? Other people would call it God. Some would call it Jehovah, Yahweh. Gnostics would say Yaldabaoth. Whatever. Doesn't matter. New Agers will say it's source. It's source. Great. But it's evil because look what it made. Look at this design. That's what I go to. Not the name of the stupid thing. He played that semantic game where, I don't call it God. I call it an oversoul. Call it a lord. Call it your master. It makes you a slave. That's what it does. I think he realized I'm out of his league. He's not my league. And he didn't know what to do. And he started panicking. He didn't want to keep me on there. He had to kick me off. And he had to try to come up with an excuse for his stupid audience. Because I wasn't trolling at all. That's not what trolling is. Well, it looks like we have 33 people tuned in at this time. That's crazy. There must be some lurking demons that are really getting off on this.
What do you think they would be getting off on in this particular stream?
Just being here, probably cackling, saying that I'm wrong about everything. Have you ever seen my poll results? It's usually somewhere between 10% and some streams it's as high as 30% or so, around a third, that are just answering like demons would answer. That's why sometimes I do those polls to test the waters to see how many are watching at that moment. And I'll let the poll go up stay there for 15, 20 minutes maybe or something like that. Give people a chance to answer. But they're always lurking. They're always watching. Part of it is probably voyeuristic for them. They just like watching my every move. But part of it is just I don't know, it's maybe entertainment. They just seem to get some sick pleasure from obsessing over me and watching, even though they hate me. They even call it hate watching, these demons. They'll call it hate watching a channel, which is very bizarre to me. I can't imagine day after day watching a channel and not being on live and just lurking and silently watching someone, hate watching them with hatred, is so weird to me. But let their hatred burn them up. It's like hot coals in their hands that they're hanging on to. They can hang on to their hatred for me, and it burns them. That's all it does. But it is creepy. That's the part I don't like, is the creepy factor that these weirdos are just constantly watching me. Because as you can see, almost no one's typing in the chat. I'm not saying they're all bad lurking, but there might be 10. Could be 8 or 10 demons right now. There might be 15 demons tuned in. Absolute hateful demons watching me only out of hatred. That's how sick they are. Watching for hours out of hatred. Night after night, day after day. It's just bizarre.
Yeah, if those anomalous results on the polls only happen every once in a while, I might say something like, well, maybe there are just some that are accidentally clicking the wrong button on the polls and they don't actually believe in the answer that they gave. But since it happens so frequently and regularly, it does show that there are demons watching. Yeah, it would show that.
Oh, it does. And they answer, they participate in the polls, and they also will mention certain things that you could only know about from watching my live streams. If I mention buying a certain brand of knife, they know. And they'll be talking about it on YouTube, on their channels. They try to
They'll
keep
talk about
tabs
it on their YouTube channels, but they won't, or at least I haven't seen one come on live and talk to you about the things that they gather from watching your live stream. I haven't seen it. Maybe it has happened.
It really doesn't happen. They don't really come on and say much at all. They'll just try to porn bomb, or they'll try to yell or make sounds or do something stupid. Almost none of them have anything intelligent to say at all. And they definitely don't have any rebuttals for me that make any sense.
I have seen some of the sound makers. They are very strange. They just come on and just make random noise.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they are very strange. But they're functioning at such a low level, these demons. They're so low IQ that they think debunking something is disagreeing, saying this isn't a hell realm. Well, can you show me that how I'm wrong in calling it a hell realm? Can you debunk the mountains of evidence that I've shown in my videos? They don't even know what debunking means. I'm dealing with beings in this realm that don't know the meaning of the words that are used. Debunk that 10,000 diseases exist that are diagnosable according to mainstream medicine and science. Why do those exist? If it's not a hell realm. If the creator is good, why would it allow 10,000 diseases to be created or exist at all as a possibility for suffering of humans, children included? They can't explain it away. They can't explain anything away of my evidence. All they can do is say Stephen's crazy, he's wrong, he's a troll, he's evil, he's negative, he's dark, he's this, he's that. It's just ad hominem empty attacks. That's all it is. None of them have made any honest effort to debunk me because they can't. They can't do it. There's no way to explain away the terrible design here. God's design, their God's, I don't call it a God, but they do. Their God's design absolutely sucks. And their God's plan is the worst plan ever. I've been saying that for many years. And if it gets under their skin and triggers them, good. So be it. It's true. That's what matters more. No good entity would design a place like this to make beings suffer any more than you could say a good parent would put something extremely harmful in your drink knowingly, not by accident, but putting it in there just to cause their child harm. They're not a good parent then. That eliminates them as a good parent because they're doing something intentional to harm their child. Well, this creator did millions of things here to harm us. It's not just one little thing or an accident. This is no accident. This place is designed to harm us. And no being on earth can debunk what I've shared here. It's impossible. Because what I've done is observe the realm and describe the way it is. And it's observably true by anyone else that does that. They can use the scientific method to see that what I'm saying is true and matches up with reality. The majority of what I have on my channels, you can do that with it. You can watch the videos and say, does this match up with reality? And observe reality, and it will match. It is accurate. My model is accurate for reality. And there's nothing they can do about it. Even Jason, my books, last night had to say that he said, you're not wrong at the beginning when I started saying all this stuff. And I'm not. I know I'm not wrong because I've studied this and I know it's accurate. And I know there's no one on earth that can debunk me. I challenge everybody on earth, everyone, famous or not, and they can't do it. They won't even attempt it because they know they know ahead of time they can't do it. It's not just they start doing it and go, oh, can't do it. They know there's no way they can do it. Because I don't just have feelings and beliefs and guesses. I have observable truth documented in my videos, live streams, videos, Esoterica series. Undeniable. I've shown what this place is. And all they can spew is insults. That's all they can do, which just doesn't change the truth or reality at all. Insulting me doesn't do anything. It doesn't even faze me, much less change my model or debunk me or show that I'm wrong because I'm not wrong. They could fire 1 million insults at me. It doesn't change anything. What I've shown is still true. If this wasn't a realm of suffering, it wouldn't be built into the design everywhere you look. Right down to the genetic level. Genetic disorders. I mean, this place is designed to cause massive generational suffering. Genetic suffering. Built right into the code of human beings. And built into the weather, earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, firestorms, tsunamis, great floods, blizzards, on, volcanic eruptions. It's built right into this realm. It's baked right into it. Thunderstorms, lightning. It's all built in. Life eating life. And then they'll lie on these channels and say, well, he's saying there's no way out. I've never said that. They misrepresent me. They lie about me. They warp. They're just so dishonest. I don't know why people can't see it. All they have is lies and insults. And I have described what this realm actually is. And it's observably true. Just as much as if you drive to the coast, if you start heading due west or due east in America, you're either going to hit the west coast or the east coast. If you're traveling west far enough, you keep going and going west, and you have a compass, whether you're on foot or driving, eventually you're going to hit the ocean. You're going to hit a beach, you're going to hit a cliff, you're going to hit the ocean somewhere. Same thing the other direction. And everybody can observe this. Anyone in America could do that. They could find the East Coast or the West Coast. And with my model, it's exactly the same. They can watch my content, and then they can go observe reality, and it matches up. Water is wet, and my model is accurate. And it's the most accurate that anybody's going to find in this realm today that I know of. If they don't like it, too bad. But that doesn't change the truth. Just like I have a lock that's been tested. This knife is a folding knife, and it has one of the strongest locking mechanisms that you'll ever find. I have one with a triad lock, and this one has an atlas lock. And these folding knives can hold hundreds of pounds without breaking or opening or shutting on your fingers. They've been tested and tested and tested. These are just locks for folding knives. But they've been tested. And I challenge anybody to test my model as much as you want, because it works. These locks and these knives and these thick, heavy blades with good steel would break before my model will ever break. The only thing that's will change it is ending this matrix. Until then, my model's going to hold up the way it is, the way it describes reality. My model doesn't create reality. It just shows what's already here and the way that it works. And it is accurate. And I think that's why people hate me, because I've shown something that is true and accurate, and they don't want to believe that. They want to believe this place is the opposite of that. And they're not truth seekers. They're not honest beings. They'd rather hate me and slander me than face the truth, which makes them weak and immoral and dishonest beings. They're not good. They'll spew hatred at me and slander me and smear campaign me and lie about me rather than face the truth of where they are and how this place works. Children imagine better realms every day. Young children, when they're drawing pictures and using their imagination, they imagine better places than this every day.
conditioning. It is hot.
Yeah,
But
I
thank
feel
you.
for you. I can't survive without air conditioning. Not me.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jason. I appreciate.
It looks like she's all inked up, tatted up, and wearing a bikini top to go on a live stream. She's got her hair piled up on top of her head. Lacey.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's you know that's where he comes from, but as you're reading it, I'm like, so does this have anything to do with, anything else that you've talked about, especially with the Nemesis X stuff? So that was just my question. So, oh, and I'm from Washington State, so it's hot as heck here right now.
In
I
Washington?
I didn't introduce myself.
Yeah, I got an uncle that lives in Washington. My uncle Larry lives there.
Yeah, it's like 95. And we have no air conditioning. It is hot.
Yeah,
but
I
thank you.
feel for you. I can't survive without air conditioning. Not me.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jason. I appreciate it.
All right, Lacey. Talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
Stephen King. Come on now.
No, you got it wrong. Are you dyslexic?
I
Hello,
am.
hello.
I am.
It's King Stephen, not
All right,
Stephen King.
All right,
King
man.
Stephen.
Where's your kingdom at? Where you hail from?
My kingdom is the Sanity Machine Empire.
No
That's
way.
my kingdom.
No
Yeah.
way. All right.
Yeah, it's
I
me.
know who you are. I know exactly who you are. What's up?
Exactly. Who am I, man? Tell me who I am.
The Sanity Machine, one of my trolls.
I'm not a troll. I'm a truth speaker.
Okay. Well,
Not a troll.
you got the floor right now.
Got my books. I've been watching you for a while now. I also run a channel called El Diablo Radio International. The greatest
I've
show
only
in hell.
seen that on X.
It's not on X. I'm not on X.
Well,
I'm
is it on YouTube?
I'm on YouTube and Odyssey.
Oh, it might have been on Odyssey. I've been on Odyssey a lot lately.
Well, I'm on here. I wonder what your thoughts are on God. What are your thoughts on God?
Yeah, that's a hard one, man, because I don't believe that anything within this experience, in this construct, could ever accurately represent the oversoul. And that's why I don't even call it God. I don't believe the oversoul has a gender. You could say God and you could say goddess, and they would both equally be true. My personal belief concerning the oversoul is that 10,000 different opinions about the oversoul, because the oversoul is so eternal and vast, could all be right. I don't believe that when we're talking about aspects of the oversoul that good and evil even obtains. I believe these are man-made constructions, and I feel that you and I and everybody listening to me right now are moored to source, and that we're not in our real avatars. This isn't our real bodies. We're borrowing pieces of the construct in order to experience the construct. But the true inner essence of us is moored to source, and that's where we're going back. Not to be absorbed in some Buddhist mantra, some Mandela philosophy, but to actually return to source as an highly individualized soul that has taken on new experiences while we flow through this experience, because this is a learning experience. I believe this is a trial and testing period. And I don't believe that the Judeo-Christian religions have a clue about what God is really like. And I think he's probably a real cool SOB, and we're going to be very, very surprised when we're no longer adorned in this medium of deception we're in right now. Once we're outside of this holography, we're going to see clearly, and we're probably going to realize, damn, God's a cool SOB, and we're going to feel real effed up the way we treated other people while we're in this construct, because we're going to find out that in all of our interactions in the human experience, that every single time we said something, did something.
There's so much more suffering than how we treated others here, than saying words. This place is designed to create suffering. Even if I didn't speak a word in my life, I've witnessed suffering of others. Children on my street when I grew up didn't make it out of childhood. Genetic disorders. I know what this place is. You talk about how we treat each other. How is your God, oversoul, source, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter the name. How has it treated us? How has it treated us?
Something, shared something, took something, we're actually doing it to another piece of God.
Well, that's your belief system. I take issue with that. I respectfully disagree. I don't want to come across like Graham Hancock and rile you up or anything like that.
Yeah,
but
that's good.
I'm not Graham Hancock. I'm not a millionaire. I don't make millions of dollars writing books. I am independently wealthy as a king. Oh man, if people want to watch the rest of that, it is available, and I did cut it out as a separate video that's coming up as a premiere later on today. It will be premiering on my channel. But I'm starting to get sleepy, and I might end this fairly soon, this stream. I'll show people what I'm talking about. There's this premiere is coming up August 14th in 15 hours. Live showdown. Jason from Archaic's channel meets King Stephen. King Stephen. So he said he knows exactly who I am. I don't think so. I think he's still a little bit confused. He's still a little bit confused because I think he assumes that I'm just a human being and an avatar like him. I think he thinks we're all the same, and he's mistaken. We're not. We're not all the same. We're not all the same. A giraffe isn't the same thing as an ant. And a snail's not the same thing as an elephant. And an eagle isn't the same thing as a dolphin or a killer whale or a blue whale. Not the same thing. And my spirit isn't the same as his. Not the same thing. Who else has talked about species of spirits and gone into depth in videos and spoken about it for years, written about it, spoken about it live? I brought a lot to the table if people really start paying attention and realizing something, that I'm not just copying from these other channels. I have my own unique view of what this is. And I also have my own unique view of evil. And I'm not like most in this realm, because most in this realm seem to support evil. That's what I've noticed my whole life. Going way back into childhood, I noticed that most in this realm seem to support evil. They're not against evil. They're not against evil. They're not going to do to evil what I'm going to do. And they're not going to be able to stop me either. Hello to everyone who's joined the live stream. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody. And you won't be able to stop me. I'm going to have to watch this later, this fidget knife thing.
A birth certificate. Is that the question is that you? Ask you now to state your name. Go ahead. The role you play actually in sustaining the knot milk and providing it sustenance. So the answer to this question is yes. Next question. Now to start all of this, I should have had you state your name like an Animal House. I state your name, and they repeat. I state your name. Do hereby pledge. Oh, sorry. I'll ask you now to state your name. Go ahead. Now you have a variety of different types of documentation to prove who you are. Say if you change your address and need to put the electric bill in your name, you have a driver's license, social security card, a birth certificate. Is that the question? Is that you? The name, your exact name on all those legal documents, is that you? Now this should be easy, even to the 5th grade truther. Is that you, that name on all those documents? No, it's not you at all. It's what's called the straw man. It's a legal fiction that this not milk needs to work through to get you, the real spiritual being, to willfully engage in some...
It's baby truther shit. That's all that is. Baby truther shit. The all caps name is a straw man. Yeah, we haven't heard that 10 million times if you've been around a little while. Baby truther shit. It's baby truther time. It's baby truther time. That's what this guy is.
Side of its sick slave system. Soon to be replaced, the straw man, with the digital twin. And it'll do business through the digital twin and convince you that you are the digital twin. Now, albeit it's hard to remove ourselves entirely from what we call the straw man at this point, unless you are one of the few people willing to go to the top of a mountain and live in a cardboard box, try to dig holes and look for water or something like that. We have to use a driver's license if we want to. We can't just say, most of us are not in a situation where we can just say, fuck this system, and walk out. You can't do it. Okay, we're kind of stuck with a driver's license and having to prove a legal residence and things like that. But the idea is to, first off, to know it's not you. And to, via affirmation, state from time to time, that name in all caps, that son of a beach, that's not me. It says Matt McKinley, but that's the straw man, the legal fiction that it wants me to believe I am, so it can work through the straw man to get to me. It's a very complicated topic. The sovereign citizen types are more expert at it than I am, but it's a very important question to ask anybody that thinks they can graduate into high school truth. As a final reminder, this is for junior high and middle school level truth researchers trying to get to high school. I know there's 10th and 11th grade truth researchers here going, Matt, these questions are rather rudimentary. They are for you. I'm not going to ask this group questions about the need for horseshit like initiation. We're going to save that for later. That's not appropriate. Horseshit and an in-depth study of horseshit like initiation. I love that.
He loves calling this place a school, treating it like it's a school, and treating his channel like it's a school. I never liked school. Okay? Black eyes, Matt, I never liked school.
Word. Oh, I can't do it myself. I need this. I need to join this group. I love that. Yeah. That's not for this level. It might be rudimentary to you. I appreciate you being here and not being out clearing fields. Next question. To progress through the grades and to eventually one day graduate, is it important for we as truth researchers to understand their symbols? The bad guy, the not milk symbolism, their gematria, their shrines, their gods, their sigils. Is it important we understand that in order to graduate ourselves? No, it's not. It's not important. Well, Matt, certainly we need to understand what the 33 means to them. And certainly we need to understand what the capstone is on the back of the dollar bill. No. See, all that horse shit is for them. Okay, there are certain things they may give away as Humpty Dumptys and stuffed lemons from time to time that this reality in a way has to tell us a little bit about ourselves for those that care to notice. But in general, studying all they do, let's break down the Super Bowl halftime show. There's gematria, there's symbols and sigils and all this stuff all over the back of the dollar bill and all this stuff. We get, their use of the pentagram in the layout of Washington D.C. And we don't need to know none of it. That's in some creepy way for them. It's a different spiritual entity than you are. That should have been the final test question. Is it a different spiritual entity than you are? Yes. Not no. Well, what is it? Tony called it a sequential. We don't know what it is, but it's not the same issue. They need all that horse shit. Certain pursuits, like the way Levet studies the ancient history of the alchemical symbols. that it's okay. I mean, I still don't think an in-depth study of that is necessary for what you need to do for yourself. But it's not. Alchemical symbols is part of the natural world. The four elements are part of the natural world. That's not milk. Not milk uses that, but it's not milk it's not milk in and of itself. So anyway, we no reason to go on and on. We used to think it was very important to study what they do and all that they did and it's not. It's not. In fact, that is part of the trick to lure us back into the weeds. We don't need that shit. They do. The next yes/no question, because we are using paddles, so there's no opportunity for a free-form answer. The next yes/no question. There are different types of spiritual entities here on this place called Earth. Or you might disagree and believe the old adage you may have heard somewhere that all men are created equal, at least spiritually. Believe that? Or there are different entities here, all mixing together on this place called Earth. Yes. And we have different theories as to what may be an NPC or what this entity is or the role of this, but we know for sure there are different types of spiritual entities here. And that leads to a further conversation about how many different types are there. There might not be 3, there might be 4 or 5, because we know for a fact that what Tony called the sequential, the Melvin of the, say, of the Belinda and Melvin P. Gates Foundation, that sort of entity, what is a Bezos entity or a Santa Claus Schwab or a Lady Gaga or a Christine Lagarde, or we know for a fact that those things, whatever they are, whatever they may be, are not the same spiritually as you are. So the answer to this question is yes, there are different types here. And as far as we're concerned, that's the best news of all time. Now, we may have all come from the same exact place, the initial well source. That's not appropriate for a junior high test trying to get into high school. We'll leave that for another time. We may all end up in the same place. I know nobody wants to think that Melvin of the Belinda and Melvin P. Gates Foundation could someday be the same as you. End up the same, and we came from the same place, we may end up in the same place, but that's not the purpose of a junior high school test. Here and now, we know that this group of creatures, whatever they are, although they seem to be in power here, and they have high-rise buildings, skyscrapers, magenta speedboats, and Bentleys. They seem to be in control and in power here, and for most of the metrics of this world, they are, and that's fine. You know, that's fine. They can be a big fish in a small pond. That's wonderful for them. I congratulate them on the enormity of their success here. But in terms of what really counts, spiritual growth, not so good. Not so good, Belinda and Melvin P. Gates Foundation. Not doing so well. That's the rule of opposites here. So the answer to this question, yes. Different. Yes, there are different types of entities here. And that's the best news of all time to the spiritual being of what you are, the level you are. You're low here, which per the rule of opposites means where it matters, you're much greater than these sorts of creatures. Next question. This reality will quite often leave spiritual clues embedded or slightly hidden for the spiritual being to find that helps the spiritual being navigate the journey, both in understanding who it really is and what it's supposed to be doing in this lifetime. The reality itself leaves positive spiritual clues. Yes or no? Yes. Now, you've heard me call them stuffed Lenins or Humpty Dumptys. And by the way, if you're in 7th grade or 8th grade and you're taking the test, you're going to need to score this on your own honestly and legitimately without a proctor. And I'll take your word for it for where you missed or got test questions correct. Now, yes, the reality leaves these clues all over the place, whether it be right in the Humpty Dumpty idiotic rhyme, sat on a wall, had a great fall. You can't look to king's horses and king's men. You need to look to yourself, whether it be in that or in incredible spiritual messages that come through your favorite songs or movies that are very positive, even if they came from Hollywood in some instances, like Dances with Wolves. So the reality, per the rules here, has to do this. So I don't want to stray and get into a prison planet discussion, but if it's a jail and a prison planet and you're screwed, and there's jailers and wardens, and you ain't getting out, and you dress like a gigolo. Would reality have all these thousands of spiritual messages that are very positive and uplifting in thousands of different places if this was a prison planet and a jail? I don't think so, but that's not really appropriate for this level test question. The answer was yes, and if you're scoring on your own, be honest. Next question. The Knot and its creeps and minions are always looking for ways to cull huge portions of the human population, to have 500 million to 1 billion people just go away, to make them go kaput, to do a mass you-know-what. They're always looking for ways to wipe out. No. Oh, here we go. Is anybody yelling Deagle.com? I mean, this is a retard test. If you ever sent me information about Deagle.com, you failed a retard test. And then here we go. Is anybody the old truth factions from 2020 and 2021? Are you going to send me any emails and nasty grams about using the word genocide? The old man in a chair. Do you know what the word genocide means? There were a lot of adverse events in 2021 with the renting of the Carl Weathers movie Action Jacksonation. There was a lot of people that knew somebody that went kaput or had all sorts of problems, no doubt about it. If you put some sort of weird chemical cocktail messing with the RN whatever into over 4 billion people's arms, there's going to be some adverse events. Think everything should be okay from that? But it's not genocide. You know what the word genocide means? It was like, did you see Avengers Endgame or whatever, where Thanos snapped his fingers and half the people just went away? That's more like that word. All right. So adverse events, or if your Aunt Ginny knows somebody that went kaput, that's not genocide. Still waiting for the apology of the old man in a chair disciples. So the question was, Knotnell's always looking for ways to wipe out huge portions. No, sorry. They're not. See, they need us. So if you're a farmer, does a farmer need his crop at all? Does he just go every day stomping all over the crop, pouring different chemicals? Oh, you got some? Can I get some Agent Orange? I'm gonna pour it on my crop. Does the farmer want to wipe out its crop? Does the cattle rancher that has the thousands of head of cattle in Texas somewhere, does it just want to wipe it out? And the last time I posed that, somebody actually had the gall in a comment that said, well, Matt, the cattle rancher eventually takes them to slaughter to make burgers. Really? Well, yeah, because that's part of the process of how the cattle rancher earns its money, makes money, and then it replaces with new cattle. It just doesn't go destroy the cattle for no reason. I can't believe somebody left me that comment. Matt, you're being awful condescending. I'm laying it on pretty thick. Sorry. So the cattle rancher doesn't, if it needs its cattle, right, doesn't want to wipe out. So do you think the Knotnook doesn't need us? The dark part of reality needs the real spiritual being to survive, not just for its sustenance and food. So why would it, why would it want to wipe out huge portions of its food supply, whether that be energy or other? And the other is that you might have heard this saying before. Matt, I don't really like your condescending attitude in this video. Yeah, I'm laying it on pretty thick. Sorry. You may have heard this before. The proof is in the pudding. I know there's been wars and world wars, but do you think the Knotnilk has ever had the opportunity to cull huge portions of the population, whether it be in the last 50 years with its high tech or over the last 400 years, 500 years? Did it ever have the opportunity to wipe out huge portions like Thanos snapping his fingers with the Infinity Stones? Yeah, it had its chance. The proof is in the pudding. It hasn't done it yet. It wages world war for a lot of different reasons. And that it does wipe out a lot of people, but it's not the culling that the truth movement has talked about. In the 5th and 6th grade and 7th grade truthers. Can't say 5th and 6th, and then people, that's the 11. He's trying to drop the 11 to his secret society friends. Have to say 5th, 6th, and 7th graders. I'm trained myself so the trolls have nothing to latch on to. Anybody in the truth community are you really, if you're trying to right now get me a message, and I can hear you coming through the ether before I've even uploaded about the TED Talk with Bill Gates, In order to get carbon emission down to zero in this equation, it's P for population times output times manufacturing equals carbon. To get that down, I don't know exactly what the damn formula was, sorry. In order to get that down to zero, one of these things has to, in order to get carbon down, one of these things has to go to zero, and implied P, the population number. Anybody want to tell me about that? Through the ether, even before I've uploaded. If you wanted just a moment ago to tell me about that TED Talk, then you failed this test. Even though you failed this one, you failed the entire test. Do not pass go and go back to first grade truth. Next question. This is more free form. You'll need to take notes before you answer, and then it will eventually evolve into a yes/no question. Which of the intellectual classics and from which great masters, philosophers, or authors are worth reading, in your opinion? Would Aristotle be worth reading in terms of the Greek classics and not Socrates or Plato? Would Nietzsche be worth reading, but not Kant or Schopenhauer? Would Madame Blavatsky be worth reading and not Alice Bailey? See, you tell me what, or any of them worth reading? No, it's all a gigantic intellectual jack-off session circle jerk. Now, if you read Kant, there's some truth there, talking about the moral man, and there's some truth, no doubt. You can get little bits and pieces, but in terms of understanding, what about yourself? Understand yourself in your place here as a spiritual being, and the basic things we need to do in part 2, the work, as we move through the short amount of time we have in the limited number of decades. Is there anything in? That's why I called I shouldn't just give away the answer. That's why I called the Philosophers series. I guess I already did tell you the answer. No, it's all a gigantic. It's positioned as intellectual greatness, but what it is, is a gigantic intellectual circle jerk off. And the final question is, and I remind you, this is worth 40% of your grade. It's very, very difficult to pass this examination without getting the final test question correct. In terms of the truth researcher's examination of the outside world, is there anything considered of great or high importance that has ever been figured out? That has ever been figured out? Now, no need to answer yet. Let me explain a few things. Let's just say all these structures that shouldn't be able to be built, whether they're inherited or has all that been figured out? The role of Atlantis or Lemuria, the pyramids or any other structures, how have they been built? Has that been figured? How exactly the government pulled off whatever they presented to the American public for whatever it was for regarding Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo missions? Was it to study the sun? Did anybody go anywhere? In what area of outside study, of which there's tens of thousands of things have been studied, right down to the foolish, right down to Loch Ness Monster, Nessie, our underwater ally, right through things that you consider of prime importance. If any part of the outside world has any bit of it ever been figured out by truth research? No. Not one bit of it has ever been figured out across all pursuits through the entire breadth and depth of our truth research. Now, does that tell you should keep doing it? Or does it tell you should pull back and worry about yourself? I guess I don't really need to answer that one. Nothing's ever been figured out, but people keep doing it. Isn't that the definition of insanity? It's close. Thanks for listening.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing.
Because there's like people like that to work at the barn with that don't eat, so I bought him some food, and he was going to ride his bike down to the ore, and it was dark down that way, so I followed him in the brook, and I came back, and
Okay. So let's just so I have a good grasp of things, I want you to start from the beginning on where what was he, do you remember what he was wearing? You don't know his name?
No.
You don't remember at all what he's wearing?
No. How old was he? I couldn't even tell you that.
Not even sure.
No.
If you were to estimate an age, 13. Okay.
Okay.
So
All about recipe.
there was more of a conversation that was had inside the van, and that's what we want to talk to you about today. Okay, Sean? Can you promise me something?
What?
That you're going to be 100% honest with me?
And that back door doesn't open from the inside. So I crawled out the front to the side, and that's when I let him out.
Okay. Tell us about that conversation that you had with him, because you did say, you made a comment about that you have fucked little boys in the past and you enjoyed it.
I've never have.
Okay. But you made that statement
I was
to him.
drunk when I said it.
You were drunk when you made the statement to this teenage boy on May 25th.
Yes.
So you did say it, just so we can get that on the record here, because...
I don't remember saying it, no, because I've never done that before in my life.
Okay, but the investigation that has been conducted by Deputy Berg shows that you made a statement to this boy that said that you've fucked little boys in the past and you liked it.
It was a lie.
Okay.
It's not true.
Okay, so you're saying that information is a lie.
Yes, I've never said that.
Okay.
What about Dad saying it's a lie I've never done, is what I'm saying.
Okay. Are you saying it's a lie you've never f***ed the boy, or like it's a lie that you were
It's a lie
accusing
I've
you
never
saying
f***ed the boy. That's
Okay.
what I'm saying.
Do you think you might have said that out of drunkenness to him?
That's what I'm saying. I've
Okay.
never done that before. I've never
Okay.
had sex with
Fair enough. I'm with you. So,
Gotcha.
So are you saying that you said it to
Yes,
him,
but
but you've not actually done that in the past?
Right.
So why did you make that statement to the teenager?
Just caught up in the moment.
Caught up in the moment? Okay.
Is it fair to say you were trying to maybe ease him a little bit, or like get him to trust you a little bit, or what was your intent by saying that comment?
I don't remember.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt you.
Sean, there's only one reason you would say that, and that would be because you're trying to kind of feel him out, so to
Right,
speak,
and then-
to see if you'd be interested in engaging in sexual intercourse
Right.
with you.
But
There's no other reason that you would
But
say
it didn't seem like it. That's why I'm saying.
Okay. So the reason you made that statement is that you...
I was pursuing it at the time, but then that's when I backed out, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So you said that you were pursuing him.
I was thinking of that at the time when I was caught up in the moment. and
Thinking
then-
of what?
When I said the urges. I was thinking on those urges, and then that's when I backed out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know you told Deputy Measure before, and I might have misheard it or misunderstood it, but I just want to clarify one thing. How did this boy get into your van, Sean?
I opened the back door.
You opened the back door. What were you saying to him when you opened the back door?
I honestly don't remember.
You don't.
What was your purpose for opening the back door? The purpose?
I was thinking about it at the time about the urge, and that's when I backed out.
What's that?
I was thinking at the time about the urge, and that's when I backed out.
Okay. So you opened the back door. What was going through your mind when you opened that back door?
If this was going to happen or not.
What's that?
If anything was going to happen or not. And that's
What do you mean by that?
If anything sexual was going to happen or not.
Between you and the boy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's when I backed out and left.
So you wanted to go somewhere private with him. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
He has been arrested for alleged child enticement. He's still in custody on a $50,000 cash bond at the time of this video. There is also a court order that prevents him from being around anyone under the age of 18. The case is pending.
That looked a lot like Jack Talcott. That looked a lot like creepy Jack Talcott. I hope Jack isn't doing anything like that. He's a psycho.
Hey guys, welcome back to another Jeep vlog, and today I want to talk about those skeletons in the closet, if you will. And as believers, how we are fully aware of the fact that we're not good people. We're not. And that's one thing that even some people who are believers still struggle with this concept. I see it here on my channel. I did a specific verse of the day in Romans. I want to say it was Romans chapter 8, which I'm going to read today. I believe it was from this exact passage I'm going to read today. That was in my Bible verse of the day. And someone replied and they said, well, I don't know if I believe that because, you know, I used to not be a Christian and I was still a good person, even when I wasn't a Christian. And I'm a Christian now and I'm still a good person. And I'm not going to say that that person is not saved. I'm going to say they completely misunderstand what salvation really is. And they completely understand that why we even need a savior. Because if you're a good person, you don't need a savior. Nobody. And I don't, that's one thing it's society has pushed this so much. I'm a good person, but I'm a good person, but she's a good person, but he's a good person. And we hear that so much in society. And you have this measure of good person based on, oh, somebody's a bad person because, well, this person, I'm not a bad person because I don't murder people, because, you know, I do my best not to lie, because I am not stealing things, I work a job and I make an honorable living and I'm nice to people, therefore I'm a good person. And it's like the first thing, really, the first step, I think, to a repentant heart, which is so crucial in salvation. What are you repentant of if you think you're a good person? How can you repent to Jesus Christ and ask to be saved if you think you're a good person? I mean, we have to be aware of the fact that we're not good people. And it's Christ in us who has purified us, right? And so, yes, you can try to look at this scale of, okay, well, on this scale of human nature, well, then this person is a better person, this person, so on and so forth. But really, the Bible makes it clear that no one is good but God. And that's just the fact of the matter. People think that, people will say if they see somebody living as a Christian, non-believers will say, oh, they're only doing that because they must have some skeletons in their closet, they're not a good person, so now, and it's like, you're almost getting it. The only problem is when people say this, they lack the self-awareness to know that they're not good people, right? The difference is they are good in their own eyes, and a Christian is not good in our own eyes. We know that we're not good on our own. There's Christ in us who is good, right? And Christ, and we're born again by the blood of Jesus Christ, and we live in accordance to the Spirit and not the flesh, because we are not good enough. That's why we have to be born again. That's why Jesus Christ has to make us good enough, because we're not without him. So when people say things like that, oh, well, they're just a Christian because they're hiding things, and just because they're bad people, and they just lack the self-awareness to know that they are bad people and they need Jesus too. Everybody is a bad person without Christ. Without being born again, you are always a bad person. You may be objectively a better person than Jack the Ripper, but by nature, we are bad people. And our nature, and why is that? Oh, but why? But I don't murder, but I don't do this. Well, our flesh is in direct opposition of God. Sin, and people forget how sin is evil. Sin is truly evil. Do you lust? Yes, that's sin. That's evil. That is bad. That is wicked. If you act on your lust, that is wicked. Okay? Have you lied? Look at your life. Have you lied? That is wicked. Look at, gluttony. That is evil. That is wrong. There are so many things that we all are guilty of, and not to mention the very obvious things where it's just like, okay, I was mean to my friend in this argument, or I got snappy today, or I was rude when I was driving today, I was rude in traffic, like, so on and so forth. I mean, you can't step, if you can't look at yourself and reflect and say, oh, I've really goofed up and I've really, been a jerk at times, or I've really messed up in this case, or wow, I lied in this situation, or I did this or I did that. If you can't step back and acknowledge that you've done evil things, then you're at a point where you don't realize you need a savior. And if you are calling yourself a Christian, but you can't acknowledge that your nature is evil and wants to do evil things, your human nature, then I just question what you think you're repenting from. If you already think you're good and you can earn your way into heaven, then why did you repent if you don't think you've done anything wrong? I'm just trying to keep it real, and I'm talking to myself too. I don't claim to be a good person. I know I'm not a good person. I know there's only Christ in me who is good, and God has cleaned me up so much in my heart. We walk by the Spirit. We're born again. If we completely give in to our flesh and we walk in our flesh, we are in direct opposition to God. And whenever I lived in rebellion to God and I was living more in my flesh, not completely, but still, then yeah, I was in direct opposition to God. I was living my life in rebellion, and that was evil. That was not good. And some people think, they kind of have this libertarian mindset of, oh, but as long as it's not hurting anybody, it's not evil. It is, because it is hurting people. Every time you have premarital sex, you're hurting yourself and you're hurting that person who you're having premarital sex with. So you can't call yourself a good person if you're living in that kind of lifestyle. Or if you've ever done it at all. Like, you are actively hurting somebody by doing that. When we act in sin, we're hurting ourselves. There's a reason why sin is sin. So I think people who think they're good people don't understand how terrible sin is. Sin is awful. So anyway, let's go ahead and continue. We'll read this. I'm going to read in Romans chapter 8, let's start verse 5. It says, those who are dominated by the sinful nature think about sinful things, but those who are controlled by the Holy Spirit think about things that please the Spirit. You might be, but I don't think about sinful things. So you never feel pride? You never feel pride about yourself? You never think about lust? You never think about, you're never greedy? You're never jealous of somebody else and what they've got? You are never in a victim mindset, which is also rooted in pride. You're never angry, and you're never harboring anger against somebody. Let's be real. As we continue walking our faith, you're living by the flesh, you're living by the Spirit. And if you're living, when you let your flesh take over, that's the more sinful that you're going to get in your life. Just because you're not a murderer doesn't mean that you're not dwelling on wicked things and on evil things. All right, let's continue. So letting your sinful nature control your mind leads to death, but letting the Spirit control your mind leads to life and peace. For the sinful nature is always hostile to God, right? If you need a reason to say, wait, but I wasn't a bad person before I found Jesus. Yes, you were. Why? Because without living by the Spirit, without being born again, you are in opposition to God. That's all you need to know. That's all it takes to be a bad person, is to be living in opposition to God. And if you are not born again, you are living in opposition.
For a lot of people in the world, the idea of owning nothing is not only terrifying, but it goes against everything they have spent their life to work for the most part. But for me, owning as little as I have in my entire life now at age 41, I'm actually living my dream life. So I'm going to unpack that a little bit for you today. And before I get started, I just want to give a quick disclaimer for the trigger happy trolls that saw the title of this video. This is absolutely not a tip of the hat, shall we say, to Klaus Schwab and the Great Reset. I have no intentions of relinquishing my right to private ownership, and I want the government to have as little to do with my personal life as possible. I am a supporter of being able to pick and choose what brings value into your life and to be able to have private ownership of that. But what I am going to challenge you on today, and what I've challenged myself on over the past decade or so, is how much of that do you really need to be happy, to thrive? And for me personally, as I've shared a lot on this channel, the less I own, the more I am thriving. So I'm going to deep dive into that today. And I've got some leaves in here. I've certainly shared on more than one occasion how minimalism has transformed my life for the better. But now, as I've said, owning so little that it fits in just a suitcase and a backpack, and that is literally everything I have to my name, I feel more in alignment than I ever have. So I'm going to share why with you right now. Let's go. I've got my trusty journal here, which, by the way, for you diehards who have been with me for a while, I only have a couple pages left, so we're getting to the end. It's a new journal, a new era. How exciting. But anyway, let's get to the video here. Number one, I've got 3 points for you, by the way. Number one is freedom. This one's kind of obvious, but I'm going to unpack what that means to me. Freedom is probably important to everyone. We all have our own value scales, but I don't think there's anyone that would say, yeah, I don't care about my freedom. I'm okay to be in a cage, whether it be metaphorical or physical. I'm pretty sure everyone wants and values freedom to some degree in their life, but it can mean different things to different people. Certainly the American dream sells you that freedom is having more cars, more clothes, more stuff, and a bigger house to put all of them in, and then a prolific social media profile to show all of those things that you own. But for me, it's been quite the opposite, and here's why. Number one, portability. This is probably the most obvious point, but when you own very little, it is very easy to go from point A to point B as you please. I just left the country. I'm now an expat living in my neighbor country of Canada. So far, it is glorious. I absolutely love Vancouver. It's amazing here, but the move was incredibly easy. I just hopped on a plane with my backpack, checked a suitcase that wasn't even overly big, and now I'm here. I even sold my car recently. I talked about that before, and that was a big deal for me because I have never lived without a car as an adult. I thought for sure that it was going to be a nuisance or a hassle or create anxiety, but so far it has been even less stress out of my life. Granted, the public transportation here is amazing. Not every city is afforded that luxury, but Vancouver is impeccable with they have a SkyTrain and ferries and a bus, and everything is seamless. It's been so easy for me to get around, but packing up and leaving the country with not a ton of notice can be very stressful for a lot of people, or just moving across town or moving to a new home or apartment. Moving causes a lot of grief for a lot of people. So when you own very little, it is very easy to just seamlessly go from one place to the next. And I get not everyone wants to move all the time, and that's cool. That's your value system. But for me, I'm a gypsy, I'm a nomad. The freedom to just pick up and go wherever I want, when I want, is a very high value to me. And now with so little, I feel like the world is literally my oyster. I could go anywhere I want, anywhere that's safe at least, and it would be no problem at all. The next point of freedom is low maintenance / decision fatigue. Owning less things, less to clean, less to take care of, less to worry about, less to organize, less to store, less to carry around, and less decision fatigue. This is probably the most prominent in my wardrobe. I used to have a giant walk-in closet and take 10, 20, 30, sometimes an hour to get ready in the morning, which was ridiculous, thinking like I had nothing to wear, even though I had thousands of items. Now my wardrobe is about 25-ish items, and it is very easy for me to get dressed. It goes off of, well, number one, what's the temperature? Is it warm? Is it cold? What's the occasion? Am I going out to dinner, or am I going to a coffee shop, or am I going to school, which I will be soon, or am I just going to be lounging around? And what's my mood? There's pretty much the only formula, and based on the combination of those three things, it narrows it down to like one or two choices of what to put on my body. And for some people that may seem very limiting, but for me it is very freeing. I do not want to spend my life worrying about what I'm going to put on my body to live life. I just want to be able to live life. Next is energetic lightness. If anyone has ever watched Samurai Matcha, he's amazing. He's so adorable. He's a minimalist in Japan, and he made a video on this a while back. I can't remember the title, but it's something to the effect of energetic lightness. And I couldn't agree more that the more physical things you have in your life, especially very heavy things like my car that I just let go of, when you release those from your life, it's literally a physical attachment and an energetic connection in your body that you are releasing. Your stuff is a reflection of you. And when you have a lot of stuff, that is a very heavy and sort of, I felt like a straitjacket to me when I used to have a lot of things, but it's a weight in your life, whether you realize it or not. And you'll find as you go through your decluttering journey, the more things you let go of, especially if it's like big volume things, like huge bags of clothes, or for me, the very, very heavy car that I just let go of, or it could be like heavy things like a bed frame you don't really need, or bookcases, etc., fill in the blanks. Having less of that energetic connection, that web of very heavy things outside of me, literally does make me feel lighter. Now, did I actually physically lose weight? I don't know. I don't care. I don't get on a scale. I haven't weighed myself in years. That's a whole other topic, actually, why I don't weigh myself as a woman. Let me know in the comments if you're curious on a whole video on that. I was thinking of diving into that, but that aside, I absolutely feel lighter in my body, in my step, in my aura, to get woo-woo on you. It feels 100% just much more breathe easy to own so little. And when I was leaving the country, it was just so easy. And moving into my new Airbnb, it took me like 20 minutes to unpack, and that was going slow and taking my time. So life is just so much more free for me with less. Point number 2, presence. We're gonna start to filter into more of the woo-woo now. If you know me, you know I like to do that in my videos a bit. But 3 solid points on this one as well. Number 1, less distractions equals more focus. I'm going into graduate school now, and it's a short, intensive program with a very full course load, and I want to do well. And I haven't been in school for 20 years, so hopefully my brain still works. But regardless, this passion and mission I'm going into is very important to me, and it's going to require a lot of brain power and a lot of focus. And I found the more I got rid of visual stimulus on the outside, or just clutter that's sitting around, or that just little accoutrements, you'll find those things are actually catching your attention and distracting you more than you realize. And in my room, although I'll be studying on campus most of the time, I'm for sure going to be doing some paperwork or typing papers or research or reading in my room at some point. And because there's so very little in there, and it is a tiny room, but the fact that there's so little in there, it still makes the tiny room feel breathable. And I'm not going to be distracted like, ooh, look at that, or I should touch this, or I should go organize that. I can just sit down and study and be laser focused, which is what I want to do. The second point of that is deep sobriety. I've talked about this before in some other videos. I do have a video called, what is it? Silence, Solitude, and Extreme Minimalism, or Why I Lived Like a Monk. That goes into a much deeper dive on this, but to sum that up, I practice deep sobriety, which means lack of addiction on all fronts. I don't consume substances like alcohol or marijuana. I stay off of social media as much as humanly possible. I do listen to some YouTube videos here and there that I think really will truly add value to my life. But I don't have Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or Twitter or Reddit or whatever. There's so many other ones that I'm so out of the loop with that exist these days. I don't have any of those, not only not on my phone, but I just don't have the profiles because they are massive webs of distraction. I don't watch TV. I watch movies very rarely, again, only under the scrutiny of, will this add value to my life? And I don't do gaming either. All of these things, I'm not touting this to like, oh, I'm so high and mighty evangelical. No, I just have an addictive personality. I used to be the worst TV addict back in the day. When I was a little kid, I was a horrible gaming addict. I just don't want to have that level of addiction in my life. And I do have another video that talks about why I quit drinking alcohol if you're more curious on that. But that was an easy one, no brainer, don't miss it at all. I like having a clear head. I don't like feeling like shit when I wake up in the morning, and I like having a fuller bank account because I don't spend a bunch of money on booze. But the biggest part that all of those addictions tie into is presence. When you are stuck, addicted to all of these things on the outside that are consuming your time, consuming your energy, they're very much going to take you out of the present moment. And I don't want to be out of the present moment. I want to I want to savor and relish each moment that I have in this precious life. And more importantly, I don't want to rely on something to enjoy life. I don't want to have to watch a show to be able to unwind. I don't want to have a beer to be able to unwind. I don't want to have to be able to game or scroll on Instagram to pass the time or get a dopamine fix or watch a television show about other fictitious people living interesting lives. I want to live an interesting life. I don't want to have to watch something that stimulates me. I want my own life to be stimulating enough, and to be able to relax or unwind or decompress or feel okay. I want to be able to have the capacity to do that on my own as a human being too. So all of those, these are less sort of possession talk and more habitual talk of minimalism, all of those things that I've let go have absolutely led the way for me able to have more time to be able to just be present and enjoy being present with myself without the need for all of those external things or distraction. Which leads me to the third point of presence. When there is all that time suck removed of Instagram addiction, of gaming addiction, of shopping addiction, of drinking, binge drinking addiction, XYZ, fill in the blank, blah, 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 there's much more time for what really matters. And everyone's going to have a fill in the blank of what matters most to them. It may be raising your kids, it may be being a painter, it may be writing, it may be cooking, it may be physical fitness, it may be any number of things. Whatever is important to you, that's what's important to you. But my point is, when you have your time and your day filled with buying a bunch of stuff, organizing a bunch of stuff, consuming a bunch of stuff, be it physical or digital, there's much less time to put into what really matters to you. And for me now, owning just a suitcase and a backpack, the bare essentials of a few, like a laptop and some toiletries and a wardrobe and 2 stuffed animal cats. I have really just the bare bones I need to survive. And now all of my energy and presence and time is free to focus on what really matters to me, which is right now starting my adventure in graduate school and then embarking on my career as an environmental conservationist. Which brings me to point number 3, the most woo-woo of this video, but hopefully this is practical too and not too out there fairy dust for you all. Deeper spirituality. Now, I'm not going to put a label on what spirituality should be for you. I respect all of forms of belief systems and experiences, whether you're Christian or Islam or Judaic or non-denominational, or you call it source or God or the universe or love or connection or great spirit. There are many different ways to quantify it. It is your experience of it, and your experience is your truth. But to put a general term on it, we'll say spirituality and your deeper connection to, let's say, something greater or deeper than just yourself. And for me, I've got 4 points on this one. First is alignment with nature. I've said this before, when I look at animals in nature, I'm so in awe for so many reasons. There's this great book I still need to read called Are We Smart Enough to Know How Smart Animals Are? I mean, if you think about a whale that can migrate from Alaska to Hawaii in the deep waters of the Pacific with no GPS, or a salmon that can find its way back to the spot on the river where it was hatched as a little hatchling like years later. The list is endless for how much wisdom there is within animals and you know, trees and leaves and rocks and all the amazing things of nature that is, again, such a deeper wisdom and beauty that I think we're just learning to comprehend, or perhaps remembering what we used to know back in the day. There's this great phrase of the difference between knowledge and wisdom. We have so much intellect and knowledge with AI or shooting rockets into space or you name it, but the wisdom of connection to nature we have lost. But there are some peoples on this planet that have not lost it, and that's definitely part of my mission, is to keep coming back into attunement with that. And if you look at whether it's a tree or a tiger or a bear or a little ant or an otter, whatever, the way they live is so much more simple than what we have construed as necessary for survival as humans. They just have their little shelter and they take what food they need, and they have
What's going on YouTube? I am back. So here to talk about fatiguers getting put in their place. We all love to see that. These individuals who can't behave themselves in public, getting shut down in public is a great thing. We got a few examples of that. A couple of them getting tasered, and even one from Australia where one guy resorts to barking like a dog to scare him off. And it actually works. But as I always say first up, if you want to help me out, hit the like button. And if you're new here, hit the subscribe button as well. Help me get to 300k. Cause I'm struggling here. But not as much as Disney. They went woke as fuck. No one on God's earth wanted her to play Rapunzel or anything else, but destroying the high trust society is something that the fatiguing community does all too well. As you can see here, faked a proposal purely to take advantage of a restaurant's generosity because they're too bloody cheap to buy their own drinks. But let's start out with this one from Australia. This one's from Melbourne. It's been known as a place where African and Middle Eastern crime is pretty much running rampant. When they tried to steal his Audi, the fatiguers, not fond of dogs at the best of times, ran like complete bitches. And look at how shit scared they are. The guy that jumps on top of the car. But now let's go to the US, where this woman here gets tasered, and the caption says, "She sounds like a pterodactyl." And look, I don't know what a pterodactyl sounds like. I don't know if anyone does. But if we did, it would probably sound a bit like this.
Stop! Put it down! Start a supervisor too. Stop! Put it down! Start a supervisor too. Okay. Stay down.
But now let's go to the US, where this woman here gets tasered, and the caption says, "She sounds like a pterodactyl." And look, I don't know what a pterodactyl sounds like. I don't know if anyone does. But if we did, it would probably sound a bit like this.
Stop! Put it down! Start a supervisor too. Okay. Stay down. Stay on the ground.
You gonna shoot me again?
You get up, you're gonna
Do
get
you want
to?
Are you related to them? No, just my kid.
How do you know her?
Huh?
How do you know her?
She my son's girlfriend.
Okay.
And she came here acting like she was on some drugs here and tried to bust my windows off. She came at 7 o'clock in the morning because she was out there hoeing like a damn, hoeing like a rabbit. And now she tried to get mad at my son because she came in and hoeing.
I mean, you want to talk about a gutter trash community. I think you found it right here.
Get on the car, get off of me! Why did you...
And as you saw there, yep, this woman pissed herself.
Don't do that.
I don't need on what? I will get on the car, get off of me! Why did you tase me, sir?
He didn't.
Yes, he did!
That's not the right guy.
You're not the right guy?
No, that's not.
Alright, alright, shut your on my face.
Alright, back.
On my face.
Come on, nigga.
On my face.
Just chuck her in a bin, and he steps in to call out this woman's trashy behaviour.
You don't need to talk to me. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say, you Lonnie. But I'm not the one. Yeah, that's what's wrong with you. Make sure you get paid. What you do. Worry about what you do. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Girl, I ain't scared of you. I ain't scared of you either. I'm not threatening, man. I ain't threatening you about shit. finish bragging on my goddamn. You don't tell me what I'm gonna do.
Hey, you need to not speak like that in front of a child, all right?
I just did.
Hey, you need to act like, carry yourself with
Excuse
some...
me, don't
You're
talk to
speaking
me.
like this in front of my
Don't talk to
child?
me. Don't
Yeah,
talk to me.
you need to calm down. It's not that big of a deal. Just get your stuff and go.
That's what the fuck I'm doing.
Well, then why you cursing like
Because
that?
I want to.
Get some manners.
Look,
Get some manners. I witnessed both of this. I witnessed both of this. You need to get out of here. Go.
And I won't.
Go. You're being unpleasant as all get out.
Disrespectful ass,
No, you are.
Needs to get my shit so I can
You
get
are.
out here. 'Cause, this kind of
Yeah.
to do with my shit.
You look goofy.
Well, you
He's correct. She does look goofy, and is acting goofy and a pathetic, bad-mannered idiot. That's what she is. Everyone knows it. Here are the police putting one in his place. The taser gets a run as well. Great work by the police putting that guy on his ass. But now let's get to some situations where people experience fatigue in real time.
Come in, original. Filter tip. Sweet or original? You can do sweet. Huh? You can do sweet. Sweet one? Yeah. Okay. Single? Yeah. Bro, why'd you do that? Do what? I just saw you took a lighter, bro. Where? Bro, I just saw you took a lighter. What you mean?
I did not take no fucking lighter,
Bro, I just saw you, bro.
Bro, you think I'm that broke?
Dude, I just saw you take a lighter.
I did not take no. Cuz, look. This
Bro.
is all over here. I did not take no fucking lighter. I don't need
I
no
saw
fucking
you in
lighter.
my own eyes, bro.
Bro,
You took
I
a
got
lighter,
my
bro.
own lighter, bro. Look, does that look like these lighters? It's
No,
not
it
that
doesn't,
lighter,
but I
bro.
saw you take a lighter.
Bro,
I
I'm
saw
not-
you, bro.
Listen.
You gotta pay for that shit.
Fuck that shit. I'm not paying.
Y'all really need to stop going out in public and claiming that everybody's racist because you don't get what you want. I just had two ladies come in and order food to go, and they didn't have the full amount and asked me if they could owe me the rest of it. And I told them, no, you gotta have the full amount. Like, I can't just let you not pay. And she called me a bitch. I let that go. Usually I'd never even let that go, but I let it go. And then she's talking about if it was someone of a different color, you would have let it slide. Ma'am, now you could just leave. I'm so tired of you.
Everyone is tired of this shit. Perpetual victimhood, no accountability. The same shit is happening every day, and it's great that people are now acknowledging this. They're not afraid of being called a racist anymore. People have overused that. But as a member of the public, it's probably best to not try and tase someone with a pen taser bought off Temu, okay?
Get at it. Get at it, bro. Get at it, bro. Hey, bro. Get at it, bro. Hey. You gotta get fucking dunked out again, man. Go at it. Go at it. Hey. Go at it, bitch. Hey. Go at it. Stop. This fucking bitch. Stop. Stop. Sir, stop. Stop. I don't see anything other than you. Stop.
The guy got very lucky that the police were there. That thing is not going to stop anyone who genuinely wants to hurt you, okay? Get something that's more significant if it's lawful to do so in your area, of course. And as I always say, get the peons the hell out of my stinking house.
Flipping on me, calling me a feminist, sowing some big drama because on his panel, I had turned on someone. Yeah. And people that he didn't even know, making up, my own nicknames for my own trap. And I needed a place to get away from these panel channels. And he wasn't channels. He was producing tons of content. I only watched the sort of stuff where he would like break down, Helen Keller or some sort of like, I don't know. There was times where he would cover.
Might be a point where Jaron jumps in here soon, so just
Yep, that's fine. Just
keep
cut
that in
me
mind.
off when he does.
Well,
Yeah,
I want to hear the
let-
story, like I really do.
Well, but it's easily picked up too, and also just let Jaron know when he pops in. We can pause and continue at a later date. That being said, okay, so where was I at? Okay, so this had happened. This, I was over at C's in the battle. Then I'm over at Paul's saying hello. And next thing I know, I have content being made, blah, blah, blah. And in the process, I had followed the Sanity Machine, who had 3 different channels. He was producing tons of content. I only watched the sort of stuff where he would like break down, Helen Keller or some sort of like, I don't know. There was times where he would cover more content than people, but I also knew he covered people, and I am not a soul trap or hell realm person by any means. But I knew because he covered people and he had sort of covered some of these panel channels, even though they didn't know it because he'd embed it in other videos. I had already been watching him for a while, and I just ignored all that crap. And I needed a place to get away from these panel channels, and he wasn't doing panels yet. And so I was in his chat and I was steering people over there, which he saw as a troll. I didn't know that at the time, but as much as the guy may be a troll, he can be trolled as well. He can be paranoid as well. He'd never say that. Anyways, he still hadn't done any live streams, but I was going in and out of his chat, directing traffic over there. And eventually he started doing live streams. I was one of the first to pop up on his live. He had popped down to my live once. But as all this attacking was sort of going on in words towards me, I was over there because I wanted him. I was hoping he'd take on some of these people. But I also was just indirectly, I eventually learned to speak about people myself, right? Like I felt, somewhat safe over there, leaning into the people that he didn't even know, making up, my own nicknames for my own trolls as he trolled his community. I'd get up there. So I was caught saying shit about people I'd never even met, just laughing and joking, just like people had done of me. Anyways, back to the pivotal day where there was a turn of events where Paul came on my channel. Flo had me over being like, where do you draw the line in the sand? And I was yelling at there were women on panels being like, you're not a woman enough if you're not victimized by this. If you can't believe that, these women would, you can't empathize with so-and-so's pixelated vagina, then you're not a woman, you don't have one. And I'm just like, what, I'm not a woman if I haven't been, Anyways, I was like, no, you take this up with Paul. If you're upset with what Paul said, take it up with Paul. It's not my problem. Now, the Sanity Machine ends up flipping on me, calling me a feminist, sowing some big drama because on his panel, I had turned on someone. Yeah. Anyways, the long and short of it is that he flipped on me. And the only reason I never went in on Stephen when he flipped on me was because I had argued for Paul's right to free speech. And not that anything has anything to do with me, but I thought if I can say what Paul says about this other female content creator is okay, then how can I say what Stephen is saying about me is wrong or what anyone else is saying, and kind of psych myself into a weird thing. But
this is why in these people use the word community on here. This is why I even refer to it as non-unity. But this is why in these communities there has to be an objective standard for power and value. Because whether everyone's going to cop to it or not, David is watching. Whether people want to cop to it or not, that's the majority of the goal, one way or the other, is power and value. And then is it true power and value? With a source that is pure or well-intentioned and benevolent or beneficent for everyone involved to some extent? Or is the power and value they're seeking a false power and value, right? And they're going to lie, cheat, and steal and play games to get it, And this is kind of what I've been saying and why I've removed myself from the panelverse on my broadcast, because it's like I want to create two separate worlds in that sense, because I want to be free to come and go, right? If I do my broadcast, that's my thing. I'm not going to fuck it up talking about or being interested in these people, because the audience isn't always as interested in the I don't want to say metaphysics of it, but I guess the psychology behind it, the sub-psychology. I mean, I'm entertained by it. I'm fascinated by it and even interacting with it. And then after a certain point, it just becomes completely toxic and dysfunctional. But
everybody, I gotta hold on. I gotta take over here. This is important. Okay, so Bex, I'm gonna kick you. No offense, I do love you. You're awesome and great, but I gotta make sure that I'm not afraid to kick people when needed. Paul, I do ask you to kind of leave some room for Jaron to talk. He doesn't usually ever come on anyone's show but his. Nowadays, he's about to come in. He's asking where we left off, and I'm letting him know. So okay, we are reviewing it now. We're gonna kind of So yeah, I'm gonna bring him in. I'm gonna explain everything that happens. I do want y'all to talk. I think y'all have some serious I don't know if y'all haven't talked before. That's fascinating to me because I was asking him. He hates everybody just like you, and I asked him about you. He's like, well, actually, that's one person I have no history with. So I'm gonna bring him in, and we will revert back to getting to Z because I asked him to come here so he could give us some more backstory as to how this went down and some of his thoughts. So go ahead and talk, fill some time while I type this for him, please. Or I can play the tape that we were just playing, the end of the. Oh, I can play that part that we just left off on where he's about to make up a lie about you. Yeah, I'll do that because then you jump in and then we'll wait until Jaren gets in here. All right, we'll do that, everybody, and then we will see our good friend Jaren soon.
And I've never excluded Paul once from his channel, and he's never excluded me once from his channel. So there's no running away.
I haven't excluded King Stephen from my channel whatsoever. King Stephen has banned me from his channel before I ever even got the chance to come on there. But see, this is what I'm saying. This isn't a genuine understanding of what's going on. So with the same thing is happening here, where Jack has told me, hey, King Stephen, I didn't realize that he spends 4 hours, sometimes almost every night of the week, talking about how I'm a cockroach and I'm a demon, and it comes to my face and says, hey, Jack, you're just my best friend. I love you. Let's all be cool and happy and nice. This is what Jack wanted me to come here to help him with, was to let him get more control over his panel. So it's not just, hey, I'm going to sit here with these people who are clearly playing me, and I'm going to look like embarrassed myself because I haven't had the realization that maybe just sometimes it's important to take power over your broadcast, because this is what this also is. It's not just a community. It is a broadcast where we are doing what we want to do, and the message that we want to share is our message to share. So for me, I have had no, you just saw when I tried to bring Tommy and Stephen back in, I said we should do it. Jack said we shouldn't. So don't think this is all me. I'm tired of taking the blame for getting rid of Stephen, because that's been all Jack at least the last 2-3 times.
Fair points on that. Links. Somebody asked for the links in the chat. Come on up, share your voice with Jack, with Z.
I'm excited.
Let's see if Flow State's off.
You know what? See, I've got to run. I've got to head out and do some work at a coffee shop.
Blessings, Rose. Thanks for joining.
Thank you so much. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Paul Enslaved, welcome to Chats with Jack.
Dude, that's so funny. Just the way he's like, fuck, I got to do this.
Yeah, Mazio, if you're going to say something, try not to lie every other word out of your mouth. You know that both of my accounts are banned in your area. That's why you're laughing and giggling.
I've got to run.
Sorry, I want to see that again, that little laugh.
That my banned in your area. Lie every other word out of your mouth. You know that both of my accounts.
I'm going to screenshot this. Hold on. All
That's
right.
that double D. Laundry. I want your name to be Laundry. I want you to embrace laundry.
I have been my whole life.
And even animate like yourself on here as like a pile of clothes that was supposed to be innocuous, and then you just popped up one day and just took over the people. Like you somehow the laundry puppeteered the people, and no one knows how it happened to this day. It's all legend.
That's
like
great,
Frosty
dude.
the Snowman.
Yeah, dude. Actually, my first channel name was The Landry Room, so I've been trying to figure out how to play into it for a while. Yeah, I mean, my whole life I've been getting the laundry thing, and it's I've grown accustomed to it.
Accounts are banned in your area. That's why you're laughing and giggling. So yeah, I mean, there's really no point in lying in front of an audience when you and I both know what the reality is.
No lesser said, I said I never excluded you from my show, and you've never excluded me from yours. And that's the truth. You've never shown up in the back of my...
I have shown up at your broadcast. You won't let me up, and you banned both of my accounts. We could prove this very easily. I don't know what the point in lying is.
Heard the same thing
This
from,
is what you guys
Oh,
do. You guys
God,
lie
the
for the
microphone is
benefit of an
so
audience to save face, and it always catches up with you. Just be honest.
Please, see.
Okay, you win, Paul. I excluded you. I
There's no
remember the last
winning. You're the
time,
one
2
playing
years
power
ago.
games like so many others. I'm not playing a game. The reality's the reality. It doesn't matter what we say or do. It doesn't change it. So if you're going to talk about reality, try to be honest with yourself and others. It's fucking embarrassing. The way you guys lie with regularity and you duping delight
Okay,
and laugh and giggle when you get caught,
Landry?
it's
Yes,
bitch-made
hold on,
shit
wait.
and it's embarrassing.
Yes, tell me.
See, this shit and like this is like to me because I could just like anything in my life. I could play it cool and just let it wash. But then my heart, I'm like, I should speak on this because this is just literally the same type of shit that family members have done to me, where they gaslight you. They act like they love you. They act like everything's cool. They deny what they do in public to keep this imagery. And then when you call them out on it, they get embarrassed for a second and they immediately resume the position and they go, okay, Paul, you win. Like I'm trying to dominate them or go to war with them. Like stop the deflections and the gaslighting. It's about the truth. It's about the truth. Just yesterday when he brought me up, I went to go up there to kind of add on and I wasn't even going to go hard about it. I was just going to pop in and drop something and leave. Couldn't get up because I'm banned and blocked. And then I said, oh yeah, that's right. Because Nacho Queefer, his little buddy there at one point told everybody I'm not, after again another guy who used me in the panel and whatever and then started his own thing and then poof, disappear. It's an interesting pattern with a lot of these guys. They try to fuck with me and suck off me and parasite off me, then hate on me, and then poof, they disappear. I say it's because you can't keep a good man down. A wicked flee when none pursue, the righteous are bold as a lion, and because God is always on the side of those who are more pure intentioned and are doing the work, right? The favor comes with the righteousness. So these guys are always a flash in the pan, and they always got nothing to offer. And it was so funny before when Mazio said, give us Barabbas, the inversion of the reality, right? Putting himself in the position of the Christed beingness, you know, synonymous with virtue and truth and discernment. So yeah, it's like, bro, just if you're gonna fucking, with me, it's about the psychology and the sociology. And then the reason I take it personal is because the reason I'm so into spirituality, psychology, and sociology is because I was literally tortured my whole life. It felt like for me by the people who I look to the most. So it forced me into looking and me being my own worst enemy as well, forced me essentially into not only becoming spiritually faithful and having a practice in a way, but studying the psychology and sociology and yearning for truth. Because I wanted to know why the fuck we all do what we do. Right. But it's like, bro, either I'm completely hallucinating with all these characters, a different reality that's all somehow on record, or they're just willing to lie over and over again in everybody's face, presuming that nobody's going to really care and nobody's going to look into it. And so what if they do? If you act nice, kind, and polite, and you say, go, Jack, go, Paul's the asshole, you know? And I get that, you know, the tribalism and the group dynamics and the political science and power struggles and the alpha beta idea. I mean, he literally came in day one and said, I'm Paul's beta. I mean, it came out of his mouth. So it makes sense. If you're going to proclaim you're my beta and you see me like that and all the people you group up with see me like that, well, then you're going to engage in beta power struggles and dynamics in order to try to overtake. And it's kind of silly because the truth is the truth and you can't overtake that. But a lot of these atheists and nihilists think that you can. But I saw potential in a lot of these folks and I've been willing to work with them in a certain fashion, but they can't adhere to an objective standard of morality and ethics, it seems.
Absolutely. So what are the all the things? It's beta, gamma, alpha, sigma?
I'm not necessarily saying that I subscribe to that. I'm just giving a reference point linguistically for this idea of inherent hierarchical power and value dynamics that reflect the worldly power and value dynamics. And it is hierarchical. This is the difference between individualism and collectivism. To me, as in my mind, my vision, you know, one of the tenets is like, you know, you rise and fall on your own merits based on who you are as a being. It doesn't matter how many folks you get together to buy into a lie and repeat it. It doesn't matter how many people you get together to take one piece of truth in order to overwrite the rest of the truth in order to push your lie. Right? Which is, again, these are political science games. And this is a holographic realm, and it makes sense because as within, so without, as above, so below. These panelists are going to reflect as beings on the chessboard what we see higher up the ladder, quote unquote. Right? It's all the same. Again, it's exactly why they say, I've had each one of these guys, like I told you, either say it's some version of why is he free or you can't live how you're living, and basically like one of my friend's moms at a party back in the day. Paul, don't try to stand for rights and freedom. Don't try to be free. You're crazy. This is wild. We're not going to be part of that. And why are you free? So these are what I would term in this moment holographic sort of ideals or lack thereof, and what I've termed many times inherent hierarchical power and value systems. And again, it ties into this theme of modern man lost again.
Like 2 hours just like having it out with my little AI friend, like trying to brainstorm, and I was just like, dude, these are all garbage, man. Until that one, I was like, dude, that's it. I am lost. We're all lost. That's the thing.
Yeah, well, this is one of the reasons that I believe that I partially resonate with you, is the recognition of that theme itself. Because if you look at my broadcast, at least a part of the time, one of the big themes that I draw on at a core level, essential level, the essence of who and what I am, or my gripe, I guess, or my grief is modern man is lost again. And then I ponder, was man ever not lost? And if man is found, right, amazing grace, like the song, right, once was lost, now I'm found. If man is found, what does that mean? What does that look like? So I see the because again, in life in general, right, there's got to be core archetypal thematics, and if you look into those thematics, you can extrapolate the expression of the beingness, right? So you come into this with the name Modern Man Lost Again, and right away I say, that's a guy who, let's see, but that's a guy who on some level potentially gets it.
Yeah, so we have just a matter of minutes here until we have our good friend in the back. So I guess we'll just conclude with this, and he'll be here soon.
Like a bunch of bitches in order to get them to act like men.
How are you doing?
Come on,
you're not really interested in how I'm doing because you never responded to me the last time I reached out to you, because you're not willing to be honest and
those two
straightforward.
things are not mutually exclusive.
They
cannot reach out to you, but also want to know how you're doing, right?
I know. You're such a good friend of mine. You won't have honest interactions. You won't have back and forths. You won't, have closure in any of these interactions.
I wanted to keep this about Jack in case you didn't notice. This isn't about.
That's why he let King Steven fucking in there like a gorilla.
Me and you.
You keep bullshitting me and everyone else, hoping that 3/4, which you're right. I see, Mazio, you're clever. You've picked up on the fact that 3/4 of the public can never figure out.
Is that his name?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice little zing.
Anybody's doing at any one time, but you and I both know this isn't about Jack here. It's about you and your power games. If you wanted to make it all about Jack, you'd have just stayed out of everything, but you can't stay out of everything.
Really, because it's interesting.
You gotta be relevant.
Jack, well, it's interesting. That's a nice allegation and claim, but the
It's
reality
a
is
lark,
Jack.
Man, it's
the
a lark,
actual
and we all see through
reality. You're gonna talk over me or what? The reality is Jack has reached out to me multiple times.
I don't mean to be that guy, but doesn't this guy give like a little bit of like that Jewy feel?
Oh man, laundry coming out the basket.
I mean, I try not to make it my thing because there's too many people who obsess over it. But I'm just getting that.
They were saying the same thing about you.
Really?
No, I'm just teasing you, man.
They probably were somewhere.
I try not to go there, but let's just say that I've come up with, at times, what I do in jest. There's two ways. I'll come up with a name for you if I like you, and we kind of joke about it, or I come up with a name for you when you show yourself to be something different from what you claim. But one of my iterations for Mazio here was the Semitic warrior. I'll leave it at that.
What the
If you
fuck
ever
is
want to
this-
get
this
syndicated, you got to
Dynamo
stay away from
person,
that
dude?
small hat stuff, Landry.
Yeah,
You know,
I gotta.
it's a show business, kid.
This person here, this Peace Dynamo. I saw this person. I don't know if it was Cynthia or someone's reaction to some shit I was doing, but they were telling me like, yeah, Landry actually, he lives in his mom's basement, and his parents are really upset because he won't get a house. And
That
I'm like,
true?
what? No, of course not, dude. They just make shit up. They say, okay, I'm also an incel with
Hold
a
on a
baby.
second. Hey,
What's
did
up,
you
buddy?
hear Landry doesn't have a house? He's with his mom. Okay. Oh, I'm still on?
Thank you for coming, King Jaren.
Oh, you're welcome.
I thought it was gonna be Steven for a second.
Oh, this is Steven, King Steven.
Do you know King Steven?
I've seen him on these panels and stuff. Yeah.
He's garbage, dude. He's as bad as it gets. Okay, thanks for coming, man. I know this isn't your normal thing, and I do want to just get your opinion here, because obviously we had this little thing where Z kind of showed, and I had this suspicion on the back end where I just could tell that this dude, obviously with his history with you, I had this feeling that this guy's gonna pull another thing where it's gonna be just the destruction of Jack. Maybe he doesn't make that angle. Maybe he does. I don't know where he's coming from, but for me, I do want to go back to that video you shared because I've been holding it this whole time. So can you give us some backstory on y'all's debate before he just destroyed you?
Yeah. So he basically, I guess I was on Nachiketa's show or something and said that, that if I saw the sun circled, that meant that the AMAP was falsified. And then he was on a show with Nachiketa after that a couple days later and said something like, oh, I do think we'll see a 24-hour sun down there, and it doesn't matter to me, or it doesn't make a difference to me. And so then I, on my show, was saying something like, how could you say that? Makes no sense. He's just, and then he called me and wanted to come on my show because he said, you're talking about me behind my back, so let me come on the show. I'm like, why don't you tell me what your answer is to my question first, which is, how could you say that? Like, what do you mean that it doesn't make a difference to you? And he said, no, I don't want to do it on the phone. I want to do it on your show. And I was like, nah, I'd rather not, because if you can't even tell me the reason right now, then I think you're planning something, And he's like, oh, you're just afraid I'm going to bury you on the show. And I'm like, whatever, dude, come on the show. And thought maybe I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. And then he showed up and was just ridiculous. He actually says throughout this interview, or at least the beginning of it, I remember, that I'm trying to say to him, okay, can we agree that the sun goes around the earth in 24 hours? And he's like, no. I'm like, dude, okay, what I'm saying is if we're in California and I see the sun at noon and it's in my south, 24 hours later, it's going to be in the same spot, right? And he just wouldn't even concede that. So I was already pissed at the beginning because I'm like, all right, what did this guy want to do? So he basically comes on the show and just explains to everybody that the sun is apparent, that the sun is a mystery, that we don't know what the sun does, even though we know what the sun does every fucking second of every day. This guy wants to tell people that we don't know what the sun does. So it's devolved into stupidity now. People are so stuck on the flat earth that they will make the dumbest argument ever. They don't care. It's not like it was when it started. Flat earth is garbage now. It's garbage people, garbage content creators who are liars, who can't research a damn thing. And they've gotten a lot of people stuck in a belief that now they've married with religion, they've married with Christianity, and it's tough for people to get out of it. Sucks for people that are stuck in there.
So is this the first time that Paul Enslaved and Jaren have ever been on a panel together? Is it true or false?
Who, Paul wasn't on that show?
No, I'm just saying at any point.
I'm not familiar with Jaren. I've only heard Jaren's name because of this character.
Yeah, I've seen you on a couple of panels, but no, I've never been on a show with him.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. What an honor. Two great guys, dude. I mean, seriously, like in the real of it, dude, both of y'all have this one thing in common where, you've been laying it out for a long time that these truthers are just full of shit. And it's like, what has that gotten y'all? I mean, obviously you get this position of being outcast because when you call these people out for what they're doing, and that's where I'm coming into it. And I don't know if I'm going to last 2 weeks because I'm just taking that approach of just being direct with these people. And this guy, I gave him the chance just because obviously Jack is saying, he's got, something he can help me with. But what he did on the back end is he presented this thing. He said, okay, so I took the AI. I have this AI that I used, and I took all of Jack's transcripts and I put them into AI to give us this result. And he gave us some like super nice, super polished result of things that would be probably from one of his streams. So I was like, wait, what do you mean? You put every single one into AI? How long did that take you? Like, well, it took me all day. I had somebody help me. I said, well, what software did you use? Well, I don't know. Okay, so I'm like, well, what about the stuff where he goes like he blows up and gets mad at
Hey,
people?
Landry.
Go ahead.
I don't mean to inject some like conspiracy theory into this because this is like meta shit. I wouldn't normally care about this world and this shit, but I got dragged into it. This guy says he and people he know are at January 6th, something along those lines. This is what I found interesting, right? Is there's these if you want to call them orbits or loops or just parts of the web that's interesting to me is synchronicity, right? Is you start to find out that these people seem to run in the same worlds, and they kind of somehow, somewhere related. I've had a handful of people show up around me who are part of these different events or been at these different events that are essentially psyop events, right? And these people come out of nowhere. And, we have Mazio saying that, he watched me for a year and a half before he ever typed anything or came up right away and tried to love bomb me. And then it didn't go how he thought. And then over time, everything shook out the way it did. But, yeah, it's as some would say around here, interesting optics.
Well, I mean, where did he come from this time? Where he's gone for 3 months, he just comes back. Okay, I'm putting all of my time and focus and energy into Jack for unknown reasons.
Yeah, well, this is why I start to, Slow State says he's a proud boy, a keyword boy, by the way. I don't know what he means by proud, but let's not get into it. But yeah, man, you just start to go, it's interesting.
Don't say that word.
I tease them about the agent idea, right? Like Fed State and Agent Mazio and all the rest of it.
I'll tell you another not cool thing about Z, that at least for me, if like one of you guys ever helped me get a chick, and I mean one that I started dating and I wouldn't have dated her without you, I would feel that I owed you something for that, because it's just something that guys do, right? So basically about 4 years ago, I was talking to this girl for like a year or two, just kind of we're both flat earthers. We just talk on occasion. And then she got a boyfriend. She lived in Texas. She got a boyfriend and she said, hey, he doesn't want me talking to you anymore. So, okay, cool. So for like a year, we didn't talk. And then the next time I talked to her was about, I guess it's probably about a year ago at this point. She messaged me and she said, hey, will you do me a favor? She goes, Zetetic Warrior, right? I'm like, well, yeah. Did you watch our show the other day? Like, he hates me. And she's like, yeah, but I really like him. And I, I'm really attracted to him and he won't talk to me. I keep messaging him in chats and he keeps saying that I'm fake. He doesn't believe that I'm a real person. Will you stand up for me and tell him I'm a real person? I'm like, no. I said, he's not going to believe me. He's going to think I put this, I'm setting something up. What?
I'm sorry, I had to fix his face because he looked really ugly. I'm sorry.
Oh, so I said, he'll think I'm setting something up. And she's like, but Jaron, how will I ever talk to him? How? Because he thinks I'm fake. So he's not answering my chats now and he won't answer the comments. So I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do. I'm like, I have his cell phone number. You want me to? I'll call him. So we're already fighting. And I just text messaged him and said, Z, that girl so-and-so that you keep thinking is fake. I'm like, I've known her for 4 years. Here's her Instagram. She's a real girl. I don't know what to tell you. She's a good, nice girl. You should talk to her. She's interested in you. So he texts back like, oh, I appreciate it. So then this is the weirdest thing of all. So then she messages me like a couple hours later. She goes, we're talking in a few hours. We're going to talk. We're having a conversation. So okay, cool. Then the next day, she messages me and says, he's coming to get me. I said, what do you mean? She goes, I'm going to move in with him. He's coming to get me. I'm like, yeah, right. Like, what are you talking about? She goes, he's coming to get me. He's driving here from New Jersey right now. I'm like, you live in Texas. Nobody's meeting somebody one day and the next day driving to get them in Texas. She goes, nope, he is. He's coming to get me, I swear. So she hung up and I'm like, fucking Z. I'm like, does he think that she's fake? So now he's like playing this game with her that he's going to tell her he's going to go. I'm like, that's not cool. She's a real chick. And now I'm pissed. Now I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I call Z. I'm like, Z, dude, that's a real chick. I'm not joking around with you. And he's like, I know. I like her. I'm like, oh, well, she thinks you're going to fucking Texas to get her. He's like, I am. I'm like, what? He's like, I am. I'm like, more power to you guys. Guess what? They're still together as far as I know. But after all that, then they wouldn't even be together if it wasn't for me. The guy fucking dogs on me constantly because he's jealous, or I don't know what's his problem. They have nothing better to do. They don't talk about anything important. They just, whatever their chat likes, they just keep doing that. I mean, that's maybe where, Paul might have kind of the same view I have, that I always want to be true to myself and not care what my chat wants. Well, that is the worst recipe for getting viewers on YouTube, right? It's the best bet if you want views and you want your channel to grow is to basically become who your chat wants you to be. And I think that's what, Zetetic Warrior is like. I don't even know if he believes the Earth's moving up. If he does, he's retarded. But if he thinks that, then it's, or if it's funny that that's what they believe, and they'll never not say that now. Because they've already said
everybody gets a choice, right? Just like in life, everything's a reflection of life. You get a choice on YouTube. You honor who and what you are, for better or worse, and you cultivate an audience that reflects who you are, better or worse. Or you tailor make yourself to be what the traffic will bear, so to speak. Based on, again, what your motives and intentions are in life. And again, this is how we deduce in criminology who's criminally minded and hearted and what their motives and intentions are, probably. And then again, all you have to do is press these people and they come right out with it. I've done it with all of them. I've gotten them all to admit under pressure who and what they are. They literally will say it.
Yeah. So for me, I mean, none of these people impress me. I'm not impressed by Nachiketa, not impressed by Zia. I mean, Zeev, I think when Rose told me to check out his channel, there was like a period of time, maybe a month, where I thought his shows were worth watching. This is probably at this point, a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, that he was, having some good conversations and at least having some people up. He would be funny. And then all of a sudden he went psycho and just started acting like everybody's an agent. And Karen B's an agent. And it's the mafia. And I mean, it's just so stupid. People need to get over that idea that there's some YouTube mafia in the house, and we all
what does that, bro, is when you start realizing everybody around you, this is what I suspect happens in Hollywood too, because it's all orbital reflections again.
Right.
When you start to get bullshitted by everybody around you, and the people giving you opportunities, or the people sitting next to you, or the people who are supposed to be down for the cause, whatever that is, you start to get real sketchy. And I can relate to that on some level, but again, it's not for the weak-minded, man.
No, it's not. This is not a lot harder than people think. Believe me. And you're right.
It really is prison politics in a metaphysical form. That's why I call it the asylum.
Yeah.
Because, you got a lot of folks with personality disorder who latch onto the idea that they're going to become known for something and be a leader of something. And I go, okay, I'll ride with that. Personality disorder aside, now show me what you got. Right, and it's all gossip, drama, looping, latching onto other people, no solutions.
And it's none of these things none of these things are actually useful in the real world, right? None of these called skills. They act tough. They act like they're big and they're not. I mean, these are just people who live in their mom's basement, and
like me.
But that's what they are, and then they think that they are somebody. The internet makes them somebody. Jake the asshole, for example, the nobody, but he can portray himself on the internet in a way that gets views, and so he thinks he's somebody, even though he's still nobody. Excuse me. So it's just a whole bunch of characters like that, and they have no loyalty at all. They will be friends with you every day for months and months and months and months, and then all of a sudden will turn their back in an instant, because it's whatever benefits them at the time, right? So if you are benefiting them along, okay, I'll keep you right here. And then the second that they see anything that they'll throw you right under the bus. They don't give a shit. And that's
why in real life. You were the dude who the money thing came out or whatever with laundry up here. And I think it's good because it just proves to me, I already did the synopsis and I already did it before you came around. It just cements it. The fact that you could pay this guy whatever the amount is part of the reason why they're hating on you, because this is the same old story, right? This is the power dynamics we see.
Here's the way that I operate. So I didn't have time to do and I don't like to watch my own show and make clips of my own show. I don't have time to do that. So Landry reached out, said, hey, can I do it? So yeah, send me a copy, see what it looks like, and then we'll talk about pay. So what I basically told him is, hey, I'm making X amount of money on YouTube, which I think at around the time was like $2,000 a month. And I said, if whatever you get over that amount, you make. And that's me being a nice guy because I want him to get paid for what he's doing. And so if he moves that number up to $3,000 a month, well, he is the reason that the extra $1,000 is coming in. So he gets that $1,000. And then also he's directing more traffic to my channel, and that's where I'm ultimately benefiting, right? So it's not like I need that $1,000 that he's going to make that's extra. No, that's money that he made because he made the videos. However, what he's doing by putting those on my channel is just getting more views and getting more people to sub. So that's the kind of way I operate, which is fair, which is, you know, balanced. I try and make people get what they're worth, whereas everything else in the world is just scams. You scroll through Facebook or something, every fucking ad is a scam. It's all, you know, oh, come to my training, I'll teach you to sell houses, I'll teach you to be a, you know, get girls, everything's just scam. Everybody's scammy. I mean, every video now you get like, oh, I brush my teeth with this purple stuff. All a lie, all fucking fake. And
no, not the purple stuff, man. I just bought that. Don't tell me that.
Your teeth will still be brown. I'm telling you.
Oh, all right.
I don't think you just wash your mouth out and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, there goes all the brown. Look at my shiny white teeth.
You're gonna upset a lot of people with the purple stuff tonight.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Or they have those little 93-cent Viagras. It's like, and you just know guys are just buying them like crazy, or else the ads wouldn't be
So
there.
let me ask you this, Sharon, because I've heard your name, because again, it's real easy in these circles to figure out what the move is.
Yeah.
If you know life, which I guess few people do, so these folks take advantage of that. But where do you stand on, like, you know, rights, freedom? My tagline now, it sounds like almost branding because the way I say it: rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. But where do you stand on, like, I'm just kind of curious if Landry wants to let me.
Hey, no, I'm enjoying this. Honestly, hosting this. I mean, we don't even have to like bother with this. We can do it another time. The Z thing, if y'all don't want to. I'm really enjoying hearing y'all talk because I think y'all are both really good shining stars in this really shitty space. So go for it.
Yeah, and we can watch it. At least we'll watch the first 10 minutes just because you can see how because the whole thing's exactly the same.
I'm here for whatever, dude.
Yeah, but go ahead, ask whatever you want. So you want to know?
I'm just kind of curious. I'm just kind of curious where you stand, like, politically, and what are your ideas on rights and freedom and kind of authoritarianism or the lack thereof, you know, statism, as I would describe it. Where do you stand on all that? If you had to summarize it.
Yeah, I don't know about a summary. I mean, I think it's all garbage. I think that, you know, small government is the way you have to go. I mean, I can't say that should be no government just because I don't think that really can exist, at least in our lifetime, just because you have things like age of consent laws, right? That will always need to be there. We can't ever have a society where we don't have that because men are disgusting and they'll groom little girls for whatever they want. And if we don't have an age of consent and we don't have laws against that, then men will do that. So, and yeah, in a perfect world, we would have vigilante justice. Again, that's not something I think is going to happen in my lifetime. So it's not really worth worrying about, but you definitely need to put power back in the states. Big government's a disaster. All our money is being wasted. It's all being siphoned to Israel and nonsense. So, you know, that's a problem. As far as spirituality, yeah, they've stolen that from us by creating religions, and religions are the looking into somebody else's experience, right? Whereas it's your experience. That's what's important here in this world. It's not, oh, what did Jesus do? Oh, great, I'll just believe in Jesus and then I go to heaven. Like the fact that anybody believes that, to me, is insane. That we would have a God that would be like, oh, just believe in my son and you can come live for eternity with me. But if you don't believe in my son, you go and burn in flames. And people are like, let's worship that God. I don't do that. So I don't have a lot of people that like me because I don't do what people want, which is cater to their beliefs, right? So people watch YouTube so that you tell them their beliefs are true. So Christians love to come to YouTube and listen to, you know, Sean or whoever's a Christian, tell them that their beliefs are true about Jesus and everything else. And I'm the complete opposite. When somebody comes and listens to me, you're going to have whatever you believe shaken. And people don't like that. People don't want to be questioned on their faith or what they believe in or their religion or anything else or the shape of the earth. I mean, I've learned that the hard way. I mean, imagine for 10 years, I was a so-called truther. I went on a trip, came back and told the truth and got destroyed. So, I mean, that just, and people don't even realize this is why I never called anybody a shill in my entire career. Because if you call somebody a shill and they're not a shill, guess who knows right away that you're a piece of shit researcher? That person. So whenever anybody calls me a shill, it's like I immediately can put that person in the category of piece of shit, liar, and that they are a terrible researcher, and I just don't pay attention to that person anymore. And that pretty much has run the whole YouTube roster at this point. There's not anybody that impresses me. Nobody has good shows anymore. Nobody does a decent job at the show, at least that I see. So yeah, I mean, as far as religion, I believe in a creator. I do think that we're not here accidentally. I believe that you have to make amends for the wrongs that you made in your life. So if you were a bad teenager or 20s, and then you need to be taking steps to do more good for the world than you did bad. Because I do think I ultimately think we judge ourselves. I know that sounds a little cliche, but we are the consciousness that is the creator. I don't believe in like an external guy that's sitting up in a chair somewhere watching what I'm doing. Imagine being God, like the one that they describe. Why would anybody want that job? Everybody's praying to you all day. So just all day you're sitting there and people just begging you for things and praying. My dog's sick, my grandma's sick all day. And then Christians say that he already knows what's going to happen, which is ludicrous. If you know what's going to happen and you're still living that life, that is hell. Imagine that you knew everything that was going to happen from this point forward, but you still had to live it. You'd lose your mind. I mean, there's nobody, not even a God would be like, oh, that sounds like fun. I'll just go through life again because since I already know what's going to happen, I'll just do it again. So it's just insane to me. I think that's why we were created with free will, because as soon as you have two free will beings, you cannot know what's going to happen anymore. And that's what God did. Created free will beings who have their own thoughts, their own desires, their own wants and wishes. And so I do think that we'll ultimately be judged by ourselves, meaning like, let's say the day you die, you show up, you're walking in heaven or white light, and then you're going to see yourself and you're going to know in an instant whether you did well here or not, whether you passed the test or not. And I don't know if I believe in reincarnation. I do think there's some evidence of that. So maybe you just go recycle again. You look at yourself like, no, I got to go back. Fuck. All right, we'll do it again. And you go right back into the game. Or, I tend to think that there is something after this. I don't really necessarily believe in heaven, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's another plane of existence that is the next level. And I think that would be a great world. And in that world, you do remember your previous life, meaning that you can remember what we did here. And then you'd have that world there where you can leave your doors open at night and you don't need to lock your car doors because you're living with good people. In this world that we're in here, people are pieces of shit. They are rapists. They'll take advantage of anything they can. They'll steal anything they can. They will screw you over if they can, because it's a world where that's allowed. And it looks like it's allowed because, well, nothing's going to happen to me. But anyway, that's my kind of spiritual belief. But I believe each person is free to their own religion. If they want to believe in Jesus and God, and that's what gets them through life, that's fine. I think.
What about Sphinx cot? What if someone chooses to worship the Sphinx cot?
The Sphinx cot?
Yeah, that's Sphinx cot.
Oh, well, if that makes them a better person, I guess it's all right. I mean, religion is for yourself. It should be about your personal growth and your personal. So, I mean, whatever that gets you through that. I mean, it can't be, there's no way like Christianity is right and this is wrong. And you can't, I mean, wherever you're born, you're going to grow up in that custom. So if you're born in Japan, you're going to grow up Shinto and you're going to, right. And so it's got to be that there's many paths to the creator. And I think that in the world, everybody is worshiping the same creator. And this is how dumb we all are, that you got the Muslims yelling Allah and you got the Christians yelling Jehovah, but there's still the same entity they're worshiping. They're just men's ideas of them. So that's just, the Bible clearly to me is written by men. I don't see anything divine in it. There's no prophecies or anything like that people want to pretend that there are. Why is there no?
So you don't believe in a creator of the universe?
I do. Absolutely.
Okay. So but so then is there any possibility that through divination, the book was written or some aspect of it? Because if all man or woman is divinely connected to source on some level, then there's truth in there, right?
Yeah, and that would be okay. So that's for you to discern what you want to take from it, right? Because I do think all people are inspired or can be inspired by God. I've felt inspired by God, but that doesn't give me permission to then write a book and give it to other people and say God said it.
No, I agree with that. That's cult behavior.
Yeah, totally. So that's my my thought there. But I do think that there is an ultimate creator, a mind that fabricated this whole world or came up with the whole idea. So we are getting to that point where you're hearing things like, oh, it's fractal, it's a hologram, it's this or that. I think that we're kind of getting close, but it is still a physical world. It's not a hologram but it is a physical world that kind of just exists, right? It's like we just exist. It's, it certainly is not a Big Bang kind of thing, at least in my mind. So I was shocked. I thought that the earth was flat. I thought that I had seen enough to know that it was flat, and that all these things that came up would always lead me to that flat earth, and then nothing seemed to go towards the globe. And then I guess it was probably 2-3 years ago that there started to be those things coming up that didn't seem to have an answer, and they kind of started to bug me a little bit, like these stars moving the opposite direction in the south, or the circumpolar stars in the south completely destroy the flat Earth model. And so as those things came up, and I always knew about the 24-hour sun in the south, so that's why I said it was fake and said it didn't happen, because we didn't have evidence of it, and because it wouldn't work on a flat Earth model. So eventually, when Duffy made his announcement he was going to take people to Antarctica, right away I was excited for Dave Weiss. I thought Dave Weiss would go, and I was like, this is going to be awesome. We're going to find out for sure one way or the other, and we'll know. And then Dave turned it down and said, I'm not doing anything with that demon, this and that. And then I found out I won second place in the contest or whatever, or in the poll. And so Duffy reached out to me and said, would you go to Antarctica? And I was just like, no, but not by myself, because if I go down there and you guys I have a heart attack, because nobody's going to go down there and research that. So I don't feel comfortable going down with just a bunch of globers. And I knew that flat earthers weren't going to have money to go down there, so I knew it was going to be one, if anything. And then he said, well, what if I got somebody else? I said, yeah, if as long as I like the person, I'd be interested in. And he said, Whitsitt. I'm like, well, yeah, Whitsitt's my friend, so clearly if he's one that goes, I would go too. So he said, okay, we'll work on that. We'll try and get that going. And then right away I started, this is about 6 months before the trip, I just started to really kind of buckle down on trying to get an answer. And I kept hitting this wall, and the wall is that the AE map is the only flat map that there'll ever be, period. End of story. There is no other option, because we know the order of the continents. This is not question. So when you listen to Z, we don't need, this is not questionable. It's fact. The continents are laid out correctly. And the Tropic of Capricorn and Cancer and the equator cannot be moved, and they're not man-made. They are the physical underneaths, if you will, of the sun at the extremities of December, of June, and the equator at the equinoxes. So once you lay out the continents and you lay out the three circles, the equator and the tropics, guess what you have? You have the AE map. So if we falsified the AE map, which we absolutely 100% have, then the flat Earth can never be true. And as truthers, we should fucking get our balls, hold them, and just be like, we were wrong. It's okay. You're not going to get everything right as a truther, because you're speculating a lot, and you just move the fuck on. But you can't.
Well, Jaron, here's the joke to me about it is, from the get-go, from my angle, like covering slavery, genocide, mind and heart control, right? Legal and lawful stuff, court, and how we operate that. I've always laughed how these people selectively choose to latch on to the shape of the earth. It's a convenient distraction in a way, right? You got literal slavery going on here and literal genocide, and they're overlooking that to argue the shape of the planet and all the rest of this.
I'll tell you why, and it happened to me.
Because they're fucking cowards at their heart.
Well, I mean,
but you can go ahead and answer.
Well, I wasn't going to say that about myself, but no, I mean, really what it comes down to is that I did have some popularity as a younger person, and then got married at 31 and kind of got away from that. And I do think I had a little piece of me that missed the validation that comes from that. And so when I found Flat Earth and I put out my first video, I can remember the feeling of having a bunch of people who watched the show, who watched the video, like, that was a great video. I think you're so smart. I think just like you are right. And so that all that does is it builds up in your mind that you can't be wrong. Because how often do people, I don't know, get told or get picked to speak at conferences that are wrong? It doesn't even make sense to you. You're like, what? Well, you wouldn't have somebody speak at a conference that's wrong. So as you get invited to these conferences, and as you have these flat Earth conference, and you've got a meetup, and all these things just reconfirm that you're right. And your brain likes that. And our brains like as little work as possible. Your brain does not want to learn things again. It does not want to get a new belief system. And so it does protect your current beliefs, and it will rationalize those in any way possible. And this is an extreme example. Look at what's going on now. All these flat earthers, because if they ever said, oop, the earth's not flat, guess what that comes with? Apologies to family, apologies to friends, apologies to people they know. Maybe they lost their job because of it. Who knows? They may have lost a girlfriend because of it. All that things start to bubble up. Or you just say Jaron's a liar and a shill. So this is just a sign of flat earthers being extremely lazy, that they would rather throw somebody under the bus because it's quicker, it's easier, and it protects their beliefs. So the problem with that is that it's going to be very difficult for them to realize that they were wrong. And
that's why most human beings never get free, is the tribalism.
Yeah, and I
You
think that
know?
now I see that everywhere. So now I'm looking at it like, I wonder how many Christian pastors did their Christian pastoring for 10 years or something and then realize, oh shit, this isn't right. But I have no choice. There is no recovering from that. You can't be like, oh, now I'm going to get out of Christian pastor. I'm going to go, well, it doesn't work. And I'm an example of that is I'm not getting my channel's done because once you have portrayed yourself as, hey, I know the shape of the earth. And then all the people you've been telling that for 10 years, you're like, hey, by the way, I know the shape of the earth now. And we were wrong the whole time. It's actually this. That's that's just destroying your channel.
If you're, because I don't know this debate and the facts, I don't have an opinion on it. It doesn't matter to me. Again, I have priorities here, but if what you're saying is true, then your pivot on your channel is the same thing that I talk about, because I think there's priority there and importance, which is inherent hierarchical power and value systems, right? The psychology and the sociology behind consensus thinking and conformity.
Yeah.
Versus the individuation process, actualization and realization, life on life's terms, right?
Correct.
Truth.
Yep. Because otherwise what you're doing is you're just copying everybody else. And this is what they want the world to become, is just everybody's just a copy. They're all NPCs. And that's what we're getting. This is why doing what we're doing here is actually in the minority of what people can do, because you have to be thinking for yourself to sit here and make up words out of nowhere when you got no script, you're just talking. That's not something a lot of people are very good at because they listen to others. And when you listen to others, then that means you're not quick on your feet. You can't talk about any random subject at any time. So, this is what we see is a lot of this, and I'm getting it all over the place where people are constantly coming to me and, well, what do you believe about this now? And I think it's so funny because there's not one time that I've ever thought to myself to ask any man what they believe about anything. It's so weird to me that I would ever think of another man and be like, what does he believe about this? And that's all they do is they because they can't even come up with beliefs on their own. They have to get your beliefs and then base their beliefs on yours. So I just think that it's just a sign of a society going way south. I think men are absolutely destroyed. And because of that, they're not getting, quality women are tough to come across. And the men are not really worth it to women. I mean, I'm not saying all of them, but obviously there's some good ones out there, but I would say a vast majority is hurting. And I think it's been done on purpose. I think this is all by design, that they've kind of poisoned men with the atrazine, with the estrogen, with, fluoride, you name it. And it's with porn. I mean, porn's been probably the biggest tool ever used against man. And it's succeeded extremely well. And so how do you get back from that? Well, you need men to actually stand up and be men. The problem is that they're too busy watching porn. So we don't have time for that. But
hey, Landry, I don't know what he was saying. I was too busy watching porn. What were you guys talking about?
I don't know. I was jerking off. What was up?
Was it jerk off break? You didn't tell me when that was going to be.
Yeah, we had to turn your camera on, mic off is the rule.
Okay, that's funny.
Okay, so
anyway,
I actually had a question for you and then I lost it, but essentially it was along the lines of do you believe in karma? That was one idea that came up to me. Do you believe in this idea that kind of what you put out is what you get back?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's, karma's a bitch. It's not like, this thing is going to come get you, because you can, let's say you're a thief and you steal a bunch of things. It doesn't always mean you're going to have something happen to you bad. You could steal a bunch of things and then just decide you're going to be done doing that and probably be just fine. But the problem is that negativity breeds more of that in you and you become a worse and worse person. And eventually you probably are going to get caught. And it's because you actually, I believe that besides the Bible, God gave us what's inside of us to decide what's right and wrong. So we all knew from the very beginning what things were right and what things were wrong. And now we've let those kind of be pushed away from us, but you at least have that conscience inside you. And that's really what you should be listening to. And that's really the arbiter of truth. But when you let the media tell you what's right and wrong, and you let your Sunday school teacher tell you what's right and wrong, then real quickly you can train a child in no time to be whatever you want them to be. And so now we're at that place where most people are state trained, state indoctrinated. And, some of that, it's hard for me to say this, some of that's a good thing. I know it sounds crazy, but indoctrination is not totally a bad thing if you're teaching the truth, because that's what you would want for a society. For instance, if we all had kids, but we had some truth that we were working towards, then it's good to teach the children that truth. And you wouldn't wait till they're 15. You wouldn't say, let's wait till they're 15 and they can actually process what we're telling them. Because in that time that they're growing up, they're going to learn things, and that's going to become who they are. So you essentially are putting that in front of them, saying, okay, we want them to learn these things. Now, we do stupid things like sing George Washington songs, and he never told a lie, and he's the greatest man alive. And you teach children things like that in America, the beautiful and the democracy that we're spreading across the world. So the problem with us is the lies. And this is always going to be the problem. The government's always the problem. Like, I would love self-driving cars if it wasn't for the fucking government. A self-driving car would be fantastic. It gets rid of road rage. It gets rid of drunk driving. It gets rid of falling asleep at the wheel. You can actually do homework. You could read a paper, read a book. It would be actually beneficial to humanity, and we wouldn't have accidents. We wouldn't have any accidents anymore. And yet we can never reach that because we have a government that if they don't like you, they'll fucking drive you off a cliff. So then you can't have self-driving. I'm not going to get in a self-driving car because I don't want to be driven off a cliff. So it's a lot of that is always the government. If the government is good, then life is easy and things are easy, and but the problem with it is who wants to be in power? Psychopaths, right? Like, I have no desire to be in control of, well, my wife, I guess, but no desire to be in control of anybody. I don't want to be in control of anybody. I don't want to be anybody's governor. I don't want to be anybody's mayor. I think people should get their shit together and work together for the benefit of society, but I don't think I want to lead. But the people who do want to lead are psychopaths. And what happens is you start to have those rise to the top. And this might be why every, 250 years, pretty much every civilization has crumbled at around that time. Now, I think that this group here is actually doing a better job at getting people to like the slavery. And if you do that, you might have figured it out. You might have figured out a way to keep people in slavery and in servitude and have them be happy doing it. And, and you just go on being evil and wicked and fucking children and doing whatever you want to do because you're just an evil group. And that's why I think ultimately the Bible kind of has done. The Bible has kind of created a world that we live in where evil leads, where evil rules, because that's what the Bible says is going to happen. And everybody thinks it's some sort of playbook to the end of the world, which is just ridiculous. Like Jesus saying, oh, there'll be wars and rumors of wars. Well, why would you ever say that to people? Because all it does is it makes people, when they hear about wars, go, yep, well, these things must happen. That's just the wars. So Jesus would never say that. And just like, God would never say, pay taxes to who taxes are due. What are you talking about? How could that be in the Bible? And people are like, oh, yeah, that's God wrote that. Well, what if Joe Biden said tomorrow, 99-cent income tax? So you're telling me that then that's taxes due. And so the Bible says pay taxes, who taxes due. So then I just got to go pay taxes to 99% of my income? No, it's ridiculous. And it says, all government is placed there by God. To go against government is to go against God. Ridiculous. If God really wrote the Bible, he would say, all government is placed there by me, but the second they step out of line, you better usurp them.
Yeah, well, this is where Landry would pull up that scripture, because if I remember correctly, like most things, it's taken out of context when people cite scripture to support that idea.
No, Romans 13.
And it's probably going to correlate with the Constitution, because again, this is the spirit of the law, and the spirit of the law, the spirit of man, conscience able. So we would come to an agreement as conscionable, reasonable beings in every situation. If we were rational, quote unquote, sensible, that if we were going to do governance, it would be a limited governance, and we would have pursuit of happiness and property. But that wasn't explicit enough.
So I'll read from you Romans.
Amendments and amendments and amendments, and eventually more and more corruption, right? Because with any power, there is corruption. So you wind up in a double bind.
Okay, great. So what you just saying that is absolutely correct. So then when I read you this first couple verses of chapter 13 of Romans, you tell me if this is what God would write, because God would know what you just said, which is that you're going to have corruption and you need to watch out for it. So this is what it says. It says, let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against God and what God has instituted. And those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. That's a bullshit line that is incorrect. You do not bring judgment on yourself for going against the government, because the government might be telling you to put a vaccine in your body that has never been tested. The government might be telling you a lot of bullshit. And so no God is telling you that, oh, I put those government there, and so whatever they say, whoever goes against the authority that I put there goes against me. You would never say that, and it's an embarrassment that people claim that that's the word of God. It's just not. It's written by the authorities. It's written by the governors. It says right there. It says
You don't think that these people in control are just there to help us and keep us safe and like love on us? Like many of us didn't have loving parents and family. Is it possible the government is just trying to love on us and keep us safe, like the parents and family we didn't have?
That's what Biden was doing with those girls. I thought he was doing a little sniffing a little too closely, but he might have just been caring for them, being who their parents needed or who they didn't have.
Well, he's old school. He loves and cares in his own way.
Well, he had, all the boys used to jump in the pool and rub his leg. I don't know if you know about that. He'd tell you the story. So anyway, then he just goes right into what you just said. It says, for rulers hold no terror for those who do right, but for those who do wrong. Do you want to be free from fear of the one in authority? Then do what is right and you will be commended. For the one in authority is God's servant for you. So Hitler and Mao Zedong and Mussolini and Biden and all these guys are actually just God's servant for your good.
Well, yeah.
But if you do wrong,
if you would just listen to these people, they're going to bring you closer to God than ever before, quicker than ever before.
That's what happened. Is people didn't listen to Mao Zedong. They didn't listen to Mussolini. If they would have listened, they were going in the direction of God. It says, for one,
yeah, they're going to send you to meet Jesus real quick if you would just listen to him. I don't see the problem.
But if you do wrong,
so you love Jesus, we're going to send you to meet him. What's the problem?
Be quick, and you should be excited as a Christian. You should be excited. That's another reason I've always thought Christianity. It's like, as a Christian parent, wouldn't you be better off killing your child at the age of 3? Because then they get to live in eternity for eternity with God and Jesus. But instead, you're like so selfish. You're like, no, I'm going to keep my kid. And he might go off and kill somebody at the age of 16, and then he goes to hell for eternity. But I'm more important. My life here is more important. It's just so dumb. All right, it's then do what is right, and you will be commended. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath, to bring punishment on the wrongdoer. Therefore, it is necessary to submit to the authorities, not only because of possible punishment, but also as a matter of conscience. This is also why we pay taxes. For the authorities are God's servants who give their full time to governing. Give to everyone what you owe them. If you owe them taxes, pay taxes. If revenue, pay revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. And it goes on and on from there. But that is not written by God, and anybody who thinks it is kidding themselves. That's not what a creator of the world would say. And it also says in the Bible, Peter or Paul, one of the chapters says, slaves, be obedient to your slave masters and treat them as if they are Jesus Christ. The fact that is said, and somebody's
I said that on my broadcast in jest, partially in jest, partially in recognition of the truth.
Why
slaves who don't know God and trust equity and faith are like the blind leading the blind. They better just listen to the Saturnalian masters here and be part of the collective sacrifice for the rest of us to witness.
I guess it'd be better than the alternative.
I guess it has to happen that way,
Yeah. So that's basically it. Anyway. So for me, I've got problems with all that, and I just think that we know better. We know better. And the book being written Word also is a problem, because Word can be taken any way you want it. And I have an example of that. It's kind of funny. My wife's brother-in-law, I guess he's my brother-in-law too. Her sister's husband is a pastor. And about 10 years ago, we were at his church, and he was doing a sermon on tattoos and talking about how tattoos are wrong and don't mark your temple and all this stuff. So about 5 years after that, my wife comes and tells me, she goes, "You'll never believe who has a bunch of tattoos now." I'm like, "What do you mean, who?" She's like, "Levi." I'm like, "What?" She goes, "Yeah, and you have to listen to his preaching." So she pulls up his church on YouTube, and it's the same chapter of the same book he just changes it. So he never acknowledged, like, "Oh, I used to say that you couldn't have." We were at the service when he was saying you couldn't have you couldn't have tattoos. Now he's reading the same words, but just changing it so that you can have tattoos. So people need to recognize that's a very easy thing to do when you are interpreting what written word is saying, especially when it wasn't written in that language, right? So the Bible wasn't written in English, so it's been written in another language, whether that's Aramaic or Hebrew or Greek, and then translated. And then really, so even the scribes who translated it had an opportunity to change things if they want. And then there was no such thing as punctuation. So I've always
interpretation should oftentimes, it would seem, conflict with what you would even want it to be.
Yeah.
Like if you want to get a tattoo, but then you look at it and you deduce, well, this is God's creation and it's as perfect as it could be the way that it is. If you believe that, I mean, I guess the AI models are going to put that to the test. But that attempting to try to throw ink under the skin or in the bloodstream of the beingness is in a form mutilation, right? So
Absolutely.
this would essentially be a blasphemy because you're altering the original supernatural creation to, and it's not even for some type of enhancement, really. It's just for
aesthetics, really. What you
yeah,
think.
vanity, you know.
Yeah, and I think that so what his thing was, what he was saying on the altar was, oh well, as long as you're honoring God in your tattooing, that's okay. So you can, even though I think it even says like don't worship the graven image or something like that, but because he was basically saying, oh, I'm paying homage to my daughter who died, and that's why I got this tattoo. And then once I got her, I had to get my other kids, and then he had this. Now it's like got whole sleeves and everything on.
This is chimpanzee logic, like when the humans say, we're going to kill the animal and honor the animal. They
Right.
kill the animal and then they bend over and they like do some kind of mockery blasphemy on top of it to really cement in the death worship,
Well, so like that's I mean, so how do people think that's God? Why would God want you to kill animals for him? I mean, clearly it was the priest class, which has gone on for thousands of years. Now it's the government and the priest class are sharing duties of keeping people brain dead and subjective. But back then they just were telling people to bring food, bring your firstborn and bring this calf, and then they just ate like kings and told people God ate it. It's like so obvious. And then they have things in the Bible like God says bring a turtle dove in here and twist its head off its neck and then drink or drip its blood 7 times on the altar. Like nobody can believe that God is a superstitious person that's like drip the blood 7 times on the altar. It's just insane. And if that is God, then why would you worship him? It's not a very it's a crazy person.
Yeah, well, this is that separation between a spiritual practice or divination, if you will, versus dogma and culture, right? The root word is cult. It's almost like a indwelling intelligence, spiritual SI, right? Or SQs, instead of IQ. It's like a spiritual intelligence test. What will you or won't you do in the name of?
And that might be our test here.
Fill in the blank.
Yeah, it might be the test here because you should realize that there's some things that are not worshipable traits. Like we know that if a woman loves her husband, but because she's afraid he's going to beat her, that's not real love, right? But that's their love towards God, is that they're afraid that if they're not what God wants them to be, then he will burn them for eternity. And that's why they love him. And they're like, oh, he's a just God. And you're just a pussy. That's what you are. You're just a pussy and you're afraid of what the God will do to you if you don't. So that's not commendable. And it wouldn't be if there was a God. No God would want, oh, I'm going to create all these beings. And the ones who do exactly what I want them to do and are like robots, those are the ones I'm going to love forever. It makes no sense. Zero.
Yeah, I'm not so sure where I stand on judgment in the sense of condemnation, but judgment in the sense of cause and effect. Like if you do this, you're probably going to get this over a long enough period of time. So essentially probability.
But do you think that somebody, let's say somebody commits a bunch of murders, I mean, I could see that person just going to sleep forever. Like that would be your ultimate punishment. That's I think that there's no hell, there's no burning in flames, but there would be the you no longer are a part of this existence. You're no longer a part of the creator. You're no longer a piece of the ocean. That would be, I think, the ultimate punishment. Probably the worst thing that could happen to you is whatever happens here on Earth, plus you go to sleep forever.
I think there's certain people here who try to game the earthly system. I don't know if they can game the cosmic system, but it would seem to me to be that it's not that God works through the earthly system, but the devil governs its people, right? So for those of us who are like quote unquote regular people, if we do certain activities, there's a high probability what we put out is what we're going to get back.
True.
We're going to find ourselves, winding up there, right?
Yeah, it's they've kind of utilized that script, I think, for a long time. It's probably the best method to get people to do what you want them to do, and then also to be meek this is why the Bible works so well for them, is they say you can't get into heaven if you got a lot of money. So everybody doesn't save money because they want to go to heaven. So what does that do? It leaves money for the elite and the wicked and the evil to get richer. So they tell you that, Jesus was meek. Look what happened when the government came after Jesus. He didn't do a damn thing. He let them take him to the court. They let him condemn him, and then they hung him on a cross, and he never complained 1 second. And you're told that this is the heroic thing that he did. And really, that's just them putting the archetype out there for you, if ever to be attacked by the government, to tuck your dick between your legs and go through the process of being destroyed by the government, because that's what happened to Jesus, and he didn't do anything. So the whole entire Bible is this idea of how to control people. And I even think that the Old Testament versus the New Testament is the different stories. Originally, they were able to talk about the God in the sky and scare people that way. And then when that God wasn't following through on things, they had to bring God to earth. So they came up with the character of Jesus. I mean, I have a weird theory about Jesus.
Wait, so then what's your, I have a couple things there, but what's your relationship with the creator then? And also just comment on what you said. Jesus did it essentially in his time, and it would be the same in this time. I always contend did a capital offense. He got physical with the system, you know?
Yeah.
It's like a fallen slave punched a cop, and the cop made him carry his own cross and get hung on it. It wouldn't be a surprise to anybody, regardless of what he was talking about before or during or after, you know?
I tend to think, or at least maybe I hope or something, I can imagine Jesus coming here and being against the Old Testament God, because he would have recognized what I recognize, what I think a lot of people recognize, that the kingdom of God is within you. Heaven is within you. God is within you. That's the voice that you hear was inside you. So I think Jesus, if he came saying those things, and I think that he said them because he also said some weird things that nobody can explain, like no man has heard God's voice or seen his face, which is completely against what the Old Testament says. The Old Testament says God saw many people and walked with Abraham and walked with Job, and Moses saw him like a friend sees a friend. And then Jesus says no one's heard his voice. A ton of people heard his voice. Adam, Eve, Satan, Lot, you name it, all these people. So why would Jesus say that unless he actually didn't believe that the Old Testament God, which by the way is the God of the Jews, Jehovah, Yahweh, a wicked God, a murderous God who kills and floods and drowns babies, and then also he is like jealous and vindictive and angry. So it doesn't seem like that's the God, the creator of the world. So if Jesus did come and said anything like that, then the Jews would have killed him. And then if they saw the power in him, then they would have used him as a way to get people to worship their God, which isn't that what has happened? Is that now Jesus is considered to be God. He's like, oh, he's one in one with the Jehovah. So, and that can't be true because they're completely different people. The God of
this is personality dynamics and power dynamics as well. This is astrology. This is the struggle between Saturn and the sun, between Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, right?
Yep.
And it ties back into this panel verse, right? Modern man lost again. Yeah, it's definitely fascinating.
Yeah, I get it. I got away from it because I don't see really the benefit.
What I was going to say there is real quick, Jaron.
Yeah.
What I was going to say there is the Saturnian dynamic would argue that the sun was a little too overconfident, right? You know, there was a little too overconfident, a little too egotistical. How to get taken down a peg, right? Taught a lesson.
Right. And then you make sure it doesn't happen again. Nobody else comes along. Right now, if you come along and try and say that you're God, they'll just call you Antichrist and take you out. So, yeah, I mean, it made a point not to do that. But, I think Jesus was just the first one who kind of was seeing what was going on. The kingdom of God is within you, and that's where you will have eternal bliss.
Wait, hold on a second, Jared.
Yeah.
My coherence level is low.
Yep.
Mine is?
Who said what?
My coherence level is low.
Who said that?
It's your the chat's talking about how you're about to fall asleep.
No, I'm just on a lot of THC oil.
Okay, we'll get it up there. We'll get it up there. Excellent. Sorry.
Wait, am I really not coherent?
No, you're coherent. I was just
sound
making
like
sure you're paying attention. That's all.
I'm dragging.
Oh shit, I'm not watching any chat or anything.
Listen, if I'm not coherent, then keep my. Am I really that out of it? He seems to be responding to me and knowing what I'm talking.
No, dude, I'm just giving you a hard time. Don't worry about it.
Fuck you, chat, and fuck you too, Landry, for putting me low on the coherence meter. That's bullshit. Even on 500 milligrams of THC oil, I'm still fucking coherent. I know what I'm talking about.
I can smoke.
Yeah, I can get fucked. They never have nothing nice to say, most of these motherfuckers. They feign like they're positive, nice people. These are nasty people.
Wait,
They're
did you
not
see
good
this one?
people.
Right here? My new thumbnail? Wait, hold on. Here it is. This one.
Yeah, it's heroin needles. Great. It's heroin needles. And the synthetic, the somatic, or the, what is it?
Pathetic.
Pathetic, yeah. You said it more. The pathetic warrior, yeah. Right. You gotta love when people call themselves warriors. And
I was gonna say that. He's like wearing a beanie and like he's never had a confrontation.
Hold on, we got some good here. Okay, so I was gonna put this up.
What's going on?
What is that now?
That's you falling asleep.
Oh.
On a show? That's awesome.
No, it's AI.
I'm falling asleep.
I wish I could find the one. There was one episode of my
They're
show.
so used to me being out of the box, and that's the thing. I'm bringing a different side of me to the laundry show, right? This is the airing out the dirty laundry show with laundry.
Oh, the laundry mat, you can call it.
You know? Yeah.
You're cooking but faded.
Yeah, you listen. That's good. That should
Hey, you
be
know what
good.
we need
All
to
the
do
people
to get
who are
the
always complaining about how much of an asshole I am and how loud I am should be like happy, and they're still fucking complaining.
That's a good point.
Do you want me to just die? This audience half the time is like, just die.
Yeah, I think they probably want that from all of them.
I'm like, all right, you know,
Give them something to talk about for 3 days. I'm like, oh, I did.
right? Did you say Paul died on screen because we just wouldn't stop complaining no matter how he showed up to this performance, non-performance, presentment, whatever the fuck they want to call it.
Oh man, the pathetic warrior will do the service. He'll say the
I'm nowhere near pathetic warrior when it comes to a presentment. We know that, but I mean, give me some credit.
But no, not yeah, he's too good. Him and Nachiketa were the best duo probably ever.
It's Nacho Queefer. Get it right.
Yeah,
they would have won the tag team championship if they ever went and fought for it. They should have done that.
Hey, wait. Do you know about this thing with Rose and the gun? Do you know? Is that a true story or a false story?
True story.
Okay, it's true.
Yeah, she got mad at him because he was talking shit. They let him stay at the house for like free and actually gave him money and like were buying food for him. And he went on like the first stream after he was living there and said, "Oh, and this house is they live like hoarders or something like that." Which they brought him to the house to clean up part of the house. So he gets there and that's his job to clean the house. But then he's going on streams and being like, these guys live like hoarders, when they're like, no, well, we kind of brought you here to do that. That's why you're living here. And so then he said something bad about Jason, I guess. And I guess they were reviewing me and Jason's interview and they were making fun of Jason's hair or something, calling him feminine or something. And then nobody said anything, Natch or Z. So then, I heard somebody told me like Rose is on Natch's channel right now and she's talking crazy or something. So I went and looked and she was just trying to get the channel a strike or something as like to get back at him. I think it did get taken down, but I think it got brought back the next day. I think it got, somebody found out that it was not the real owner of the channel that did that. So is that what you mean? That's a real story.
I couldn't get a straight answer on it. I heard a lot of people saying different things. So thank you. That's the most concise answer I've gotten on that whole thing so far.
Hold on, we got a fax here, Landry. Apparently the pathetic warrior and Nacho Queefer are the best duo since Siegfried and Roy.
Oh, good, nice.
Yeah, you remember the two effeminate gentlemen who used to roll around with the tigers? Yeah.
And then one of them got eaten by one, didn't they?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what happened with the broadcast and the truth and the people.
Right.
And came up right behind him and ate him up.
Ate him up. It wasn't a white tiger this time, though. It was different.
Rose's couch ate up Nacho Queefer, from what I understand. I only heard about it. I wasn't there.
So do we want to watch any of this Z kind of do before you get out of here? I want the chance to get some of this.
Started. It's kind of funny.
Okay, I'm gonna start playing it. Wait, do you want to start from the beginning or where should I start?
Yeah, when we I don't remember when we started talking, but 2 minutes in or 3 minutes.
Okay.
Well, I only have a Z for you. I don't know if you're supposed to, if you want.
There we go. There we go.
That's a good spot.
I don't know if you're coming on or not. There you go.
There I am.
He is there. All right. So
everybody.
So tell everybody what happened to your show. Where's your show? Are you coming back? Or are you not?
Maybe 5 minutes
become
or
kind of a
2 minutes
staple for some people.
That's really loud.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Yeah, man. Thanks for asking.
Myself.
I'll be back, everybody. Anybody who cares.
Is it better
So
now?
I've been on a bit of a hiatus.
So wait, you said it's loud?
For me, I don't know. It could be my head.
Yeah, it is for me too. But usually people are yelling at me. It's too quiet. So
I'd kick it down just a hair.
okay.
And I'll be back sometime soon.
Well, that's good to know. All right, good. So the quote that you had said on Nachiketa, you guys were discussing the 24-hour, or you were discussing the final experiment, and you had said something to the effect of, "I do believe we'll see a 24-hour sun down there, and that's not a problem for me." So is that accurate?
No. So what
Oh,
my
it wasn't what he
quote
said?
was is
What did you say?
It's just funny because I said, "Oh, so you said that you think we'll see a 24-hour sun there, and it's not a problem for you." And then he goes, "No, no," and now look what he actually said. It's just hilarious. The guy's a jerk.
Like that finger.
Yeah, so now he's going to tell me what he actually said.
if I had to bet,
okay,
there will be a 24-hour sun, and that's not a problem for me.
It's the same thing I fucking said, dude.
So there was no believe, really. It was, if I had to bet, I'd say there's a sun, because the statement I made was in regards to a previous appearance you had on Nachiketas, maybe 8 days ago.
Okay.
And I was attempting to refute a claim that you made regarding the 24-hour sun. So it seems as though the topic is going to be the 24-hour sun and our either beliefs or our opinions on that topic.
Yeah, and what it does
agree?
or doesn't do to our other main belief. Yes.
Correct.
Right.
So I think we have it framed pretty
good.
Pretty good, because the claim that I heard you say was that
a
24-hour circling sun in Antarctica basically refutes the flat Earth. And if I can quote, the Earth cannot be flat if there's a 24-hour sun. Is that correct?
Well, I think we could. Yeah, I mean that is correct. But if we need to cover that, because I've noticed now being on with Bro Sanchez yesterday that people don't grasp it. In fact, Bro Sanchez didn't grasp it till the very end of the show. Took him 3 hours until he finally got what I was saying, and then he's like, "Oh, they say that's going down," and I said, "Yes." He's like, "Oh, that's not happening." So I'm
Slow Sanchez.
want to take it step by step if we can, just so people recognize.
This is the funniest
why I
part.
would
You
make
don't
that
believe
jump. It's
what
not
kind of
just a
person
matter
would
of
do
we
this.
see this and therefore all flat maps are gone, because it started out with first, does a 24-hour circling sun in the south debunk the AE map? What would you say about that? Does it debunk the circling sun azimuthal equidistant Gleason's map in your mind?
So your question is, does the circling sun debunk the map?
Yes.
Correct. Is it render it false?
Its spirit animal would be like a chipmunk, right? Anyone else getting that?
Well,
beaver.
I guess my question would
Oh,
be,
yeah.
why the false binary
rat.
to start off with?
Well, it's not necessarily a false binary.
How is
What
it a
I'm
false
saying
binary
is
if you're asking if something is true or false?
If we have a map and we say, okay, this map is the map that most people go by or whatever, and then we say there's an observation, and the observation we go and we make it, and the map itself doesn't allow for that observation, does that not debunk the map? Don't we go by?
Short answer.
Yeah.
Short answer is no.
Okay.
It does not debunk the map.
And why would you say no?
Well, I mean, we can get into it, man. We can go way
That's
into
why I
it.
asked you. That's why I
Well,
asked you.
the first question I would have is why would I have a need to ascribe my reality that I exist in? Why would I ascribe that to a map, which is basically a projection of that reality? So we can get into it. I mean,
sure.
What is a map other than a
I'm
projection
already getting frustrated.
based on a gridded layout of longitude and latitude? So is a map reality?
Well,
maybe we can start there.
No, I don't think so. But again, if there's something on some port of, if the map's pretending to be reality, right? If the map is claiming to be the way the world's set up, it doesn't have to be that. It's just, I'm saying, if that's the claim, which sure we can say, oh, flat earthers don't make that claim. Then they're making no claim to how the world really works at a base level, which is where you would start with the place you live, with how's everything set up, how's the continent set up. I don't believe if you can't get past there, then I feel like the flat earth would never go anywhere. If we basically just said the Earth's flat, and somebody said, "How does everything work?" and you said, "We don't have any idea how anything works. We just know it's flat," and that's
Is it, Jaron? Is it okay not to know how things work?
Sure.
How about we go like this? What are we claiming? I'll give you my claim.
Okay.
The Earth is flat. It's the only claim I make today, and it's the only claim I ever make. The Earth is flat.
That's the only claim he will ever make.
He's never made another claim ever. And it's so dumb because why would anybody think that gives you permission to say anything? Your claim is the Earth's flat. That's all you got. And you think you should be able to be allowed to talk and people should listen to you and like follow you? What are you talking about? If that's the only thing you say, then good, we've heard it. Go away.
Well, let me piss everyone off here. Until someone goes to the edge of the fucking galaxy or wherever and takes a picture, and even then, it's still going to be suspect. I don't believe anybody knows exactly what the shape is. So the game here is, if you claim anything absolutely, you're wrong. Or maybe you're partially right, but partially wrong, because it might be flat and a circle somehow, if that even makes sense or is possible.
Yeah, I don't know if that is. I mean, again, if we want to go the route of those things are possible, then you're right. I mean, if things can be this and be that, but I live under the non-contradiction rule, which is things can't be this and that. You can't self-contradict yourself. It doesn't, nothing in the world exists like that. So I do think that there is an objective reality. And I used to think that the Earth was flat objectively. And then when you go down to Antarctica, when you're at least in Punta Arenas and you see the sun to your south, and you call somebody in Australia and they say the sun's above my head, at that moment, you do know the shape of the Earth because you're looking south and Australia is behind you 30,000 miles. So how the hell is it getting the sun unless what they say is true, which is, it's just shining on the other side of the ball. Australia is on the other side of the ball. And that's exactly the direction the sun goes. It's where it sets. Everything is exactly what the heliocentric model calls for as far as what the sun does. I mean, everything is answered. The sun going backwards, the being upside down, the moon going backwards, the stars going the opposite way. All that is answered with one simple word, sphere. It answers it all. Now, I didn't think that I thought the South was a lie. I thought there was no 24-hour sun. I thought that there was no celestial pole. I thought that the stars didn't go the opposite way. I thought that there was all kinds of problems. I thought that the Earth expanded when it went south, not, what do you call it? Descent. No, it accumulates. What is the word? The lines of longitude, they reconverge at the South Pole. So actually think about the difference of that. I was doing the numbers tonight. So at this 37 South, okay, so 37 North is where I live here in California. And it's 20,000 miles around that circle of latitude. Okay. So isn't it crazy that at 37 South, which is the opposite, it's exactly the same. The distance around the South tropic or the South 37 degrees is 20,000 miles. So what we have is an as above, so below. The North is the complete opposite and inverse of the South. It's incredible because if anywhere you go, no matter where you are, let's say you're at 45 degrees North. If 6 months later you go to 45 degrees South, if let's say you drew the picture of a sunset at 45 degrees North, if 6 months later you go down south and you watch the sunset from there, you would look at your drawing and it would be wrong. You'd be, what's wrong with this? And if you just flipped it upside down, boom, now you see the exact angles. Everything is perfect. Okay. So I thought it was pear-shaped. It is pear-shaped, but again, people don't understand that when he's talking about that, he was talking about the bottom is like 14 miles bigger than the top. It's nothing. The Earth is huge. It's 4,000 miles in diameter. I mean, in radius. So what that tells you is that you would not see, it is pear-shaped in words and in math, but not in what you would see. The Earth is huge. You would never see a 14-mile difference. So anyway.
Right, but you can't conclusively prove with firsthand knowledge that the Earth is anything. Like you could stack evidence a mile high of any claim. I'm sure there's evidence a mile high that it's round, and I'm sure the flat Earth folks will claim the same thing about it being flat.
But they don't have an answer for what the sun does. And that's the most important thing in the world. If you don't know what the sun does, then don't expect anybody to ever believe your theory because you're just making shit up. I mean, I could say we live on the back of a Ford Bronco that's a really big, and then people will be like, well, how do you know?
Like that?
Yeah. And they'd be like, what's
Tell
your
me
evidence?
more.
I just say, no, we just live there. This is where we're at. So you can know.
You don't have anything behind that?
Well, you got like a 12-inch subwoofer back there too. So that's earthquakes. Whenever you feel an earthquake, it's just a subwoofer. And you do get some rattling of the license plate occasionally, but it's pretty nice. Anyway, I do think, I think I want to get, or you can say whatever you want, but I think that the problem that this truth community has had is that once you're so far in the truth, you stop knowing the truth. And so you don't have a truth anymore. The flat earthers or your truth community people, they don't have the truth anymore. They don't know the truth. They are at a point now where everything is a lie and the news tells lies and everybody lies. And if you get to that point, then you start believing in a Mandela effect. Then you start believing that reality can be shaped the past can be changed. And I think that's a great design by the elite, because they want people to think that, because it just makes you not in touch with reality. I mean, reality is that the past is the past. There's nobody going back and changing Monopoly boxes. There's nobody changing old VHSs. It is clearly a misremembering kind of a deal. Is there ones I can't explain? Sure. But that's part of why it's a Mandela effect. It's not because somebody's going through our reality and changing it. Now, people might think, well, that's wrong. You don't think on a spiritual enough level. And that's just not the case. Spirituality is not changing VHS tapes. So the fact that people have devolved into that, thinking that, oh, God's showing himself by changing the, field of dreams from, if you build it, they will come, to if you build it, he will come. It's just so dumb. I just can't see why anybody would think that. And I got this slap in the face right from the beginning of the Mandela effect, because I was into it for like 2 days, just like so into it when I first heard about it. I was like, I took these ones to my wife. I'm like, did you know that it's Sex and the City? And she's like, yeah, Sex and the City. I'm like, yeah, it's not Sex in the City, it's Sex and the City. She goes, I know. I said, what? And she goes, yeah, I watched the show, Jaron. It's about a girl who writes an article in a magazine called Sex and the City, because she lives in New York, and that's the name of the article. So I'm like, oh. And I was like kind of shocked, like, okay, well, I thought that. So I went back on that show. I think it was with Brian Stavely. It was like, my wife said she watched that show, and it's called Sex and the City. And then he's like, oh, I got to call. I forgot what the guy's name is. There's this guy that helps at all the conferences. I can't remember his name. He does the audio. People might know who I'm talking about. He does the audio at the conferences. Anyway, they're like, he worked on the show, so we're going to have him come talk to you. I'm like, what? So this guy who supposedly worked on the show comes and says, nope, it was Sex in the City when I worked there. And I'm like, okay, so either I'm supposed to believe that my wife is completely out of her mind and pretending that she watched a show that she didn't and has no idea about, or just even people who have worked on shows are going to say that it was something that it wasn't. And it just kind of taught me a lot about that kind of thought process. And so I don't like the idea of saying that.
Wait, so you're saying these people said it changed mysteriously, or they didn't?
People say that it did change. People think that the reality is changing, that they think that the Monopoly guy.
Okay, so then is it at all possible? Because to me, anything is possible. Is it at all possible on a quantum level that something about what we're doing in real time is shifting the timeline?
No, because we have too many videos and photos. We would be able to show that. What you're saying then is that somebody's going through and erasing our photos, and nobody knows about it, and nobody sees it. And then the things that they even go to, they start saying.
No, I'm not saying somebody. I'm saying that we're in a universe that is electrical and is reflective of whatever we see in front of us. So it may just be like a computer, and based on whatever we choose, somehow the program rewrites itself.
And that might be true, right? For the future, right? So we can write our future, but you can't change the past. If you could change the past, there's so many paradoxes that come into that. You could actually affect things, like people would just disappear from in front of your face because something happened in the past that we changed and that person wasn't born. So we know that doesn't happen. Nobody's ever disappeared in front of somebody's face. So you can't. The paradox of that tells me
that's not true, bro. Nacho Queefer, like ever since
disappear.
he was
He'd go away.
Yeah, I don't know where which is the people have been saying. Where is he at?
I heard he's going back to the Himalayas.
Oh, there you go. It's possible that going back in time in history and something happened, and me and Mazio didn't fight, and then Nacho Queefer poofed out of existence. I'm just saying it's possible.
Here's the easy thing for me. You can always get me on anything, because I just say, show me the evidence. If you've got evidence of something, I'll change my belief right now. I'll be a flat earther tomorrow if somebody just explains the fucking sun. They can't, and they never will. But I'm open to it as soon as somebody can explain it. The problem is that for 8 months, 9 months, look at you in the globe. Look at you. Sleep. It's you look so cozy in the globe. Like it's
That's evidence, Paul. Get over it.
Paul, you would not look that cozy.
I literally do every broadcast, and I did it almost dead, like screaming and yelling and everything else. And one day I'm reserved, and Landry's all over me.
Dude, I gotta have fun in the background somehow.
I'm taking you. Hey, Landry, this is not appropriate. There's immediately going to be issues about
wow,
this.
That was a Talcott voice.
I'm in so much trouble, dude. You have no idea,
man.
dude.
He's well. We're really in trouble, because if Jaron's aware of Talcott and all three of us are aware of Talcott, and we didn't get back to Talcott at some point.
I'm supposed to talk to him. He reached out to me for the first time like a week ago. I think we're supposed to. He wanted to do a show or something.
Today he told me he only eats nuts and something else, and that's it.
You would think it's crazy what I eat.
I think he eats nuts and fruit. Was what it was.
Hey,
and that's it.
Landry, I'm actually part squirrel. It's true.
It's you should eat much less than everybody's eating.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't eat. I mean, I don't eat that much, but I mean, I got too skinny, so I don't know. It's just
I
like
did too, but luckily, those days are gone.
it's weird, dude, because like I was just so big for so long, and then like I asked somebody, we were doing an archetype video, and I was doing like, okay, we got the archetypes. We have the fat bearded atheist, we have the blue haired, the Democratic dyke or whatever. We have this and that, and I was like, oh, I wonder what mine would be. And some of the shit's just like skinny white guy. I'm like, damn, dude. Old me was just fat for so long, and then I was just.
You were pretty large when you were back at the
I know, dude. I look back at some of those rare appearances I made on the Darren show, and I was like, damn, dude. No wonder you kept me in the back.
Can I come on the show? Nah, you're good. Make some more edits.
Yeah, man. No, we don't need you out here, dude. Some people have it. You ain't got it.
Your mic doesn't work. I think your mic's.
That's also true. That was the case for a long time too. You had to teach me about everything, about Ethernet, about RAM, all this shit. I was
trying to run streams on Wi-Fi.
Yeah, dude. So is Talcott, and I'm trying to teach him what you taught me.
No, plug in. In fact, I have my cell phone plugged in most times.
But now I stream in the living room, and dude, my wife just hates it. She's like, dude, is this really how it's going to be? I'm like, yeah, man. I mean,
you should get a studio. Keep your wife happy. That's my advice to you.
Well, I got to first start making some money with this shit, and that might never happen because I'm already saying, fuck you to all these people who want me to pretend that they're all cool. Oh, yeah, I love you, Cynthia. I love you, Chuck. I love you, Flow State. You guys are awesome. So this probably will last maybe 2 more weeks, and then, we're going to have to shut it down and then go back. Go back to some other thing. Go back to work in the background.
I'm already buying it. I had to drive to freaking Hesperia this last week. Freaking 6 hours there and 6 hours back. Fun. I want to kill myself. But I gotta make money.
Anything else here that we can we can get to, or what do you feeling? What's the vibe?
Yeah, I mean that's it. I mean he just when he starts talking about I forgot where we were, but if you skip forward maybe 2-3 minutes, when he starts talking about the sun not going around the earth, it's like you can actually watch me physically be done with the interview. I'm not going to talk to anybody who can't say that the sun goes around the earth in 25 hours.
Did you see? I don't know if you were listening in the back whenever I was playing it right before he came in, where Paul jumps on the stream and like calls him out for making what did he say, Paul?
What?
When you called him out just earlier today, we were playing it just a second ago when he came on the Z Jack show.
Yeah, they just say shit. They just lie and make shit up.
Oh yeah, was that you weren't blocked from his channel? That's what it was.
But anytime he's not doing a song about my dick is pretty good time. So I'm happy about that. Because he does songs about my dick constantly. I don't know.
I thought it was just one song.
Was it a song? You're not into that?
There's a song. No, I'd rather not hear songs about that. I think so. Write on other subjects.
Take a poll on that.
Every song should be
the implication when you tell another man take a poll. I mean, I'm saying, Landry, take the poll with the people.
It's the wrong time to start that.
If they, and because maybe there's some broadcasting element here that I'm not aware of, but
I don't think that it's going to do good for your numbers if you go towards poll songs.
I have no numbers. Well, actually, I do have compared to last week.
Why'd you ban the Red 40 creature?
Somebody told me to he was King Stephen in disguise.
Well, see, okay, and Landry, this is why when you do this, I'm telling you right now, there's pivotal points in this where these people start to do their political science games, right?
Well, you gotta wait. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna stop you right there because this is what I did. So this happens, right? But tomorrow's a new day. We're gonna forgive them. I've done this before, and the new day begins, and everyone's back to square one. There's no moderators. There's nothing. Everyone's got to re-earn their spot. So I got my own new system I'm trying out, but I feel you.
I have a hard time believing that Red 40, who is, in my area a lot of the time, is in Queen Stephanie's chat. Frank Monday, you are someone who I've seen over and over again tries to speak with authority, and you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So I'm suspect from the get-go. And I've seen Red 40 and dealt with him for, again, I'm not saying what I'd never be surprised what anybody would do on here, especially, but I find it hard to believe that he would take Queen Stephanie as credible in any fashion, especially when we see what he does with me.
Can you turn off
everyone
caps
else.
lock?
Who, me?
Is it a fair trade? Red 40? Can you bring it
Well,
down
that's
to
a whole other
lowercase?
dynamic. I don't know why he does that either, but that's a him thing, right? Like it's like it's just been a thing from the beginning that he does. But
Nobody
Frank
knows.
Monday is, in my opinion, if I had to sum these people up, there's like categories. We should make this is another tool.
I like
The what type of creature is it?
Oh, we could put them in like baskets.
Dude, I've been loving that though,
yeah.
Jaron, because I know you love this kind of stuff. I've been loving using Claude for these kinds of tools. Like this is a text enlarger for things that you want to like. Every time I put something on the screen, people are like, I can't read that. So it took me 10 seconds to make that. We had the coherence meter. This is for the panels where these people come on and they sound like they're retarded, drunk, or
Where are you looking? I don't see anything.
this right here. So this is the coherence meter.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's lots of fun. I've got like 20 of these things. I have the lie meter where you can count people's lies, and I went through and I did that.
Where'd you get that from?
So this is Claude. This is like the coolest AI that exists because you just tell it what you want and it just makes it and it does a great job first time. So all I did here was just like coherence meter where I can slide a meter for different people. That's all I did. You know what I mean? But it's way cooler than GPT. I think it's like $15 a month, something like that. But I recommend it.
Frank Monday would be with creature category. The creature category would be reasons why democracy can never work, and you'd put him right in that category. He's, from what I've seen, he's got a history of thinking he knows but has no idea, and making these statements.
Well, you know how you wanted me to summarize earlier. Can you give me your 2-sentence, 3-sentence summary of the world, the state that we're in?
The state of the world that we're in?
Yeah, or just kind of your thoughts about where we're at, where we're going.
Yeah, it's the same thing reflected in the panelverse. I subscribe to the holographic theory in the sense of my own experience, not like something I've heard, but
right.
There tend to be reflections here.
You know what's really interesting about that? I'll just stop you real quick. I saw a video today. First time I've ever seen this. Somebody had a mirror. They broke it into 3 pieces. One was a circle, one was a square, and one was like a triangle. And then he put them out in the sun and then took a cardboard box and walked away from them to see the reflection that was on the cardboard box. And when you're close to it, you get the actual shape of the mirror. But as you move away, and you only had to get about 20 feet away, once you get 20 feet away, every spot on that cardboard box was a perfect circle, the same exact size, which says something because the sun is that. The sun stays the same size. So I just thought that was very telling. I was like, oh, wow, interesting. So if, could it be that there's reflections that people, oh, how come everything in the sky is round? And well, would that be weird? What if all the stars are a reflection of some type, and that's what you would get? You would get a faraway reflection would always be a circle every different way. So I thought that was an interesting video. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, well, this is where, not secret societies necessarily, but certain groups have alluded to this idea of the 1,000 points of light.
Yeah.
That somehow, some way, we're a reflection of whatever is out there is down here, and there does seem to be reflective dynamics here. But what I was speaking about is specifically if you're talking politically or the tribalistic sense, this idea of what I will term in this moment the era of the beta. The beta males and females, modern men and women lost again.
I got one of those too. I got the beta meter. Hold on. Hold on.
Modern men and women lost again have grouped up together with their systems to try to overtake the rugged, individualistic, free spirit that seeks to be prosperous and co-creative, because the beta is not a creative creature. It can only corrupt. It can only latch onto and take what it sees and corrupt it, right? It doesn't have that spark of co-creation and divination. So I think that there's a spiritual dynamic that reflects as a political dynamic and a communal dynamic, or lack thereof, And that's why modern man and woman is lost again, because we're disconnected from that spiritual spark, or that aspect of self that yearns for the one truth, the one life, the one way. At least that's what I see in my life, and that's what makes sense as a mapping for me.
Were you vaccinated?
No,
not COVID, but as a child.
Whatever they did when it was out of my control.
Me too, yeah. So I'm just wondering how much was taken from us at that point. You know, because I know Rudolf Steiner said that they would invent a vaccine that would stunt your spirituality, and that would, you know, the world the way we see it could be the result of that. Is that we all got vaccinated and we all got a little bit of damage.
Yeah, the argument would be that all the worldly systems are essentially here to override the supernatural systems, or hijack them, you know. And even the newest treatment, let's say, itself is essentially another reflection of that, according to the people who report on it. At least I can't verify it, but it's essentially a hijacking, right? Another corruption. Because again, the spirit of the thing to me is what's most important, and the spirit of whoever, whatever creates it leaves its fingerprint. So,
but if they steal that from people, and then you've got people who believe that, you know, you just need to be meek, the meek will inherit the earth, then you could eventually have a world that's just run by evil, huh? Like, there's no, I mean, who's going to stop that if you've now taken the God spirit from people?
Well, but this is back to the argument of what meek really means. Because
meek only has a couple of, you know, it definitely doesn't mean powerful and strong. You just describe.
I mean, when you go into the scripture, from what I understand it says God blesses us with a spirit of strength and whatever else, care, potentially love. But it does include strength, I believe, among other things. But yeah, this is something that I've talked about in the past. I mean, it may be if Landry finds interest in it, he can pull up, you know, the original etymology of meek. But,
sure. Yeah, I've never seen that, to be honest with you. I can't say I have.
Yeah, I think a lot of these words we just take for granted, and then we ascribe a meaning, or a meaning gets ascribed to them, and then we just repeat it.
Right, and then they change it as they want, right? I mean, now vaccine doesn't even mean that you're getting a piece of a virus, so they can just change whatever they want.
Yeah, well, or a Mandela effect happens, you know.
Maybe, maybe that one. I hated the word, the people's name one just bothered me so much. They're like, oh, Joel Osteen is, you know, used to be Joel Osteen or whatever, and you're like, wait, so what about his family? What about his friends? What about his school teachers? What about his, you know, people on the block he grew up on? So what you're saying is that all those people's memories were changed, but not yours. All praise be to you guys. Congratulations. You just missed the mind changer that came through your neighborhood.
So where does it all come from? It's all psychological operation. It's all a mockery, sorcery ritual.
Right. So doesn't that make more sense? That's what makes more sense to me. And
potentially,
I think stuff on purpose. Yeah. They would have done it on purpose. They would have set some things up where people would remember one way and then spring it out later so that people stop believing in objective reality. The word meek.
Okay. The word meek in English comes from the Old Norse meaning gentle. However, the Greek origin of the word praus is translated as strength under control.
Wait, where's that? Where are you reading that from?
In ancient Greece, war horses were trained to be meek.
I don't think you see what I see.
I don't think you see what I see.
Hello. Is this thing on?
Did you look it up on your phone or something?
Oh, well, dude, I'm on the computer here. What do you want me to do? Can I
thought you told me to look it up.
Let me finish reading what. Hey, Landry, can you get back to me for a second?
That's a good impression, man.
In ancient Greece, war horses were trained to be meek, meaning they were strong and powerful, yet under control and willing to submit.
Right, submissive, quiet,
and this
gentle.
is the point, right? Is we're not, you know, and I've done a bit on this in the past, because intuitively I can hear that I can hear that scripture, know that scripture, and then know, well, we're going to find out right here, go to this, because I would bet we have a misunderstanding, right? And sure enough, the idea is be strong and powerful, but be submissive to the force.
Right, which is only
Right,
what would
and
be
be-
written by the government. The government's the only one that would ever write that.
No. Oriented toward justice spiritually.
No, but what I'm
Right.
saying is our government is not good. And so just
Of course the evangelicals and authoritarians are going to try to take any scripture and divination and twist it to be some statist
right to keep people in
indoctrination, tool of indoctrination. But ultimately it's like,
yeah,
if
but
the
people aren't
Christed
smart enough to
being,
break out of that on their own. They don't have the balls to do it. They follow and they just do whatever they're told. So that's a problem, because you're going to end up with people who are submissive and who are incapable. Like, think about what happened in 1776, and we're way past that now, but we don't have nearly the men to do what we did then. Not even close. I mean, it wouldn't even be. In fact, it's another thing that they've done. I noticed this. So who would be our best warriors? Who would be our best fight? Would be our athletes, right? Football.
John Mazzio, Zetetic Warrior.
Oh, you're right.
You asked me.
Yeah, it's true. I didn't think about the beanie. I forgot about the beanie. It has a lot of power. So,
Okay.
but it's sports stars, basketball players, football players. Well, what they do is when these guys get contracts, they have so much money they have to immediately go get a house. And what do? They get a wife. And what do? They have 3 or 4 kids, and that effectively makes you no longer a warrior, because that person will not go into battle once they've got a wife and 4 kids.
Hey, bro, this is another thing they try to make fun of me for, because I come into relationships with women with, 2 dynamics, one of them being trauma with my mother and essentially with women. And this idea that what I do with legal lawful means, and my broadcast, I have to focus on that. So now I just lost the thoughts. He's got me up as a fucking, what's with the world, man? I'm asleep. I got the world at my feet and I'm asleep.
I don't know, dude. Just don't overthink it.
The world's your footstool, or something like that.
All right, what were we talking about?
I don't know. You were rambling and then you lost it. You were somewhere, but you were saying, God, I'm just as bad, and I haven't even smoked yet. But
Whatever. I was rambling. Back to you.
Go ahead, Landry. You're supposed to be ready for when we both have nothing to talk about. That's where you step in and move.
Yeah, usually that would be the case, but I mean, usually it's crazy because usually Paul is such a high energy bullet that you just kind of have to slow him down. So this is a new dynamic.
I'm off the clock, man.
But I'm usually also here to kick out the people who can't figure out their bullshit mic and to let them know this is not an open panel, because that shit's annoying and I'm not going to be the same as everyone else. But with this is great because it's just letting you guys go back and forth. But if the momentum is fading, I do have to get out of here pretty soon.
Well, I'm going to go smoke. So
yeah, we can close out. Thank you so much, though, for both of y'all coming. This is crazy. You know what I mean? So maybe once in a lifetime opportunity to have Jaron come on to my show. Whoa, it's like full circle here.
I don't think it's once in a lifetime, but it's all right. I'll take it. Yeah, how's the show doing?
It's insane because it was horrible. It was horribly horrible. And then I just started to play some games with people, call them out for being a liar. And then I had like 450% growth in the last week. So now it's actually feels like there's something happening. It might last a week. It might last a day. Who knows where it goes? But I'll send you a screenshot of the, what's it called? The metrics or whatever. And you can let me know what to do to not, end up like you.
Fucker. You still have access to my back room. Can't you see what's going on back there?
I could, but I don't ever do that. I don't know why I still have access
right
to
now
it.
my rolling 90 days is at like $280, and that includes the fact down donations.
Well, I'm still trying to get
Wait
to that.
a second. How fucking dare you tell me I'm rambling then? I'm gonna flex on him, laundry.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Why did it take you so long?
It's low-hanging
Next
fruit.
time I ramble, you heal to the God of all media.
All I ask is that you at least say something within the 10 seconds after.
Wait, Red 40, explain yourself here. What is this supposed to mean? What's going on? You got some shit to say?
And block that TP fat guy if you see him again.
Who is that?
I don't know.
They made one comment and they disappeared.
Psychos that follow me around like crazy.
Hey, dude, shout out to J Sauce. I want to clear the record here for calling her a cheater. She was doing the little human. What?
Is she here?
Yeah, she's here.
Jay, what's up?
But I want to call it. I want to set the record straight because she was on the phone telling me about the human design on Telegram, and then she started cutting out couldn't hear a word she was saying. And then she's like, see, dude, here's the proof that I was walking my dog during trivia and not cheating. And I was like, damn, dude, you know what? I believe you.
And you guys are going one-on-one. You guys are going to battle it down. You guys are going to throw down.
What are the odds that woman is not projecting on some level or just really miserable and unhappy and unfulfilled? Like, you know,
I think
so mommy issues and no girlfriend.
Shut up, Paul. All right, you're kicked. Goodbye, Paul. Bye, Darren.
Later, guys.
Love you. I'm sorry to be abrupt like that, but sometimes I just don't know how to say bye.